I am Louis XIV. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276 The King's Parenting Time, 2. Chapter 271 The King's Parenting Time, 2. He wants to, but it's difficult. The Duke of Orleans answered, looking at the child. Little Eugene had no fewer problems than the eldest princess or the young Duke of Enghien. Since coming to Versailles, he had become increasingly gloomy. Fortunately, he inherited the beauty of his mother Olympia, and only resembled Leopold in some minor ways. He also did not have the big chin inherited from the Habsburgs. His nominal father, the Count of Soissons, was also deeply trusted by the king, so he was still quite popular among the ladies. So his nod in his heart could only come from his origins. The mother of the Count of Soissons, the Lady of Bourbon, wrote to the king that although she told little Eugene about his identity, little Eugene was sad but did not question or accept it. She suspected that before he returned to France, the lady of the Mancini family, she was even reluctant to call her daughter-in-law or the Countess of Soissons, might have said something to him. But little Eugene was only 3 years old at that time. Could he really remember things from that long ago? In other words, did he realize that his mother's death was not really an accident? To put it more directly, would he become a threat? Whether little Eugen remembered what Olympia Mancini said to him might be difficult for an ordinary 3-year-old child, but it was not a problem for little Eugen, who actually had an excellent memory. He even remembered the look and fragrance of his mother's body when she held him in her arms and proudly said that sentence. He also remembered the man who had visited his mother. He and his mother did not seem very close, and she did not have much kindness when facing him. All the instincts of the young child made him run away quickly and leave the room. This was his only memory of Leopold at that time. He did not match the king his mother mentioned with that man. Although he was smart, he was not smart enough to immediately realize that there was something wrong with his identity. When he was at the knee of his grandmother, he always thought that the king his mother mentioned was a sign of affection and praise for his husband. People can think that a king is the greatest knight in a country, and that a greatest knight must have the virtues of a king. However, as he grew up, he still had not seen his father, Eugen Maurice, once. When he came to see his mother, he was left in the study by his family tutor. Obviously, they did not want him to see Maurice. With such a premise, when his grandmother told him that his real biological father should be Leopold I, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, and not Eugen Maurice as he thought, little Eugen was more sad and relieved. Eugen Maurice was a knight with high morals, but he was a stain in his glorious career. He deeply hated his mother Olympia and his real father Leopold I. He was like an upright but guilty person, eager to be whipped. Since arriving in Versailles, he had also heard that Jean, the eldest son of the Duchess of Longueville, had become a monk. Generally speaking, the eldest son of the Duke should inherit his father's title and territory. Jean's behavior puzzled many people, and only those who knew the truth remained silent. Lady Longueville could be said to be half forced and half voluntarily married the widower Duke of Longueville, who was twice her age. Although the Duke loved his young wife, Lady Longueville never stopped cheating on her husband. Jean was the child she gave birth to under such circumstances. His father should be the young and romantic Duke of La Rochefoucauld. Jean learned about this matter when he became an adult. His noble character made him unable to accept this fact, so he abandoned his honor and status without hesitation and resolutely became a monk. This was also the path that little Eugen had chosen for himself. However, when he thought his father was still Eugen Maurice, he had wanted to become a soldier. This idea suddenly revived at this time. If becoming a monk was a sacrifice for morality, then a soldier, even if Mr. Maurice was an official, little Eugen also had such a desire. In Soissons, he read the most novels about knights. Whenever he saw them riding on war horses, raising flags, and the spear flags on the lances rustling, his heart would beat wildly. Why are they unwilling to fight for their country? Little Eugen asked. The problem was only on the surface. In fact, he wanted to find out the reason. That's exactly what I want you to pay attention to. Louis went on, ladies and gentlemen, your identities are destined that your future life will not be as peaceful as that of an ordinary person. You will become a king in the future. He looked at little Louis and the Duke of Colonna and the little Duke of Enghien. You will become a queen, or a princess's wife. The eldest princess smiled reservedly, and the eldest princess showed a shy expression. You will become a powerful general or an archbishop. He looked at little Eugene. In any case, you will be high above, and below you are ministers, soldiers and countless people. They need your rule and care, you need their loyalty and obedience, but there is a problem here, which is what your teachers will never teach you, that is, the dumbest and most humble slaves will also have their own selfishness, and the same is true for the people you trust the most and are closest to, so don't force your thoughts on others, even if it is a very lofty idea. But, Your Majesty, little Eugene couldn't help asking, shouldn't we encourage people to maintain all kinds of virtues? Well, Louis thought for a moment. Bontang, bring me the multicolored wooden block I put in the drawer. Bontang immediately walked over, took out a very delicate small silver plate, put the multicolored wooden block in it, and handed it to the king. The king smiled helplessly. Okay, children, now you look at this multicolored wooden block, and then tell me what color you see. This multicolored wooden block is 3 inches square, and the color of each side is different. It is specially prepared by the dye guild to let the king see the color of furniture. There are gold, silver, black, white and red, the original color of wood. Gold. Little Louis said first. Silver. Red. Dot. The colors you see are all different, Louis said, so can you say that others have seen it wrong? He turned his wrist. So what do you think now? Do you think you saw it wrong before, or has something changed? The children looked at it, and the eldest princess whispered to each other for a few words, and they showed a thoughtful expression together with the boy. Philip, the king said, come and help me. So Philip placed several little people in short cloaks in various places in Poland. These are the Szlachta, said the Duke of Orleans. The Szlachta were originally just some small and medium-sized nobles. It took them a long time to achieve their current status. The King of Poland was originally just the chieftain of many united tribes. In the 11th century, the king still had to discuss state affairs with his ministers in the imperial court. At that time, the ministers were appointed by the king, including great nobles, leaders of the guards and senior priests. But in the late 12th century, Poland was divided again, and power was controlled by local princes. Their practices were no different from those of the king. They would also hold local meetings with the nobles, knights and priests who were loyal to them to decide some important matters. So the Szlachta of Poland was gradually formed. And even in the reign of Władysław I, local assemblies were still held regularly, but in name they became local parliaments. At the end of the 15th century, local parliaments became the House of Representatives, and the great nobles transformed the imperial council into the Senate, but in the final analysis, it was still these people who came and went. The Duke of Colonna and the Crown Prince Louis were the first to understand, and little Eugene could understand it. The Grand Princess was slightly slower than the Grand Princess. The Duke of Orleans took a sip of the tea handed to him by the king himself. Don't be in a hurry, he said. Grand Princess, just think of it like this, you are an ordinary peasant. The Grand Princess nodded. The king often took his children to Versailles, and they knew what peasants were. They were the hardest working and humblest grassroots class in the country. But fortunately, you are a boy, so when the king summoned you, you became the king's soldier. With the blessing of God, the favor of fate, and your own bravery and intelligence, although you survived a near-death experience on the battlefield, you returned to your hometown intact with a king's reward and title. Your family thus jumped into the gentry class. In the subsequent wars, you continued to gain greater power and could even decide the fate of others instead of just your own. As time passed, you also discovered that the lord and general you once thought were like gods were just mortals like you. They would make mistakes, be cowardly, and hesitate. The Duke of Orleans said something that would shock others. How much respect would you still have for them at that time? You would think, I can do better than them. That's what Szlachta thought in 1505. Although the great nobles once wanted to seize power from them, the king at that time returned the power to them in order to use the power of Szlachta to fight against enemies at home and abroad. The Duke of Orleans paused, and Louis continued. As a result, the king representing the interests of the royal family, the Senate representing the interests of the great nobles, and the House of Representatives representing the interests of the middle nobles have been fighting each other, and then the free election of the king and the free virile have been derived. He nodded at the prince. Your teacher should have taught this. This is what the king specifically asked. Yes, the prince said. What do you think of this system? Asked the Duke of Orleans. It's extremely chaotic, replied little Louis. Power is too dispersed, and they must be slow to make decisions. Then, the Duke of Orleans looked at the eldest princess. Now you are a Slachta. This system is indeed very bad, and we can all see it. So will you give up this power? I won't. The eldest princess understood what her father and uncle were going to say to them, because no matter what Poland is like or what the king is like, it doesn't matter to me. No, it should be said that if the king is weak, I can seize greater power, I can make laws, collect taxes, or issue licenses. She counted her fingers and said, so I will definitely support this system. At the same time, little Eugene added, Your Highness, I will not devote all my energy to the country or the country, because that is wasting my own strength. He pointed to the little man representing Sobieski, like Jan Sobieski. Then what would you do if you were Sobieski? Louis asked. I will. Little Eugen hesitated for a moment. I will ask my king for help. Why do you say that? Because the king is the country, little Eugen said. Anyone can watch Poland perish, only the king cannot. He said this in a decisive tone, causing the eldest princess to look at him deeply. She had not paid much attention to little Eugen before, but only then did she realize that this gloomy boy was not as useless as people said. Not every king would be willing to do so, as you said. Once the king's army suffers losses, his words will carry less weight among the nobles. But some things must be done. Little Eugene clenched his fists. He admired his father Eugene Maurice, and even more so the famous Prince of Condé. Mr. Condé would never do that. Condé will be very happy to hear that. Louis said, but you are right, he has indeed set out to rescue Jan Sobieski. The former Prince of Condé, Ludwig I, immediately set out for the southern front of Poland after his coronation. At this time, Sobieski had been supporting there alone for too long. Some Slachta thought that their new king would not make a decision so quickly. After all, Sobieski, like the former Prince of Condé, was only one step away from the Polish throne. If it was the Prince of Condé 20 years ago, he would not rescue Sobieski, just as he had once had dark thoughts to win the heart of the Duchess of Montpensier, trying to make her support him in the subsequent battle for the throne. But now he is King Ludwig I of Poland. The more than 10 years he spent with Louis made the prince understand the most important thing, that is, as a king, you can be cruel, mean or shameless to your enemies, but you must be kind to your country and people. For this, a king must be more patient and yielding than a peasant, in the face of national justice. Just as Louis XIV had forgiven himself, he should also be lenient to Jan Sobieski. In Poland, it was not uncommon for the king to lead the army in person. When Ludwig I came to Poland, Louis XIV allowed him to take away any soldiers and officers he wanted to take with him and who were willing to follow him. Perhaps there was also an intention to eliminate the remaining forces of Prince Condé, but this plan was above board and no one could blame him. Ludwig I took away about 300 officers and 2,000 soldiers. Some people might question that the number of soldiers was too small, but the 300 officers were the most important. These were experienced people who had experienced the wars in Britain, Spain and the Netherlands. With them and sufficient military pay, it was not impossible to form a new army of even 30,000 people. Chapter 277 The King's Parenting Time, 3. Ludwig I had secretly discussed with Louis XIV that before the war with the Ottoman Turks was over, Louis would transport weapons and armaments to the Polish Royal Guards through the Baltic Sea controlled by Sweden. The members of the Polish Sejm must have hoped to see their new king suffer a double defeat and become exhausted in the war with the Ottoman Turks, or unfortunately fail in this war, so that they could make a lot of money from another new Polish king. The 2,000 soldiers of the new king did not attract their attention at all. This was the number of soldiers that any great noble had. With Condé's bribe, they recruited 40,000 from the Cossacks alone, and 35,000 winged cavalry. Of course, these soldiers would not be handed over to Ludwig I. Instead, his son Henry, as a new noble, became the head of a winged cavalry regiment. This regiment had 4 companies, each with 400 cavalry, so there were 1,600 people under his command. According to tradition, this regiment was named Henry's Regiment and would set out soon, even earlier than his father. Louis XIV slowly pinched the wooden figurine. This was Poland in the outer world, so what about the inner world? This involves Poland's special past and regional characteristics. Poland's religious tolerance is extremely famous in any country in Europe. Before the Roman Catholic Church tried to unify Poland's beliefs, Poland, from nobles to civilians, had Orthodox Christians, Ottoman Turkish sects, Christians and Japanese. Even if they were not harmonious, they at least did not invade each other. Japanese who were expelled and brutalized in other places were able to appear openly in the Polish court. Before the Polish king officially converted, he even married a Japanese woman and made many laws for her that were beneficial to Japanese. It can even be said that the Roman Church was the culprit for Poland's decline. Because the Church wanted to share the same faith, Sweden, Russia and the Ottoman Turks had an excuse to invade Poland in order to protect the people of the same faith as them. Before that, the Polish szlachta were just some small and medium-sized nobles who were unable to compete with the king. Who knew that once the nobles who originally believed in Orthodox Christianity converted, they proudly stepped into the center of the same and directly confronted the king, which eventually led to this ridiculous and sad situation. However, compared with the faith that Poland once had, its inner world is even more complicated. Because Poland is a very ancient region in the human world, it can be traced back to the Paleolithic age in 700 BC, and then there was a long primitive communal society. The concept of the state did not begin to appear until after the 10th century AD, and then it was invaded by the Mongols, that is, the Tatars, who also brought their own beliefs here. Although they are all called wizards, pagans and servants of the devil, unlike wizards in France, England or Italy, Polish wizards are not all descendants of Merlin, but priests, elders and shamans left over from mixed beliefs. They deeply hate Polish nobles and kings, because to them, these Christians are pagans. This idea has always created a deep gap between Poland's inner world and the outer world. In addition, Poland's peculiar king selection system cannot make these wizards trust a king who may be replaced at any time and may not have an heir, and of course it is impossible for them to occupy a place in the royal family. To make matters worse, Poland's inner world is in Livonia, this ill-fated place, which was once occupied by Denmark, the Teutonic Knights, Poland, Lithuania, and now Sweden. It is conceivable that many wars have broken out here to compete for this important Baltic Sea outlet. Just like the otherworld of Italian wizards, Gadula Island, the Polish otherworld was also an independent territory created by wizards and magical creatures using magic. And unlike Gadula Island, the Polish otherworld was located in a wasteland near the Gulf of Finland, which was the only way from Sweden to Livonia. It might be able to deceive the eyes of mortals once or twice, but when Sweden officially became the master of Livonia, just like Louis did to Flanders, Charles X, as the ruler, would also check and clean up his new territory. The wizards had to shrink the scope of the otherworld again and again. Some wizards left, while others entered the territory of Smich. This was one of the reasons why Aman was angry. If Louis was just a puppet, then Louis wouldn't have to worry, but Prince Condé was willing to give up the foundation of France and go all out, not for an empty title, a throne that could not be inherited, and Louis didn't want to. Prince Condé and his eldest son were both brave and sharp generals. Louis once envied Cromwell, the protector of England, because Cromwell's generals could be used by him to guard the 11 military districts of England, one for each region. What kind of luxury is this? Exclamation mark. Even now, many young and promising generals have emerged in the war between the Netherlands and Flanders, but compared with experience, they still can't compare with veterans like Condé. Louis reluctantly gave up, but it didn't put more names on the list of regicides of the Polish szlachta. But with Louis in front, I would not turn a blind eye to those extraordinary people. I just hope Aman can be more capable. At this moment, the king felt his knee being gently touched. Few people dared to interrupt the king when he was thinking. He looked down and saw that the eldest princess was hurriedly dragging the little Duke of Enghien back. The little Duke of Enghien was just beginning to learn to speak, or to live like a human being rather than a young beast. He didn't understand why there was a sudden silence. When the eldest princess didn't pay attention, he pounced over and tried to grab the king's feet. Louis took the statue of Louis I and placed it next to Sobieski, letting them lean against each other tightly. Louis, I should have come to Sobieski now, so what do you think we should do? Duke Colonna pondered for a while. Should we make some gestures? What gestures? Louis looked at him encouragingly, and after a pause of a few seconds, Duke Colonna said boldly, perhaps we should mobilize the army and send letters to Leopold I and the Polish Sejm. I mean, this cannot only. He was obviously thinking, give an answer to the Roman Catholic Church, but also force the Polish szlachta and the great nobles to drive out the Ottoman Turks as soon as possible. You don't have to be so tactful, the Duke of Orleans pouted. Anyway, we all know what the Roman Catholic Church is like. But you are right, little Lucy. Your father and I are preparing to mobilize some soldiers to Lorraine and Alsace. In any case, The Pope's edict is sent to France, but Leopold I and the Elector of Saxony may not be happy about it. Those Polish nobles won't do that either, Louis said calmly, but Duke Colonna is right, we just need to make a gesture. In the next few years, at least in the next 3 years, the king will not start or be forced to start a war. After annexing Flanders and parts of the Netherlands, what they need is rest and recuperation. The spoils and rewards that the soldiers have plundered from the war need to be cashed in, and become food for their families in clothes, tiles on the roofs and cattle in the fields. Merchants also need to be gathered again. Louis wanted to get Amsterdam at all costs because it was the largest financial center in Europe. Although Louis had already prepared to move this center to Paris, the reputation it had accumulated over the past century was not so easy to be taken away. The king's officials had to take over all the government affairs and business of Amsterdam at the same time. This strange part-time job had never happened before, because according to Catholic doctrine, many projects in the financial industry were sinful, but this was the only way to draw Amsterdam's blood to Paris as quickly as possible. I know that Mrs. Montespan is buying a lot of Polish wheat, the eldest princess suddenly said, and she has contacted many people and even held several balls and banquets for this. As she spoke, she lowered her head shyly in the shining eyes of the Duke of Orleans. I know because my mother is one of them. The Duchess of Orleans may have felt guilty about the previous incident, so she promised her daughter that when the proceeds of this transaction came in, she would customize a diamond crown for her. Although the eldest princess also liked diamonds like other noble ladies, she was still happy about the kindness her mother showed to her. The Duke of Orleans did not speak. Why ruin the child's dream? Besides, the Duchess of Orleans was not bad, she just underestimated the importance of the children to him and the king. The king grabbed a handful of wheat and piled a yellow hill next to each little man representing the Szlachta. Then does anyone know why we have to buy wheat? Food is important at any time, especially during war. Prince Louis said. The king still remembers the famine that spread from Paris to everywhere during the Fronde Rebellion. The local nobles and the army, who were preparing for the war, were also collecting soldiers while plundering food. In the winter of the first year, there was still the accumulation of the previous year, and people barely survived. In the spring of the second year, no one planted crops, and there was no harvest in the autumn. Famine broke out in the winter. If the king had not been able to take out potatoes, France would have become even weaker in the next few years. Before attacking Flanders and the Netherlands, France had accumulated war reserves for several years. In addition to its own production, Colbert never stopped buying food from other countries and even from the territories of the Ottoman Turks. For this reason, Louis XIV borrowed a lot of money. Even so, when the war ended, the consumption of food was just above the bottom line. So the king, his brother and the children often disguised themselves and went to the fields of Versailles and the markets of Paris to check the situation. The children not only knew that wheat grew from the ground and fish were caught from rivers and the sea, but also knew that the price of bread in the market was not only related to whether the wheat harvest was good or bad. Sometimes merchants would manipulate the price of flour by hoarding or selling it. Who else should we fight? Asked little Eugen. It is better to be prepared than to be caught off guard. Louis said, and there is another reason. Who can answer me? It's for the Szlach. The eldest princess said frankly, my mother also invested in this deal. Although the person who came forward was not her, but my mother's personal priest, it is said that he has become close friends with several Szlach. He told me that if it weren't for the considerable profits, those Szlach would not eat with him even if they talked to the Queen's dwarf. The Duke of Orleans sneered, and Louis couldn't help but smile helplessly. Queen Teresa has never been negligent or neglectful until today. From the most basic requirement of the Queen at this time giving birth to healthy heir, to controlling the court, and then to suppressing those restless forces when the king left Paris, the Queen has done it perfectly. There are only two things about her that people criticize now. One is her identity as a foreigner that she cannot get rid of, and the other is that after the eldest princess, she is no longer pregnant. Let's not talk about this for now. The king was satisfied with her, but when the Queen Mother was still alive, the Queen did not have much entertainment, things like sponsoring artists, organizing salons, holding banquets and balls. These were all the duties of a royal wife. If the Queen did so, she would be considered frivolous, which was not a big deal. But if it was extended to the point that she was considered to be intentionally interfering in domestic affairs, or was falsely accused of having moral deficiencies, which in turn led to the crown prince and the eldest princess's right of inheritance being questioned, that would be a big deal. So the queen's entertainment is almost all about a group of dwarfs, who always run around with the queen and make her happy. Although the eldest princess was raised by the queen mother, she often went to the queen's suite and was familiar with a group of dwarfs. Everyone wants something, said the Duke of Orleans. Only these, we can call it interests, various interests, perhaps beauty, perhaps power, perhaps freedom. The Polish zlachtas have quite simple ideas: more troops, more land, more serfs, but it takes a lot of money to build an army. So whoever gives them money is their friend. Louis said, it is not easy to intervene in Poland's internal affairs. The zlachtas and the great nobles are fighting against each other, but they will unite against the king. However, they will welcome external forces, just like they elected a non-Polish king. Little Eugene said. Then if they really have more troops, Prince Condé, Louis I, won't it be more difficult? Asked the Duke of Colonna. So becoming their friend is the first step, said the Duke of Orleans. People are born with sin, but any sin can be attributed to the pursuit of pleasure, whether it is vanity, gluttony, or lust and laziness. He looked at the children. This is human nature and there is nothing wrong with it. You must know that it is very easy to fall into depravity. Just like those Polish envoys, they mentioned buying weapons and armaments at the beginning. French muskets, throwing ammunition and cannons attracted a lot of attention in the wars against the Netherlands and Flanders, but later, what did they remember except women's breasts and rattling chips? Chapter 278 The King's Parenting Time, 4. I used to hate Madame Montespan, the eldest princess sighed, but after really getting to know her, I found that I couldn't help but like her. Wait, she thought for a moment, and said, it's not like, but. She carefully chose the words, it's comfortable. Yes, Dad, she said to Louis, I feel very comfortable when I'm with her. There's nothing unsatisfactory. I can't hear any voice that makes me irritated, and I can't see anything that makes me bored. When I want to be quiet, she doesn't say a word, and when I want to talk, she can always bring up topics that interest me. That's why I know she is not as harmless as she seems, but I still keep her by my side. Louis said, this is her talent, children, a very terrible weapon, and compared to her mother and her sister, she can use it very skillfully and accurately. Aren't you afraid? Asked the Duke of Colonna, who had remained silent since the mention of Madame Montespan. If I were to feel fear, I would have done it 20 years ago. Louis glanced at his eldest son and said meaningfully, Mrs. Montespan could be said to have been expelled by her own kind. I am not even afraid of that world, so how could I be afraid of a failed expellee? The Duke of Colonna lowered his head. No one would believe that Mrs. Montespan had nothing to do with Mary Mancini's eventual loss of control. Not to mention that they already had an old grudge. Just look at how Mrs. Montespan appeared beside the Queen as soon as Mary Mancini stepped down. It was a seamless operation and everyone knew the reason. It was just that the king's side seemed to be always full of blood and gore. In places that people couldn't see, not to mention the noble ladies vying for the position of royal wife, even the generals and ministers could not avoid fighting openly and secretly. The names mentioned here were undoubtedly the winners, but the means in the dark really didn't need to be elaborated. People fought for the position around the king, firstly because the king was really generous to the people he loved, and secondly because once the king trusted someone, he was more willing to trust the other person, and his position became more solid, and could even benefit future generations. Like Colbert, Viscount Turenne, Prince of Condé, Duchess of Montpensier, and so on. It can be said that if Marie Mancini hadn't made the most wrong mistake, the king would have tolerated her to the end. Duke Colonna saw it very clearly, so he didn't resent Louis, but he would never accept Madame Montespan. But he also had to admit that Madame Montespan showed how derelict the two former royal wives were, although one of them was not made public. The eldest princess also sighed. Mrs. Montespan has come to see the rehearsal of Mr. Moliere's latest play these days. Your Majesty, she seems to want to let the glorious theatre have an extremely grand tour. The Duke of Orleans immediately understood Mrs. Montespan's intention. She wants more people. Let the names of Paris and Versailles spread faster. Louis said at the same time, which can be said to be the same as the Duke of Orleans. The children, except for the still ignorant little Duke Enghien, also understood that drama is not only a combination of music, dance and stories, but it can also often drive trends and fashions at the fastest speed, even faster than the fashion brought by famous women. Since the construction of the Palace of Versailles, many local nobles have indeed come to request to meet the king and visit the beautiful Versailles and the prosperous and ancient Paris, but there are still some stubborn and ignorant princes and lords who are cautiously watching, unless the king generously rewards the people around him in the next few years, from wealth to positions, just like sprinkling fish attractants in the pond to attract them. The problem was that Louis XIV was a stingy man, so Madame de Montespan used this method to relieve the king's worries. Perhaps some people would not come, especially those cunning old guys, but since they were already old, their heirs could also have a heart as cold as a rock. Those young people who were stuck in the cold and desolate castle would be fine if they could always keep their eyes covered, but what if someone brought a bright and splendid world outside to them? As the Duke of Orleans said before, enjoyment, luxury, and decadence, maybe just one night. It is conceivable that Mr. Moliere's brilliant troupe will not only bring wonderful music, gorgeous dance, elegant manners, ups and downs of the plot and exciting lines to those provincials, but also bring the latest wigs, perfumes, jewelry and clothing, and even food. They are like gorgeous birds that fly across people's vision. You can't see it clearly before it flies away, but the shadow left behind is enough for people to chase it desperately. Chase it. Once they come to Versailles and Paris, they will never leave again. If the response is good, the eldest princess said, the illuminating theater may leave France. It's nothing. The Duke of Orleans said, in fact, the illuminating theater has already been to London once. He exchanged a look with the king. It was during this visit that the Duchess of Orleans, as a secret envoy, successfully completed her mission, not only making the Duke of York resolutely abandon the spoils and victory that were within his grasp, but also making the royal brothers Charles II and the Duke of York completely tear off the last fig leaf and become enemies to the death. Will they go to Poland? Duke Colonna coughed lightly, suppressing the bitterness in his heart, and asked, I think they will, but Mrs. Montespan will definitely put them at the last place. Oh, no, maybe not, but they will definitely be in the last few places, making them impatient and anxious. The Duke of Orleans said. In fact, after those envoys returned to Warsaw and their territories, they have begun to publicize the hospitality they received in Versailles and Paris. Louis said. And there are gifts, added the Duke of Orleans, with a subtle smile. The gifts these envoys received were all carefully selected, including porcelain painted with bright flowers, glittering glassware, oil paintings by court painters, depicting magnificent palaces, nobles in gorgeous clothes and scenes of hunting, dancing and banquets, exquisite ivory fans, velvet that was as thick and soft as animal fur and sparkling with starlight, deep-colored satin and delicate and intricate lace like spider webs. Even weapons such as short-handled muskets and daggers were all inserted in holsters and scabbards inlaid with gold, silver beads and gems. Not to mention whether this kind of musket has been eliminated in the king's army, the decoration on the outside is worth hundreds of livres. That's not all. After obtaining the king's consent, Madame Montespan pulled out dozens of rolls of tapestries and carpets that had been looted or ordered by the French royal family during the Capetian period from the warehouse and gave them to the Polish envoys. These tapestries and wall-mounted tapestries were once one of the greatest treasures of the French royal family. When the kings still lived in the castle, without tapestries and carpets to cover them, the blue-gray floor was hard and cold, making the dark room look extremely shabby. Later generations had different opinions on Mrs. Montespan's actions. Needless to say, the richness of the tapestries and wall tapestries could easily cause the Polish Zlachtas to be dissatisfied with their previous still lives. Even though they knew that their income should be used to enrich the army, when they lay in bed, facing the stories of luxury and enjoyment told by the tapestries, they always regarded themselves as kings of the territory. Now they saw how the real kings squandered money, and they couldn't help feeling unfair. When the French nobles were willing to buy their output at twice the original price, the sudden increase in income also made them feel that it was not a sin to indulge occasionally. Although it is twice, said the Duke of Orleans, it should actually be the original price, because we bypassed the merchants and bought their wheat and rye directly from the Polish nobles. It would be great if other transactions could be done this way. The eldest princess sighed. Louis smiled. No, 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 merchants are very important. Without merchants, the world's goods and money cannot circulate as they do now. Moreover, our trade with Zlachta is only a small part and does not affect all merchants. But the scope will gradually expand. The prince said sensitively. Of course it will expand, Louis said. The Marquis of Louvois is building more warehouses for me on our border. In order to fill these warehouses, I will purchase a large part of Poland's wheat in the past 3 years. Then what about those merchants? Asked the eldest princess. I will give separate charters to merchants from my country, and as for merchants from other places. Louis glanced at the eldest princess jokingly. I will also grant some privileges to Swedish merchants, and other countries will depend on the situation, but Philip must ensure that Sklatchta's wheat, rye and oats will not flow to other places within 3 years. Leopold, I will definitely interfere. As long as he has so much money. Louis said softly, as long as those Sklatchta can endure falling from heaven to hell. He smiled. Of course, maybe someone can, maybe it's not that bad, but anyone will think, if a quart, about 1.14 liters, of wheat can be sold at the price of 3 livres and 3 cents, how can they endure the price of 2 or even 1 livre per quart? We still have so many good things. The eldest princess said happily. Little Eugen looked around. Indeed, compared with a prince, princess and princess who are accustomed to seeing so much, every room in Versailles was so magnificent. Everything you could see was as beautiful as the Garden of Eden described by the painter. Door frames, window frames, domes and furniture covered with gold and silver foil, huge milky white porcelain vases that were even taller than the maids, with roses or peonies in them. The floor was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the delicate wood-grained wall panels and tapestries, or oil paintings. Even the little figures that the king gave them to play with were carved from ivory and ebony, and the small flags were made of taffeta, which was less than the length and width of a finger and had delicate embroidery. The silver pots filled with grape juice and lemonade sparkled at the children's feet. And even the small porcelain plates holding cakes were inlaid with silver edges. But the most unforgettable thing, little Eugen thought, should be the sanitary facilities and installations in Paris and Versailles. Perhaps some people cannot understand, but only those who have experienced it without having to plug their nostrils with fingers, without having to worry about falling from a dark high altitude at any time, or watching the rolling maggots spending long minutes in extreme cold and heat, will know how important a bathroom is. There is also the bathroom. It was only after coming here that little Eugen realized that his grandmother's perfume did not smell the same as before. It was still very nice, as long as it was not mixed with old earth and grease. It is said that the Duke of Orleans has an extremely large engineering team under his command. Maybe they will run to Poland before they finish the work in France. The envoys have discussed that they will also renovate their castles. The king spent a full 20 years to build Versailles. How long will it take them? And this is not something that can be solved by renovating a corner. Ladies will change their hairstyles and shoes for a new hairpin, and men will buy a strong new warhorse for a new spur. Pleasure is endless. Louis XIV did not care about throwing money to monopolize Poland's grain exports because he knew that the money that flowed out would soon return to France. Duke Colonna seemed to want to say something, but he finally stopped. After all, little Eugen was here. The royal family knew about little Eugen's identity. He thought that once the export trade of the Polish zlachta was controlled by the French, it would be easy for the French to provoke conflicts between them. When the French were always the highest bidders, the sellers would definitely fight with each other. Especially later, when the French warehouses were full, Louis XIV would definitely reduce the amount of wheat purchased. They could sell it to others, but as the king said before, how could they be willing to accept the price of 1 or 2 livres per quart when they could sell it for 3 livres per quart? In order to sell it for 3 livres per quart, they would definitely regard those competitors as enemies, and there would be a lot of things to do. Okay, Louis clapped his hands and said, now it's. He glanced at the clock. It's almost time for afternoon prayers, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Children, our little party should be over. Bon temps, put away the cakes. I think our little Duke of Enghien doesn't need dinner tonight. Everyone else put away your things. But I still want to talk to you. The eldest princess begged. Yes, child, we will spend a lot of time together in the future, Louis said. The Duke of Orleans remembered that Louis had said that he would keep his daughter until she was 20 years old, and couldn't help making a face. He also thought, don't worry, children, the Duke of Orleans said, you should have a good rest these days and don't get sick, because the king and I have decided to take you out to play. The eldest princess was the first to cheer loudly. Chapter 279 The King's Parenting Time, 5. The sun is dazzling, the sea is blue, and seabirds with red beaks and white feathers fly over the tall masts of ships. This is Nantes, a name that is memorable because it was in the Nantes Cathedral that Henry III, grandfather of Louis XIV, signed the famous Edict of Nantes, but it was called the Edict of Peace at that time. At that time, There were still many Huguenots in the city, but now more of them have migrated to Nîmes, Montauban and La Rochelle, and they will be gathered in Orleans in the future. Of course, this makes the Huguenots in France fearful and painful. On the one hand, they will be forced to abandon their homeland, and on the other hand, they are worried that the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre will happen again. However, allowing them to continue to survive in France is the greatest manifestation of the king's kindness. Although the Huguenots have suffered for hundreds of years, the crimes they committed against the Bourbon royal family are unforgivable by any ruler. If they can do as Louis XIV requires, they may have a chance to breathe. Otherwise, those Catholics gathered around the Huguenots are like firewood by the fireplace, which will burn fiercely with the slightest provocation. Louis XIV didn't really want these black sheep with horns on their heads. The main reason was that unless it was necessary, he didn't want to ignite the flames of religious wars in his own country. The victory of the religious wars was of no use to him. It was quite beneficial to the expansion of the power of the Roman Church. Now the relationship between France and the Roman Church was really not very good. There were very few Huguenots in Nantes now, but there were some. First of all, there was one in the king's shipyard, only one. After all, such a sensitive place really didn't allow any rebellious people. He was here because he was indispensable. When Denis Papin comes to see you, Louis said as he adjusted the sleeves of the eldest princess, you must remember not to use the name Huguenot. Why? The eldest princess asked, because there would be no Huguenots in the French court, and she certainly didn't understand. Because the name Huguenot has a contemptuous meaning, Louis explained patiently. He first read the word in French and then in Swiss German. It means to swear an alliance, and then gradually evolved into the meaning of outsider and rebel. During the reign of Francis II, there was a dangerous rebel named Zanson Huguet. Catholics deliberately linked this name with the name of Huguenot and made the name dirty. Let's put it this way, the Duke of Orleans said bluntly, you call a Huguenot, just like shouting, hey, there's a gang of thieves, a foreign spy, a vagrant wandering the streets, a cheap guy, and so on. That's about it. The king glared at him. He just didn't want to say these vulgar words to the children. Forget it. He turned to the eldest princess. In short, when facing a Huguenot, if you want to mention his beliefs, just call him a Protestant. The children said okay in unison, and the little Duke of Enghien tapped the plate with a spoon. In Versailles, there would be etiquette officers to remind people, but here, there were only the king, his younger brother and their children. From Bontemps onwards, the maids and attendants turned a deaf ear and a blind eye. The king was only wearing a loose shirt and tights, and the Duke of Orleans put his arms on the back of the chair. A relaxed and comfortable atmosphere, which was extremely rare for members of the royal family, lingered in this Roman-style restaurant, and people were reluctant to break it. Perhaps some people still remember that with the help of wizards, the ambitious Louis XIV began to put the improvement and use of steam engines on the agenda. In fact, the earliest steam engines can be traced back to the 1st century AD. The ancient Greek scholar Hero connected a closed pot and a metal ball with two hollow tubes. When the water in the pot boiled after heating, steam overflowed from both sides of the metal ball, pushing the ball to rotate. This kind of thing was regarded as a toy at that time, and 1,000 years later, during the Renaissance, it was copied and dedicated to the entertainment of dignitaries. Louis had this in his toy room, but what caught the king's attention was a manuscript of Leonardo da Vinci, in which this advanced artist and scientist designed a steam cannon. Steam cannons were impossible, but steam-driven machinery was possible. Louis' spies searched everywhere for scientists who might have talent and interest in this area. What Louis could not have imagined was that this scholar was found in Blois, right in front of him. Moreover, he was not a scientist or a mathematician, but a doctor. Also, when the spies found him with the manuscript, he was packing his bags and preparing to flee from France to England or the Netherlands, because unfortunately he was a Huguenot with a keen sense of smell. In his diary, he said, since this king, referring to Louis XIV, only allows one voice in the court and the army, he probably won't allow two voices in the church. Fortunately, the spy was bold and careful. He knocked the Huguenot unconscious, emptied his large suitcase of clothes, put him in it, and then rented a carriage as a traveler and sent him to Paris overnight. The king was still in the Louvre at that time. After confirming that the gentleman did have outstanding ideas about steam engines and had made a simple model, the king sent him to Puteaux Island together with the wizard and the craftsman. Puteaux Island is located on the Seine River, behind the Bois de Boulogne, and is a narrow island in the river. The strange noise and smoke of the steam engine can be blocked by the bois de Boulogne. Because of the special nature of the bois de Boulogne, it is not surprising that carriages often come and go. But of course, steam engines can be studied on this small island, but real testing must be carried out in a huge lake or even a bay. Louis had few choices. Originally, the closest place to Paris was the Bay of Seine, which is the estuary of the Seine River. However, it was separated from Britain by the English Channel, and it was difficult for the British to hide what was happening there. So he had to change the location, which was the south side of Brittany, the Bay of Biscay in the Atlantic Ocean. The bad thing about the Bay of Biscay was that part of it was also occupied by Spain. Louis moved the location upwards and finally landed in Nantes. Nantes is an ancient and huge city. The best thing is that there are 3 rivers here. The Loire River, the Sèvre River and the Eder River meet here. It is about 12 leagues away from the estuary. The widest part of the river is about 150 feet. There are also many strip lakes. Building ships here is not just a whim of Louis. After nearly 10 years of construction, the port and shipyard of Saint-Nazaire, a small town located at the mouth of the Loire River, have reached a considerable scale. However, because this port is for military use and merchant ships are not allowed to dock, it is not as prosperous and lively as other ports. Relatively speaking, there are far more animals visiting here than humans, because here, whether it is the workers in the shipyard, the soldiers on the ship, or the residents of the town, they all live a prosperous life thanks to the generosity of the king. They do not need to hunt and fish to survive, but many of the scraps discarded at fixed times become delicacies for seabirds and fish. But this was destined to be a special audience. First of all, the king did not meet Mr. Papin indoors but in an open Roman-style dining room. Mr. Papin presented neither jewels nor weapons to the king. He brought a pot. Although the king, his brother and the children were indeed having a meal, the size of the pot was beyond everyone's expectations. It was so big that half of the little Duke of Enghien could fit in it. The little Duke of Enghien opened his mouth in amazement as he watched the gorgeously dressed Mr. Papin place the pot about 10 feet away from them, which was covered tightly as if it were a plate of precious and fragile glassware. No one could tell what was inside. After putting the pot away, Mr. Papin took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He took a pair of pliers from the servants and slowly unscrewed a knob on the lid. As the knob gradually loosened, a stream of white steam suddenly rushed into the air. It was small and slender at first, but a few seconds later it expanded with a sharp whistle, blowing mist into the faces of the people around. "What a good smell!" Prince Louis murmured. It was indeed very fragrant, and it was the kind of smell of sea fish and shells. They were not mistaken, because after the steam gradually dissipated, Mr. Papin opened the lid of the pot, and a stronger aroma came out. He brought a plate larger than the pot and began to scoop fish pieces, meat pieces and shells into it. Because they were all cut into pieces, they couldn't tell what kind of fish they were, but they could tell there were flounder, cod, sole, and a large conger eel, as well as lamb and beef. The shells were the familiar oysters, which might also be found in Versailles, but no matter how much ice was used to preserve them, they could not compare to the fresh stuff that was still alive and kicking a few hours ago. Moreover, no one knew how long these had been stewed, and both the fish and the lamb melted in the mouth. Looking at the children eating happily, Louis couldn't help but smile. "Sir," he said, "I didn't know that you were a chef after being a doctor, inventor and craftsman." "It's just a small gift." Mr. Papin wiped his face again, "but nothing can make people more clearly understand the concept and function of steam. You need to explain this in detail." Louis realized that it was because he brought the children, so Mr. Papin used this preemptive way to rouse the interest of these little nobles. This trick was still within the tolerance of the king. Mr. Papin was indeed a talented person. After the crown prince and the princess had enjoyed the delicious food, he lifted the lid of the pot and let them see the rubber seal, exhaust valve and the most important safety valve inside. "Why do you say this is the most important?" asked the crown prince. "Because the power of steam is no less than that of gunpowder." Mr. Papin said so, and then he deliberately created a small accident, still the sealed pot. After estimating that the pressure inside should have reached a certain reading, Mr. Papin threw it directly off the cliff. When it touched the ground, there was an explosion. The servants picked up the twisted metal pot and the smashed stones. The eldest princess exclaimed, and Papin looked at these young visitors in an unnoticeable way. He was disappointed to find that whether it was the crown prince, the eldest princess, or the Duke of Colonna and the eldest son of the Count of Soissons who accompanied him as a minister, They did not show any shrinking gestures, but showed an eager look. He heard that the king brought his children up by his side instead of simply throwing them to the queen or their mother. It seems to be true. As a Huguenot, Papin certainly did not want to see a king with a tough and decisive temperament, but he was destined to regret that even if something happened to Louis XIV, his children would still carry out his will to the end. Papin hid his thoughts and led these distinguished guests into the shipyard. According to the king's intention, he intended to use the kinetic energy generated by steam directly on warships, but after the steam machinery was manufactured, it was first used on the armor, rams and other metal fixings required for warships. Amid the deafening sound of collisions, the rising smell of soot and gray-white steam, one piece after another of armor plates that slightly protruded downwards were quickly formed between the heavy and huge upper and lower molds. The stamping and forging methods had existed for a long time, but at that time, craftsmen used livestock and water power to make armor for the masters. The thickness and width of the armor could not be compared with the armor plates of warships. There were also raised rivets around the upper mold, which were holes for riveting the armor plates. Marquis Sinlet held up an armor plate for the king to see. He was about the same height as the king, so he bent his knees slightly so that the king didn't have to look up. The head of Saint-Nazaire was indeed as careful and considerate as his father Colbert. The king reached out and touched the armor plate that looked like fish scales. Later, it would cover the sides of the warships like scales to resist the increasingly powerful and dangerous artillery. Then he let the children touch it, too. Personal experience is always more profound than hearsay. The children's eyes were shining, especially little Eugen. In addition to the steam press, there are also steam boring machines, grinders, punching machines, drilling machines, etc. Ordinary people may not be able to understand the others, but even a princess can understand the gun barrel drilled out of the boring machine. Little Eugen couldn't help but stretch out his hand, and then he shrank back the next moment due to the burn. "It's great," he looked around, as if he had come to a paradise that belonged only to him, and as if he was drunk and dizzy. "How many cannons will there be here, Your Majesty?" "This is not a place to make cannons," Louis said kindly, "at least it's not just that." They walked forward along the dark corridor, with thick rails and machines on both sides, and carts loaded with parts and ingredients parked in place. If it were normal times, they would run around happily under the push of workers, but now they all stayed quietly in place, as if they were kneeling to salute the king. After passing through the corridor, they were greeted by a strong sea breeze, dazzling light and deep shadows, and it took a while for the children to realize that a huge ship was standing in front of them. It was so huge that it even took away half of the daylight. Chapter 280 Steam Ironclad Ship. Princess Henrietta of England has been the Duchess of Orleans for a full 10 years. When the wedding was held, Charles II was still a puppet king who was constrained by Parliament and Protestants. Although he tried hard, Princess Henrietta's dowry was still shabby. In order to appease the dissatisfaction of the French, Charles II proposed to bring the 30 Calais ships ordered by his father Charles I from the Venetians to France as a dowry. These 30 Calais ships, to be precise, should be the Calais race ships, which are the enhanced version of the Calais ships. The Calais ships were originally commercial galleys built by the Republic of Venice to carry goods. Since they were built to carry goods, this kind of ship must pursue the largest cargo capacity, so the Calais ships are short and wide. In the 16th century, the Venetians fought frequently with the Turks, and the wars broke out on the calm waterways. So the Venetians converted the vacant Calais ships into warships. Because this kind of warship can still move freely in a windless environment, it can be said to be a victorious general in closed waters such as the Mediterranean, the Black Sea and the Baltic Sea. The problem is that after the use of hot weapons in naval battles gradually surpassed that of cold weapons, and the routes fought for by various countries began to shift from inland seas to open seas, and even no longer to near-shore waters but to deep seas, the Calais ship revealed its two biggest disadvantages. First, because its power came more from the rowers rather than the sails, the 3-3-1 method inherited from the Persian War period, with 30 seat boards fixed on each side of the bottom warehouse, and 3 rowers on each seat board, and 3 rowers were responsible for 1 oar, that is to say, excluding sailors and soldiers, there were 180 rowers alone. Even in the later period, these rowers were not hard-working. The prisoners were pagans, and the captain had to provide them with enough food to ensure that they had the strength to row. Therefore, in order to ensure supplies, the Calais ship could only sail and fight along the coast. Secondly, the Calais ship was too low. After the muskets and cannons were transferred from land to ships, The original boarding tactics became yesterday's news. Even pirates used cannons to destroy the power system of merchant ships and then plundered them. In the naval battle, the tall Spanish galleons, that is, the galleons equipped with heavy cannons, fought against a Calais ship like a giant teasing a few dwarfs. However, the builders of the Calais ship, mainly Venetians, did not stop there. In the late 16th and early 17th centuries, they built a Calais race ship based on the Calais ship, but it was larger and heavier than the Calais ship. It was a sailing ship driven by a combination of sails and oars. The cannons carried on the bow and stern could be forced to reach 40, and hundreds of sailors and soldiers could be carried. In addition, its huge size and terrible weight are also one of its killer features. In naval battles, the galleys will first use artillery bombardment, and then use the huge metal ram to ram the opponent's hull. If it is still defeated, it can still adopt the traditional boarding tactics. Of course, when Princess Henrietta was about to become the Duchess of Orleans, the Calais warships ordered by Charles I from the Venetians were on the verge of being eliminated. So with Charles I's almost rogue attitude, he resolutely refused to take money out of his own pocket to make Princess Henrietta's dowry look better, and with the help of the French ambassador, although that gentleman didn't quite understand why Louis XIV took over this hot potato, the British Parliament finally agreed to transfer the 30 Calais ships to France as Princess Henrietta's dowry. In fact, there are many British people who laugh at the French for their eyes shining when they see the ship. They even look at the king with a pity mentality, thinking that he is mad at the weak French navy. Is it pitiful? Of course it is pitiful. Before Louis took power, the national navy created by Cardinal Richelieu had only 500,000 livres of military expenditure each year, and the ships were rotten and could not be repaired. After Louis took power, France had only 30 warships that could barely move, of which only 3 were equipped with more than 60 guns. In the war to conquer the Netherlands, the scale and strength of the French fleet were also worth seeing. No one knew that Louis XIV's real trump card was not on Dunkirk or Calais, but in Nantes. Princess Henrietta's dowry, the 30 Calais race boats, were not as people imagined. After deeply disappointing the King of France, they were resold or used as merchant ships. They were dismantled in the Saint-Nazaire shipyard a few years ago. The king needed its keel, centerline truss, beams, decks and outer plates. The spy's report was that in view of Charles I's generosity, the Venetians used the best oak and teak to make the keel and beam frame of the hull, and the deck and outer plates were made of beech. Most importantly, these woods did not need to be processed and treated again. The displacement of the Calais regatta ships built by the Venetians was about 1,000 tons, with high sides, wide hulls and deep draft. For the British or Spanish, such overly large warships were more decorative than practical, but it was exactly what Louis XIV wanted. The wider the hull, the smoother the sailing and the higher the accuracy of the artillery. The deep draft was more suitable for installing paddle wheels. The high sides, Louis XIV was preparing to move the firing ports of the artillery upwards to avoid repeating the mistakes of the British warships. The French naval commander Victor Marie d'Esters carefully observed the situation of the battle between the two sides, Britain and the Netherlands, and in the report he submitted, he said that in order to load more artillery on board, the British lowered the firing ports on the bottom layer to less than 4 feet from the sea surface. Such a height often made it impossible for the artillery on this layer to fire. Louis XIV certainly learned this lesson. Although his ships were also pre-installed with 3 layers of muzzles, the muzzles on the bottom layer were at least 6 feet from the sea surface. After all the advantages mentioned above, there is the biggest disadvantage. After installing an iron plate about 3 inches thick on the outer plate, that is more than 1 foot thick, this ship, just as some people suspect, it is not driven by simple human power and wind power. Of course, the reason why Mr. Denis Papin was able to participate in this extremely important project as a Huguenot was not because he built a pressure cooker that can cook delicious food, although this is true. Before that, a priest had knelt down and prayed for an hour at the bow with 2 deacons, and touched all the masts, sails and other important places with his hands, and sprinkled holy water in every corner, except for the heart of the giant ship, the boiler room, where the 8 boilers will provide abundant power for this giant. The king exercised his power on his behalf. After all, at the time of coronation, the Holy Spirit and the king became one. Then they raised the flags of the king and France, and then asked the king to name it Royal Sovereign. Louis said. A few minutes later, all the royal family members except Louis got off the ship. They were led by the Duke of Orleans to a high place. From here, They could see workers running from all over. The fixings on the hull were removed, making a huge crash. The eldest princess looked at her father, who was still on the ship, with concern, and turned to look at the Duke of Orleans. "Don't be afraid, child." The Duke of Orleans stroked the eldest princess's hair and said, "You should be proud, Your Highness, for your father and the king." Louis took the golden cup presented by the Marquis of Signoret. The bright red wine inside kept shaking with the movement of this huge ship. At first it was very slow, so slow that it was almost invisible, but it seemed that in an instant, the bow of the ship where the king was suddenly moved from the shadow of the roof to the dazzling sunlight. The king only had time to hold the cup before he felt a violent vibration. He was first pushed backwards and then thrown high up. Amid Bontang's screams, the king actually remembered to drink the wine in the golden cup and then threw it into the air. Before the golden cup landed on the ground, the royalty rushed to the sea along the lowered slide, and had completely gotten rid of the shackles of its creator. The scorching light immediately wrapped the king tightly, and the terrible inertia pushed him heavily to the ground. Bontang grabbed the rope hanging from somewhere and tried to help the king, but he saw the king turned over and lay on his back on the deck, laughing happily and without manners. According to tradition, the golden cup that fell down belongs to whoever grabbed it, so almost all the workers in the shipyard came, and even Mr. Papin was a little tempted when he saw it. The golden cup weighed at least 2 pounds, and it almost fell into the water. It was a brave young man who rushed to it desperately, risking being smashed to pieces by the ship. Looking at his ecstatic expression and the envious and jealous eyes of the people around him, Sinlet felt moved and walked over to buy the golden cup at 3 times the price. The Duke of Orleans smiled at him. He was indeed the son of Colbert, who was as cunning as a fox. If the king knew that the golden cup he threw to bless the ship brought disaster to the lucky person, he would be very unhappy. Signoret calmly put the golden cup into his pocket. "We have prepared a boat," he said. "Please allow me to take you to the royal sovereign, Your Highness." In fact, the only one who could stay on the royal sovereign with the king was the Duke of Orleans. Because the next exercise was dangerous, the children only had to watch from a distance. "It doesn't look good." The eldest princess. "I think it's beautiful." The Grand Duke objected, and the boys agreed. Of course, the ironclad ship can never be compared with a wooden ship in terms of beauty. In addition to the original color and texture of the wood, the warships at that time were decorated with beautiful carvings, and sometimes gold and silver foil was used for plating. Although the armor plates of the ironclad ship had not yet rusted, they could not be described as beautiful in terms of color and shape. Moreover, because they were all connected and fixed by riveting, they looked like a leper's ship. But the Grand Princess and the boys had different views. In their eyes, it was like a strong knight wearing heavy armor, a helmet, holding a heavy lance, and even the warhorse under him was wrapped in chain mail. It was so majestic and invincible. They watched it slowly move forward and come to the vast sea. As a stream of strange smoke rushed into the sky, its speed became faster and faster. "How many knots do we have now?" Duke Kalana asked. 6 knots. The captain replied. "Not the fastest." Little Eugen said with his eyes fixed on it. The telescope seemed to be glued to his face and could not be removed. "But it is very dangerous." The captain of the ship was also a naval officer. Of course, he could see at a glance how dangerous this big ship was. Its speed might not be as fast as a light ship, but its weight and size were like an insurmountable mountain. Just imagine, such a towering mountain rushing straight towards you. The royal sovereign was indeed rushing towards the target ship. This target ship was also a Calais ship, only 1/3 smaller than the royal sovereign, but in front of the royal sovereign's black iron ram, it was as fragile as a toy ship made of thick paper. The royal sovereign rode directly over its wreckage. Although the royal sovereign was inevitably violently bumped for a while, and the hull was also scarred everywhere, the feeling of crushing the enemy directly into the sea made everyone on the ship cheer. The children were also shouting loudly, and even the eldest princess did not think that this dark big ship was ugly. After that, the king ordered the royal sovereign to bombard another target ship. This target ship was in a more miserable state than its companion. After a fierce and intensive bombardment, the sea was full of charred wood and rags. If this were a real battlefield, there would be sharks following their trails. Those torn bodies and blood would dye a large area of the sea red. "What is this?" the Duke of Orleans asked curiously. The aftermath of excitement had not yet passed from his eyes, but he didn't understand why a cannonball had to be brought to the king for inspection. "You will know later," Louis said gently. The third target ship appeared, and the gunner loaded the cannonball into the cannon and fired it. This time, there were probably only 8 or 9 shells, but they were not solid bullets. As soon as they landed on the mast, forecastle, poop, or deck, a small explosion occurred, and dozens of white smoke with long tails rose into the air. Wherever they landed, a fire would ignite. "What is that?" the Duke of Orleans asked in astonishment. "White phosphorus," Louis replied. In fact, the Duke of Orleans had also thought of it. He put down the telescope and asked hesitantly, "Is it?" "No," Louis said, "it's Charles II." The Duke of Orleans was silent for a while. "Oh," he turned to the big ship that had become a torch, "it's the British." "The British, craftsmen, scholars and their wizards." "What the hell?" The childish answer of the Duke of Orleans made Louis laugh. "You can't let me use only wizards. Any king, as long as he has such a heart and courage, can use everyone he wants and is willing to use." The Duke of Orleans took a deep breath. "Our enemies will become more difficult. Although this is not what I want." Louis looked at the burning ship, the fire in his eyes. "But there is only one way to defeat the enemy. That is to make yourself stronger, forever stronger." Chapter 281, The Duke of Colonna's Marriage Arrangement. "I think there is only one way to defeat the enemy, and that is to make France richer and richer forever." This sentence was written by Marquis de Signolet in a letter to his father Colbert. There is no doubt that this is a ridicule to Louis XIV, but the king is not harsh on the people around him, and this sentence can also be said to be a truth. Princess Henrietta's dowry was 30 Calais ships, but only 7 steam ironclad ships were finally converted. In addition to the fact that the research and development of steam engines has not yet reached perfection, each huge ironclad ship consumes nearly 30 tons of steel for its armor alone. Even though Louis XIV has obtained Lorraine, which has huge reserves of coal and iron ore, this is already most of France's steel reserves in the past decade. Let's not talk about the money, ladies and gentlemen. The cost of the modification and other configurations such as artillery are not included. The application reports submitted by Mr. Denis Papin and his team piled up a thick stack on the Marquis Sen's desk. Marquis Sen had to warn him that if he found anything unspeakable in them, he would ask the king to hang him on the cross in the port, just like treating a lowly pirate. Mr. Papin swore that he had never falsely reported even a riad, copper coin, no matter what Marquis Sen said. When Sen complained to the king about the Huguenot being too rampant, the king, who was in a good mood, told him that if he really couldn't stand Mr. Papin, there was a way for him to retaliate, that is, to give him more work. Marquis Sen was very interested in this proposal, but when it came to giving projects, neither the king nor he was an expert, but Mr. Papin's use of rubber and pressure cookers and steam engines reminded the king that he could let Mr. Samuel Morin come and complete the subsequent work with Mr. Papin. Samuel Morin was the one who provided Mr. Papin with rubber. Rubber appeared on the European continent much earlier than people thought. When Columbus first set foot in South America, he saw Indian children and young people singing and throwing small balls to each other. These small balls had excellent elasticity and recovery, but they would become soft when the weather was hot and had a pungent smell. These small balls were made from the secretions of certain trees. This was originally liquid, but after solidification, it became an elastic solid and could be rubbed on cloth and feet, so that no water would penetrate or get wet. But for most Europeans, this thing that could neither be eaten or used was just a toy. Mr. Papin first built a prototype of the steam engine, but he must say that the first steam engine was not very practical, or the cost effectiveness was not high. Most of the steam would flow out from the gaps in the machine parts. He first used cotton cloth, then silk, and later asphalt and cow and sheepskin to seal the gaps, but all failed. The steam engine made a lot of work, so big that it could destroy most of the sealing materials. Later, he simply asked the king if there was a material that was both tough and could withstand high temperatures and crushing. The king raised this question to his Academy of Sciences. Fortunately, Samuel Morin, one of the king's scholars, was studying rubber. Of course, the work on improving the steam engine must continue, but the king could understand the concerns of the Marquis de Singlet. Of course, it was not wise to let a Huguenot monopolize this crucial research work. Although scientists were bound to look down on each other and even compete for patents, Mr. Papin would be happy to meet Morin, because Mr. Morin also had a deep understanding and outstanding talent for steam engines, and rubber was the material he found to solve the sealing problem of the piston. But the most important thing is to ensure the safety and stability of the steam boiler. The king added that it was okay to be slow and have some minor problems occasionally, but it must not explode. Think about the Louis d'Or he spent on these ironclad ships, and once the war started, there would be thousands of officers and soldiers on board. Marquis Signalé bowed his head and obeyed the order, and then he couldn't help but look at the Royal Sovereign, which was anchored in the fleet of warships purchased by the Duke of La Rochefoucauld from the Netherlands. Although the Royal Sovereign was taller and wider than these warships, it didn't look very conspicuous. The king also ordered the craftsmen to paint all these ships with black paint, so that people would have to walk next to the Royal Sovereign to find that it was covered with iron armor like a knight. I really don't know when I can see it crossing the sea. Marquis Signalé said involuntarily. Maybe soon. Times have changed. Countries cannot be enemies or friends forever. After Charles II, who already had an heir, hung the heads of Protestants on the bell tower of the cathedral, he did not convert to Catholicism as agreed with Louis XIV. For a monarch, this is understandable. After the Duke of York was engaged to the daughter of a Catholic, in order to stabilize the emotions of Protestants at home and compete for their support, Charles I would of course be better off being a Protestant king. Of course, this made Louis XIV's position a bit awkward. After all, the Treaty of Dover was a secret contract, and there were too many things that could not be made public, just like the Treaty of Flanders between Louis XIV and Leopold I, which was still kept in the hands of the Grand Duke of Tuscany. Speaking of the Grand Duke of Tuscany, when Louis, the Duke of Orleans and the young royal family members returned to Versailles, the first envoy allowed to meet the king was the envoy of Cosimo III, Cosimo III's younger brother, Francesco Maria de' Medici. Francesco was born in 60, the same age as Prince Louis, and was still a young man who was excited about everything. However, he did not need to take on too much responsibility. Louis XIV and Grand Duke Cosimo III had already agreed on his purpose, to arrange a marriage between Louis XIV's first son, Duke Colonna, and Anna, the daughter of Grand Duke Cosimo III of Tuscany. In fact, this marriage could not be said to be a perfect match, because Duke Colonna was just a title, and the Colonna family could not give up their territory in Rome, so Duke Colonna was just a title without a fief. When discussing the marriage contract, Louis XIV's representative, Prince Conti, said that Louis XIV would confer part of Flanders on Duke Colonna until Duke Colonna inherited Naples as the son-in-law of the Bourbon family. Here we have to mention the new identity of the Duke of Colonna. Since the Duke of Colonna already has an official identity, Louis will not acknowledge him as his son in any public occasion, let alone confirm it in law. So if the Duke of Colonna wants to obtain Naples, he must do so as the son-in-law of the Bourbon family. This identity comes from Margaret Louise of Orleans, who married Cosimo III. She is the daughter of Gaston, the former Duke of Orleans, and the cousin of Louis XIV. However, Lady Margaret hated Louis XIV and her half-sister, the Duchess of Montpensier, especially after the Duke of Gaston died in pain and curse and her mother and sisters were driven out of Orleans. Her relationship with Cosimo III was already extremely bad, perhaps because her father had once planned to ascend the throne of the King of France. This lady often regarded herself as a French princess, and was jealous and hateful of the Duchess of Montpensier, who grew up in the Louvre. When she heard that her husband intended to marry their daughter to the king's illegitimate son, the Duke of Colonna, she was like a lit powder keg and shouted without hesitation. Seeing this, everyone, don't think that this mother has much love for her daughter. She was not angry that her husband wanted to marry her daughter to an unblessed illegitimate child, but because this illegitimate child was Louis XIV's eldest son. She didn't care at all that the envoy of the King of France quarreled with Cosimo III in the Pitti Palace, insulting him as a mother's baby and a poor creature, etc. Although Cosimo III was indeed tired of dealing with government affairs for a while and transferred his obligations and power to his mother, he could not bear such humiliation. In the letter he wrote to Louis XIV, he begged Louis XIV to take back this shrew. The proportion of this matter in the letter even exceeded the marriage they were discussing. Louis had also heard about Margaret, Gaston's daughter. Perhaps she had always thought that this marriage was a humiliation for her. In order to compensate herself, she had been trying to grab as much money as possible since she set foot in Florence. This was really a jaw-dropping thing for a noble princess. Cosimo III might not be a good husband, but at least he gave Margaret enough respect. How to say it, the gift he gave to his new wife was a pearl the size of a pigeon egg, and then as long as Margaret asked, he would give her jewelry as a gift. Even Queen Teresa would only receive jewelry from the king on birthdays, childbirth or important days, But Margaret was not very grateful. After giving birth to her eldest son Ferdinand, she didn't want to have another child. When she was pregnant with her daughter Anna, she went riding, hoping to miscarry. How much love can you expect from a mother like this to have for her daughter? Cosimo III was almost driven crazy by the torture that made him make this request to Louis XIV, regardless of the fact that Margaret had just given birth to his youngest son. He and Margaret already had 3 children, and their only daughter was to marry the Duke of Colonna. It would probably not be possible to cancel the engagement on the grounds that they had not slept together. The only way was to send his wife to a monastery. He said in the letter that he was exhausted just to get back his wife, who almost ran away with all the jewels of the Medici family. Seeing this, Louis XIV could not help but be moved. The Medici family flourished during the Renaissance and were of merchant origin. They had 2 popes and a queen. It was conceivable that they had accumulated treasures over hundreds of years. Margaret had a big appetite, and it was no wonder that Cosimo III was so angry. Most marriages of this era were political or business engagements, especially the marriage between Cosimo III and Princess Margaret, which connected the Medici and the Bourbon. He was not asking Louis XIV for help, but begging him to allow him to dissolve the marriage. In essence, this was not unheard of. Just like the former madwoman Juana, she was deprived of her power and freedom as a queen due to the conspiracy of her husband and father. In short, Louis XIV could be said to have agreed to Cosimo III's plea with a smile or tears. The Grand Duke of Tuscany was 4 years younger than Louis, but according to Prince Conti, he was already gray-haired. "I am now worried about Anna Medici," Louis said to Prince Conti. "Has she been influenced by her mother?" Not every child has a mature soul like Louis XIV. Louis knew very well how much a child would be influenced by his parents. So after the Duke of Colonna was able to leave his mother, even though Louis had just established his feet at that time, he resolutely moved the Duke of Colonna from Gallic Island to Calais, and found ways to find time to accompany him and teach him. The Archduke still loves her very much, and Lady Margaret hates her and doesn't want to see her, so she grew up under her grandmother's care. "That's great," Louis said, and then he turned around and said, "Come here, child, and see your fiancée." The Duke of Colonna walked out with forced calmness. There were sounds of laughter from the curtain behind him. It seemed that the children, who had become more harmonious after returning from Nantes, were all here. Francesco looked at the Duke of Colonna with burning eyes. Although the latter's title came from the Colonna family in Italy, he almost grew up in France, so it was the first time that Francesco saw him. Although he had seen portraits before, there was still a difference between portraits and real people. Even if the Duke of Colonna did not need to beautify him by painters, he was a handsome and good-looking young man in himself. Whether it was a political marriage or a marriage of convenience, a young man would be very nervous when he saw his fiancée for the first time. After the servants lifted the curtain covering the canvas, the Duke of Colonna obviously relaxed. The only daughter of the Grand Duke of Tuscany inherited the appearance of the Grand Duke, not Princess Margaret, but her features and contours were softer. Although her posture was a little stiff, it could be seen that she had fair skin, thick eyebrows, shiny eyes, and black curly hair falling on her round shoulders, which made her look very cute. The Duke of Colonna turned and looked at the king, who raised his hand encouragingly. "I have a gift here. Please give it to Her Royal Highness Princess Anna Maria Luisa de' Medici," the Duke of Colonna said, his voice trembling slightly, but also with some expectation. The value of this sun-faced diamond brooch was no less than that peacock egg-sized pearl. Cosimo III must have understood what Louis XIV meant. The Duke of Colonna was not only the Duke of Colonna, but also the son of the King of France to fulfill this marriage contract. Although Cosimo III was a little stubborn, he was not stupid. On the day the marriage contract was signed, he gave a castle in Siena to the Duke of Colonna as a return gift. Chapter 282, Duke Colonna's First Expedition. The Duke of Colonna will come of age next year. The age difference between the two is a little big, but it is not unacceptable. However, the formal marriage must wait until the woman comes of age. If the woman gets pregnant and gives birth too early, the mortality rate of both the mother and the child is very high. He said that he would not allow Elizabeth to marry to Sweden until she was 20 years old. This was not just a casual remark. The small portrait of Anna of Tuscany was only placed in the Duke of Colonna's room for one night before it was taken down from the frame, rolled up and quietly sent to the Bastille. The strange and noble prisoner in the Bastille looked at it silently for a long time, but did not speak. cry or laugh. Varro Vesalius sat quietly with him all night. He did not tell him that the king had decided to let the Duke of Colonna personally lead the expedition to Gala on the first day of his adulthood. The rebellion on Gala Island had been going on for quite some time. The rebels were fierce and cruel. All the wizards who dared to resist were used as the foundation of the city wall. The wizards who immediately surrendered or simply did their jobs were forced to wear magic collars and shackles, working and fighting for them like slaves. The castle they were besieging now, which was built against the cliff, did not originally belong to Mancini, but was a beehive built by the wizards of Gala to preserve books, treasures and magical tools. Because from the beginning, they had prepared this fortress for the retreating wizards to hold on for at least 10 years in case of a last resort, so it was not difficult for only a few hundred people to hold on here. Although they were caught off guard when they encountered the night raid, the Bufandi wizards from the 6 major families reacted very quickly. They did not even consider whether it was a riot of magical creatures or something else. With a wave of their wands, they destroyed the narrow path connecting the Mancini castle and the bottom of the mountain. Anyway, wizards don't rely entirely on their feet to come and go. Their reaction was correct. Wizards can certainly use fire and water to travel everywhere, but this kind of magic not only requires powerful magic and precise skills, but it is also dangerous to be interrupted during the casting of the spell, which may cause limb mutilation or deformity. They can also ride brooms, Pegasus and other flying mounts to rush to the fortress, as well as those magical creatures with wings that can fly high in the sky, but the Mancini castle has long been equipped with giant crossbows. These giant crossbows were built by Mary Mancini at the request of Louis XIV. The wizards were quite indifferent at first. For wizards, magic is the most trustworthy. There were ancient and rigorous defense arrays engraved on the periphery and interior of the Mancini castle 1,000 years ago, and wizards regularly maintained and inspected them. These people probably didn't think that all arrays could be destroyed and modified. With her amazing courage and wisdom, Mrs. Gagny destroyed the defensive array of Mancini Castle. The 3 families of Agnelli, Rocca and Gagny thought that they would only have to face the castle's gargoyles and knight statues next. The magic in their bodies would make them powerful protectors of the castle, but they were wrong. The first batch of rebellious wizards who rushed to the castle encountered giant crossbows like lances. As long as Agnelli closed his eyes, he could see the pale face of the head of the Rocca family. No one knew when he secretly inserted into the team. After all, it was a night and there was chaos everywhere. Maybe it was because the boy was not convinced. His mount was originally a nightmare. Although it was a little special in the team, it was not rare. After pulling up the hood, everyone only focused on themselves. Who would have thought that the head of a family would ignore the danger and lead the troops? No, it should be said that if there were no mortal weapons, he might not die. Too fast, those weapons that they ignored, as if the god of death had plucked the strings of a violin. With a buzz, they watched Erlong's magical creatures and their combat wizards fall down, like fruits that have ripened to the extreme. The head of the Rocca family was even pierced together with another wizard and a giant owl. He died before he fell to the ground. The giant crossbow arrow was as thick as Agnelli's wrist and directly broke the boy's thoracic vertebrae. He opened his eyes wide, as if he couldn't believe that he was dead. The first attack on the Mancini castle did not achieve the results they wanted, or rather, on the contrary, it was better at night. When the sun rose, their wizards saw the black blood and hideous corpses all over the ground, and their hearts became weak. If it weren't for Madame Gagny's prompt decision, not only did she execute the 2 wizards who wanted to escape, but she also ordered the ordinary wizards they had arrested before to be pushed to the castle to use them to wear down the castle's crossbows and magic. It is hard to say what the situation would have become. It was only during the subsequent siege that they realized why their ancestors built a wizard's last fortress in such a dangerous and steep place. In the past 1,000 years, although there have been some minor conflicts on Gala Island, between wizards and wizards, between wizards and priests, between wizards and werewolves, and between wizards and vampires, these wars often only involved 2 or 3 families, with dozens or hundreds of people. Even in the last few hundred years, when they wanted to go to war, they would agree to go to a place with referees and spectators, and pay attention to elegance and fairness. This was the biggest mistake they had made. When Mary Mancini, in a rude and crazy manner, first took away the position of the head of the Mancini family, and then directly destroyed the families except Mancini one by alienating, bribing, threatening or directly challenging them, They should have realized that the power from the surface world had invaded the inner world in another form. I just hope it's not too late. Agnelli was lying on the chair with his head raised, taking a short rest in a tired posture that he must not let his wizard see, when the door was knocked. Sir Agnelli. It was Madame Gagny who walked in. She almost couldn't escape unscathed when she destroyed the magic circle. The enemy's magic potion hurt her throat, so that her voice was distorted and hoarse. Now, we don't have much time, she said. We must seize the fortress as soon as possible. It seems that you don't bring good news. Agnelli said. He raised his palm and wiped his face. Who did the King of France send? The Duke of Colonna. Madame Gagny said coldly. Isn't it Mary Mancini? Duke Agnelli was a little stunned. It's not her. No one knows where she went, Madame Gagny said. I asked the prophet to make a prophecy. He can only confirm that Mary Mancini's star is still lit. Do you think she will suddenly sneak in here and launch an attack? Agnelli stood up, grabbed the kettle on the table, and poured a big gulp of strong liquor directly into his mouth. We have already closed the door, said Mrs. Gagny. She is outside. When the key was mentioned, Mrs. Gagny and Agnelli's faces turned ugly, not for anything else, but because Roca's key was not found on him. It was unknown whether someone stole it in the melee, or Roca's parents gave it to someone else. Of course, they also had the key, plus Delon and Dante. It was with these 4 keys that they, with a decision made by the majority, thanks to the decision made by the Third Wizard Council, not only blocked Gala Island, but also ensured that Mancini could not get in even if he had the key. But Roca's key disappeared after they imposed the blockade. They didn't know whether the key was hidden or sent out. No, Agnelli immediately rejected this idea. It was impossible to be sent out. They knew how terrible the cornerstone was. No one could do it. Agnelli thought so and took 2 steps. Where's the Duke of Colonna now? In Montpellier 3 days ago, in Marseilles yesterday. Madame Gagny opened the letter sent by the spy and read it over and over again, as if the letters would change themselves if they were read too much. It's so fast. Is he with an army? Agnelli asked. With a wizard's army, Madame Gagny said. It is said that they rest in carriages during the day and ride brooms or flying horses at night. What about the priests? Agnelli asked. Have they all gone to bed? Where is their vigilance? Madame Gagny's face showed sarcasm. The chief judge of the court, Ilario, is Louis XIV's confidant, and the Duke of Colonna is Louis XIV's firstborn son. What do you think? She looked at Agnelli and said. We must act, Agnelli. Before they come here, we must capture the Mancini castle, so that we can have the conditions to negotiate with the king. Can a wizard's castle be worth this much? Agnelli asked. I don't know, but I think, if His Majesty doesn't want to completely destroy this place. Madame Gagny looked around. If he really wants this place, as the first territory of the other world he has obtained, he should negotiate with us. Me, you, and Delon, Agnelli said. Which other wizards can transfer through fire and water? There are still 6 in the Gagny family. Madame Gagny said, including me, there are 7. Agnelli's face showed disappointment. Only 7? Merlin, Mom, I don't know whether to count you. There are 12 people in the Agnelli family, including me. What about Delon? Can he spare more people? I'm afraid not. The Delon family started out by taming magical creatures. Not many of their wizards are strong enough to cast this spell, Madame Gagny said. We can only do our best, everyone. It seems so. Agnelli said no more. He went out to summon the wizards of Roca and Agnelli families. When the wizards of Delon and Gagny families arrived, there were only about 30 wizards. Being able to cast a spell successfully is one thing, and not being interrupted when solidifying the body is another. Madame Gagny waved her wand, and a simple blueprint of the castle's internal structure opened in the air. Everyone tried hard to remember it. I will land here, Madame Gagny said. Sir Agnelli landed here. She pointed and a ball of fire ignited on the virtual map. Mr. Delon, you are here, and you and you. She made another gesture, and the flames flowed from the ball to the line, like melted wax, in all directions. I can only give an approximate location, but it doesn't matter. You don't need to know who is inside. There is no innocent guy there. Just remember this. What about after we arrive at the destination? A wizard asked. Madam, should we help others? Walk along the way again, and don't miss any suspicious places. Sir. She said to Agnelli. The wizards behind Agnelli carried a few boxes, which contained the treasures of the Agnelli family for 1,000 years. Now is not the time to regret. The wizards looked at each other and quickly armed themselves. Did you hear any sound? Vesalius asked. I can guess, said the Duke of Colonna. Don't forget, sir, I also fought in the battlefield with my father. Perhaps we can wait until they capture the castle of Mancini before entering the island of Gala, said Vauban. He had just left the Netherlands not long ago, and the king wanted him to have a good rest in Versailles for a while, but the general, yes, he is a general now, and it is obvious that mud and gunpowder are his favorite things. He asked the king if there were any other battles to be fought. Louis hesitated for a while, and then boldly sent him to the Duke of Colonna. Firstly, although Duke Colonna had experienced real wars before, he was only a spectator. It would be best to have an experienced officer to guide him. Secondly, he used many wizards and witches in the war in Flanders. 4 senior officers such as Vauban, Viscount Tyran and Marquis of Louvois. The other world was already a semi-open secret. In the future, he would use Gala Island as a base to launch an offensive against Naples. Would he still let the wizards of Gala Island go to fight? In any case, wizards cannot be compared with mortals. I'm afraid not, Duke Colonna said. Sir, there are also my soldiers inside. Just like my father, I will not give up those brave and strong people. He smiled, although I know your intention. In order to capture a fortress, in addition to a strong attack, a long-term siege is also a good way, especially on an island. If they start a war before the other side captures the castle, there will be losses, but if they wait until the other side enters the castle, then they just need to wait. Vauban looked at the map and found that the location of Mancini Castle would not affect the project he needed to complete later. Go and open the door, Vesalius, said Duke Colonna. Chapter 283 The War in the Other World. Varro Vesalius walked over with mixed feelings. He once thought that he could never enter the cornerstone wall again, but he was wrong. Today, he even held the key that only the 7 family patriarchs could have. The keys that ordinary wizards used to enter and exit were all copies of it, and behind him was a terrifying army. It was ridiculous to say that although the big families on Gala Island implemented a relaxed parliament and elder system, starting from Mancini, every big family hoped to have its own army, but they had never succeeded. There were internal conflicts and external pressures. I didn't expect that the first army on Gala Island would appear under such circumstances. Although the title of Duke of Colonna comes from the surface world, wizards with noble titles are almost always like this, because wizards have never had their own country. And the heads of those big families probably didn't expect that Louis XIV's generous hiring of young wizards was actually undermining their power. Of course, even if someone told them so, they wouldn't believe it, or they would still hesitate in the face of interests. After all, those wizards who went to Calais and Paris could only get a small part of the commission, and the big families would take 2/3 or more. The sudden influx of assets made the big families of Gala Island nourished like a dying flower, but they probably didn't expect that water could be the source of life or the flowing death knell. In just 10 years, when people didn't notice it, Gala Island became a dead city. Young wizards no longer returned here, unwilling to continue to support those who once dominated their fate. The king would give them what they wanted. The heads of the Gagny, Agnelli, Rocca or Delon families may have decided to go all out because they realized this. Before opening the cornerstone wall, Visely turned around and took a look at the army behind him, at those young faces. The Duke of Colonna was 14 years old this year, and many of the wizards surrounding him even grew up in Calais. They had no good feelings towards those big families, nor did they have any fear, but were eager to try. Louis XIV's military rank system was also implemented in this special army. These young people who had never received education from wizards but received traditional education like ordinary people would only regard those seemingly arrogant figures as bargaining chips to exchange for their merits. Oh, when Vesalius turned around, he was already smiling. When did he start to say, "I used to be so arrogant"? Vauban opened his eyes wide. As one of the few mortals in the army, he only saw the deserted island that could only be described as a reef. Suddenly, how should I put it? It was as if invisible turpentine washed away the colors covering the picture, revealing the real work underneath. He saw a towering white stone wall emerging from the air, taller than any wall he had ever seen, almost merging with the clouds. Then, on each white foundation stone, there were faces that were either hateful, painful, sad, or confused. There were women, men, old people, and children. The only thing they had in common was that every inch of skin on their faces was wrinkled under the twisting of muscles, as if they were about to face something unacceptable. The foundation stones moved silently to the sides, as if someone was constantly pulling them away, revealing a corridor with jagged edges. Each cornerstone was howling in reluctance. Even Vesalius could not help but take a step back. As a wizard raised by the Mancini family, he certainly would not have the opportunity to hold a key that only the head of the family could have, so this was the first time he had seen such a scene. Duke Colonna raised his hand. The few mortals in the wizard army drank the potion under the wizard's supervision. This bloody potion made the always brave and fearless Vauban shudder involuntarily. He saw that the king's royal physician Vesalius was retreating, not because the cornerstones were shouting too harshly, but because behind the cornerstones, there were countless resurrected corpses, those mortals whose souls had been extracted. They used to work tirelessly in the wizard's manors and workshops, working day and night for wages. Now they were all released. The stench of decay reached the wizard's eyes earlier than the terrifying faces and bodies. Vesalius immediately threw a handful of powder into the air, and several wizards behind him did the same. As the spell took effect, the vegetation on the ground surged and entangled the puppet that rushed towards them first. Vauban took out a handkerchief to hold his nose and waved his arms vigorously. With a slight rumbling sound, several hideous bronze monster statues were pushed up. They were called statues, but in fact they were decorated water wheels. Although Louis XIV has always been a practical person, people in this era have an extremely passionate pursuit of complex beauty, just like the eldest princess said that the steam-clad warship was ugly when she first saw it. On wooden warships, too many carvings and decorations did cause a lot of inconvenience, and even became a burden. But if the king's craftsmen did not do so, even his soldiers would doubt whether the ship was solid and reliable. These water wheels are similar products. In fact, they were originally used to transport beer, but were requisitioned by Vauban and Duke Colonna. After the requisition, they were modified and now they look like giant dragons crouching on artillery carts. Each bronze dragon is as tall as two people. They were pushed quickly towards the open cornerstone wall. Before the resurrected corpses inside rushed out, several wizards waved their fingers, and a 3-foot-long bronze tube spit out of the dragon's mouth, with the mouth of the tube facing the gap. Duke Colonna lightly tapped his finger, just like his father had done before leaving the other world, and a flame gushed out from his fingertips. The wizards waiting at the dragon's tail were already impatient. They acted almost at the same time as Duke Colonna, and suddenly pulled down the heavy valve. In a place that people could not see, a mixture of oil, wax and calcium phosphide was suddenly pumped up the throat of the bronze dragon. Then, they were pushed by a strong airflow and sprayed out from the narrow pipe, all the way to a place 300 feet away. This range was much farther than the Greek fire made by the ancient Romans, and it was also much more dangerous. Once this fire fell on the puppets that did not know pain, it immediately burned as quickly as encountering dry firewood. No, it should be said that it was easier than burning dry moss. The red color of the flame seemed to occupy the entire field of vision in an instant. The place where they were also suddenly turned from late autumn to hot summer. Only a small amount of smoke was produced. Because the fire was too big, the resurrected corpses who could no longer feel pain did not wail, run away or roll like living people. They stood there, their arms stretched forward in vain, like a human torch or candle. These candles even melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, instead of simply charring and curling. Vauban had been on the battlefield several times, but he still couldn't control his desire to escape and vomit. His fingers even twisted the gold ornaments on his saber. He now understood why Greek fire had been redeveloped by scholars a long time ago, but Louis XIV was reluctant to use it on the battlefield. Although tests have been done, logs covered with cowhide are completely different from humans. These are not real living people. Vauban glanced at the Duke of Colonna beside him and felt for the first time that his king was too cruel, but the Duke of Colonna had been sitting calmly on the saddle without any loss of composure. Vauban probably didn't know that in the inner world, human cruelty could be magnified to a very terrible level. When only a few places in the surface world still retained the serf system, the inner world still drove mortal slaves plundered from the surface world, and these mortal slaves were even deprived of their souls. Their bodies might only suffer for a few years, but their souls would have to suffer for decades or even hundreds of years before they could be freed. Wizards are not so cruel to mortals. Looking at these cornerstones, although every wizard is taught that only noble and tough wizard souls can become cornerstones, Duke Colonna thought that the chosen wizards probably don't think so. Every time they walked through the corridor, He could feel that he was being stared at by a group of jackals in the dark. They didn't care whether you were a wizard or a mortal. It was the most wonderful thing to be able to keep you among them forever and turn your soul and body into their food. The wizards cast spells again and again, and finally dispersed the smoke and smell produced by the burning of these resurrected corpses, which numbered at least thousands. They were just used to delay time and could not cause any serious damage. Of course, it didn't seem to delay for too long. When Duke Colonna's army rode into the cornerstone wall of Gala Island, the soil under their feet was boiling hot. The darkness in the corridor did not last as long as when Louis first entered the other world. Those terrible shouts and cries seemed to have never been heard before. Vesalius cited the power of the patriarchs of the 7 families and the princes of Gala Island, while driving his horse to chase after them. Once you enter the other world, there is no need to hide. The wizards waved their wands, and the horses under them returned to the appearance of nightmares, Pegasus, owls, or brooms, and rushed into the air at once. Even Vauban's mount was no exception. He was terrified and his blood boiled. He watched the ground quickly leave him. The white walls and black ashes were left behind in an instant. The wind was whistling around him. Vauban felt that he would never forget this moment, everything he felt as a mortal. I fell and got injured when I went home the night before yesterday, so I haven't been able to update these 2 days. Sorry, I will make up for it twice a day in the next few days. Thank you for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, War in the Other World, 2. When the cornerstone wall was opened, Agnelli and others seemed to have sensed something, but the arrow was already on the string and had to be fired. While they loudly warned their subordinates who stayed outside the castle to prepare for the enemy, they threw spell materials, waved their wands, and made gestures. Their bodies either burned or became transparent, turning into flames and water or smoke in a few seconds, and disappeared in front of the wizards with a whistle. Vauban would definitely lament the wizards' lack of military literacy here. The rebellious wizards who knew that the cornerstone wall was opened did not immediately mount their brooms and magic mounts to fly into the air. In other words, there were indeed 2 or 3 wizards who rode Pegasus to the direction of the cornerstone wall, but they were actually sent to spy on the news. There was nothing strange about it. The wizards who ran into this army head-on had no chance to report back. Not to mention them, even the ravens, falcons, or owls released by the rebellious wizards were shot down before they could detect their situation. Wizards would hardly make any stupid mistakes against wizards, especially the group of young wizards behind Duke Colonna, who had urgently studied with him in the military academy for a year. Duke Colonna did not waste even a little time. When they pounced on the heads of the rebellious wizards hurriedly dropped their divination cards and crystal balls. A group of nightmares, Pegasus, and even sphinxes spread their wings one after another, and hundreds of brooms were taking off. Perhaps they were only a minute or 2 slower, or even 10 seconds slower. The phosphorus firebombs from the same source as the Greek fire poured down from the sky like hail. The flames and smoke grew branches into the air as fast as the black trees that grew from the ground. Although the rebellious wizards were cruel, they were only used to small-scale conflicts, not even wars. Even though some of them could peel off the skin of others alive, or watch others being devoured by giant snakes and beasts, or pull the soul out of the body and solidify it in bricks and stones to suffer for hundreds of years, they had never seen so many deaths and injuries in such a short time. The damage caused by gunpowder has always been the most direct. The skin is cracked, the muscles are turned out, the internal organs are leaking, and the limbs are broken. This is not just one person or a few people, but everything you see is like this. Your ears are filled with crying and groaning. You can't be sure where your enemy is. On the left? On the right? Behind or above? You run desperately, holding your wand, hoping to find a safe place. And the wizard soldiers of the Duke of Colonna pull the reins or tighten their knees after dropping the phosphorescent bombs, ordering their mounts or brooms to rise quickly, which is something ordinary wizards would not do. Their behavior shocked the rebellious wizards who rushed up with anger, but at this time the Duke of Colonna's army had already climbed higher. Hundreds of years later, mortals would know that those who are in a high position always have the advantage in air combat, and the wizards under the Duke's command also knew it. The loud sound of the flute spread from one end of the battlefield to this end. The Duke's army dispersed instantly, into groups of 9, with 3 attacking, 3 providing cover, and 3 providing support. The rebellious wizards who caught up were already at a disadvantage. Compared with later air combat, they had another disadvantage, which was that wizards had to look at the target when casting spells. Sometimes, depending on the spell, they needed to throw spell materials. If the spell materials were just pieces of iron, broken bones, or blocks of sulfur, it would be fine. Potions and powders would become the biggest threat in shackles at this moment. So some wizards could only temporarily put away their wands and rush to higher places, while others changed their spells. It had to be said that the rebellious wizards who faced the battle had plenty of magic power and rich experience. If the wizards of the Duke of Colonna had not fought in groups, they might have really lost this battle. As a mortal, Vauban was protected by several powerful wizards. He watched the wizards fighting each other without blinking. He never understood why the king had to deal with a group of evil pagans, do business with them, and even have Duke Colonna. Now he understood. If the joining of the Bohemian witches in the Battle of Flanders only reduced the casualties of the soldiers, the wizards of Gadula Island could eliminate the casualties of the soldiers from the very beginning, although due to people's beliefs, the wizards of the inner world cannot be directly exposed on the battlefield of the surface world, but in some places that cannot be seen by people's eyes and heard by their ears, or in other words, places where eternal death can be used to keep people silent. This is simply a sharp dagger protected by the devil. Faith made Vauban tremble, but a soldier's duty and desire for victory made his blood boil. He tightly grasped the mane of Pegasus, dizzy and dazed. If it weren't for a wizard sitting behind him to help him control Pegasus, he might have fallen down long ago. What finally woke him up was a sharp shout. It took Vauban a while to realize that someone was shouting the name of one of the wizards who was guarding him. Ronk. Ronk calmly drove the nightmare to the angry wizard. Speaking of it, they were once good friends, but their surnames destined them to go their separate ways. Yes, the so-called friendship is nothing more than a momentary impulse and pity of the superior. When Gala Island was still Gala Island, Ronk hated himself for being so smart and seeing so clearly. Now he realized from those hateful eyes that he was not smart. On the contrary, he was extremely stupid and believed that he could change the mind of this friend. Cursed traitors! Ronk's friend shouted with gnashing teeth. Ronk just smiled. He was too lazy to correct the other party's address. His former friends and all the rebellious wizards were the elites of the big families. In other words, they were a group of people who were once high and mighty in the other world. It was precisely because they had enjoyed the treatment of uncrowned kings and could control the fate of people like Ronk, Melfa and Varro Vesalius at will that they could not bear to lose the huge power in their hands. To put it simply, it was just as the king and Vauban described. A group of slave owners were angry because the slaves dared to escape. They felt, Louis XIV said, that they had to think about how to exploit and torture slaves every day, which was a very hard job. Moreover, they did not even deprive the slaves of the freedom to breathe and heartbeat, which was a great favor. Ronk was also there at that time. He felt that the king was more like joking. Did the members of those big families know how much harm they had brought to those ordinary wizards? Although their living conditions are indeed better than those of the lowest civilians in the surface world, the most disgusting thing is that they have to accept the teachings of the rulers, thinking that they are always superior to mortals, and use this to numb themselves. Is it really so? No, they are just another form of slaves. If there were no mortals, their fate would not be much better than those resurrected corpses. Ronk launched the attack without hesitation, catching the friend off guard. When he knocked him off the Pegasus, Ronk's heart was calm, without any waves. At this moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the seemingly empty void, and flames gushed out, covering Ronk completely. Vauban only had time to let out a cry before Joink leaped out of the flames, as if waiting for this moment. A fierce sphinx hid behind the torn flames and opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth. Its driver chanted a spell, and a force took the wand from Joink's hand and sealed his mouth. At the same time, several rebellious wizards suddenly appeared around Vauban. It was obvious that they noticed that Vauban was being protected, although these wizards might not know Vauban's identity. Vauban pulled out the short-handled musket hidden under his coat, and the speed was so fast that it was difficult to catch even with the sharp eyes of a falcon. The first bullet made the leading raider pause. Perhaps he couldn't understand what kind of attack he was facing and what helped him block the bullet, but Vauban didn't hesitate. He fired 3 shots in a row. The second bullet made him hear a sound like something was shattering, and the third bullet pierced the wizard's forehead. As the third bullet whizzed out, Vauban's left hand also grasped another short-handled musket. As a mortal, he certainly couldn't shoot the erratic enemy with both hands, but he wasn't ready for the moment. The sphinx that almost bit Ronquet also let out a whine. The phosphorus fire bullet exploded in its mouth before Ronquet's flesh and blood. Ronquet made a gesture to float himself up. When the phosphorus fire bullet exploded, the sphinx had already thrown the rider off his back with a scream. Ronquet coldly added a freezing magic, and the wizard froze in the air. When he fell to the ground, he shattered into countless pieces like a large piece of glass. They didn't have to be too angry, because every wizard of the Duke of Colonna was equipped with phosphorus fire bombs and short-handled muskets. They would not only make good use of various tactics to suppress the powerful magic of the rebels with numbers, but also draw out the muskets beside them when they couldn't cast spells. When fighting in the air, they would not only aim at the rebel wizards, but also at their mounts. Although the wizards would not fall to death, it was difficult for them to keep their spells accurate while staying afloat. After wiping out their enemies, the wizard soldiers of the Duke of Colonna formed a net under the command of the officers, strangling the rapidly decreasing number of rebel wizards with an irrefutable advantage. When the last wizard of the Gagny family fell screaming like a fireball, they covered the heads of other rebels like a dark cloud. Chapter 285, War in the Other World, 3. If someone could look down at Gala Island from the highest point, he would feel like he was watching a group of sheepdogs driving a flock of sheep as dense as stars. The army of Duke Colonna swooped down from the sky intimidatingly, constantly pouring hard ice cones, burning flames, and huge meteorite rainstorms on their sides, forcing them to gather in one place. Although the rebellious wizards did not understand the tactics of mortals, they also knew that once they were forced to be exposed and stay in one place, it would be no different from being in prison, especially when the enemy was at a high place. Even if they stood back to back and raised their wands, like hedgehogs, it would be useless. Magic could be shot at high places, but like arrows, the higher it went, the less powerful it was. Colonna's mount was a black nightmare, almost twice the size of an ordinary horse, with fangs in its mouth. Although Gala Island also had nightmares, they were definitely not as dangerous and unpredictable, but it was just a gift. Duke Colonna stroked the mane of Nightmare, which was shining with dark red light, and thought of Prince Aman of Tsimich, who wanted to be his godfather. This neurotic vampire had intended to invite Louis XIV to the other world as early as 20 years ago. This was of course impossible, so Prince Aman placed his hopes on the king's descendants. Of course, the so-called laws of the surface world and the other world were not allowed to be broken, but when the king almost regarded Gala Island as a possession, it was like a virtual thing. The intersection of the surface world and the other world may have started earlier, but it was accelerated here by Louis XIV. Duke Colonna remembered the unwilling muttering of Cardinal Riviere. The king never confessed or held private masses except for necessary worship. The priests around him were more like another form of guards and servants. The king never allowed them to intervene in government affairs. Many people knew it, but they dared not say it out loud. This king may have never believed in such things. Raising werewolves, sheltering wizards, forging holy relics, and even besieging Rome were not things that had not been done before, but only this king was so calm as if he was handling another ordinary official business. The Duke of Colonna sometimes felt that his father was teasing Prince Aman, just like teasing a ferocious venomous snake. Among the 13 clans of vampires, only Tsimshi and Lassemba were members of the demon party, and the others were neutral or moderate members of the secret party. Even so, Tsimshi and Lassemba could still make the secret party and neutrals retreat, not relying on their madness, but it was such a terrible person. It can only be said that the only mortal who dared and was able to play games with Aman and make him excited until now was Louis XIV. Duke Colonna didn't have much contact with Aman. In his impression, Aman was a very charming vampire, and at the same time, he had an unspeakable deterrence. Louis told him that this was the innate ability of the vampires. Simply put, humans would feel fear when seeing vampires, even before they realized what kind of danger they were in. In fact, it was no different from a frog encountering a poisonous snake. This was instinct. Although natural evolution gave the weak this instinct so that it would not run around in panic and attract the attention of hunters. Of course, it was hard to say whether nature had anticipated the emergence of such a strange existence as vampires. Even Aman felt helpless about the king's use of science to explain the invisible suppression of vampires on humans. Duke Kalana only remembered that when his father was still thinking about how to explain whether the emergence of vampires could be explained by natural evolution, the shackles that made him feel unable to breathe suddenly loosened, and then disappeared, and never appeared again. The sound of Aman's laughter seemed to still ring in his ears. Duke Kalana guessed that maybe it was from that time that Aman gave up his desire for him, because he remembered that the vampire showed a trace of regret before leaving, for his father instead of for him. Duke Kalana closed his eyes slightly. Since Mary Mancini no longer appeared in the Palace of Versailles, many people thought that he and his mother had lost the king's favor. Only he knew that the king could have solved many problems by pushing him to Aman, and half of him originally belonged to the other world. King, Father. Your Highness. A voice interrupted Duke Kalana's memories. How is it? Duke Kalana asked. We won, said the wizard who came to report, with stars representing military rank still shining on his shoulders. But Your Highness, when we entered the cornerstone wall, Agnelli, Gagny, Dolan's parents and some wizards entered the Mancini castle with the magic of water and fire. Are they still fighting? Asked the Duke of Kalana. He looked towards the Mancini castle. It was daytime now, and the windows of the castle were dark, like the mouth of a monster that devours life, which was dawning. If it's Buffanti, Vasily came over and said, they must have set up traps all over the castle. The wizards who came to Gala at that time each had special talents. For example, Dolan could drive magical creatures, Mancini could charm everything, and Buffanti was good at setting magic traps. Can we contact the wizards in the castle? Originally, Vasily said, but now I doubt whether they can still hold on to the crystal ball. Agnelli turned into flames and landed in a room. When he condensed his body from the flames, he was lucky not to receive any interruptions, but he immediately heard a scream from not far away. It was from his nephew. Agnelli rushed there without hesitation. A Buffanti wizard was half kneeling there, holding a frosty sword in his hand. His back was to Agnelli's nephew. Facing Agnelli, he was alert. It only took a few seconds to condense the body from the flames or water. His reaction was quick. Agnelli's nephew fell to the ground, missing most of his body, from shoulders to hips. The peritoneum that wrapped his internal organs also disappeared, and his intestines and liver were all over the ground. Agnelli knew at a glance that there was no hope, even if there were potions and magic. He shot a magic without hesitation. The magic arrow pierced the chest of Agnelli's nephew after piercing the Buffanti wizard. The Buffanti wizard's face was full of surprise. He must have wondered why Agnelli didn't come forward. He fell down dejectedly, and the preset trap was activated. A stream of acid melted him and Agnelli's nephew clean. Agnelli didn't even see this scene. After making sure that the other party was doomed to die, he caught the little three-tailed rat that Dolan gave them. The three-tailed rats were of little use, but they were extremely sensitive to the breath of life. They ran around in the corridors and rooms, and once they found a wizard or other living thing, they would scream shrilly. As a powerful wizard, Agnelli's arrogance was not without reason. Sometimes, even if there was 1 or 2 rooms between them, his magic could lift the floor, destroy the wall, and hide another wizard directly. The pain of losing his nephew made him more focused and determined. He cast sharp magics one after another, snatching the lives of Buffanti, Mancini, or other wizards who were willing to crawl at the feet of mortals. With groans, screams and wails, his blood was burning like a fire with grease. However, he had not forgotten Madame Gagny's arrangement. In a room that was barely kept in its original state, he stepped on the back of Buffanti and drew his blood. He cast a magic in the air. The blood first coagulated into a ball, and then he drew a crude map in a zigzag pattern, not far away. Agnelli said, this was the meeting point for him and Gagny and others, but at this moment, a loud bang came from outside to inside, and this sudden burst of air slammed him and the dying wizard against the wall behind them. The light from outside had not yet come in, the room was already dusty, and visibility dropped sharply. Agnelli only had time to grab his wand before he felt a sharp pain in his ankle. He lowered his head and found that the wizard Buffanti had turned into a weasel, which not only slipped away from under his feet quickly, but also had time to bite him. Agnelli pointed at himself and turned into a large owl with a wingspan of more than 5 feet. In the dust, it might be difficult for a wizard to find a weasel of the same gray, white and black color, but owls are hunters who rely on hearing to hunt prey. He has already caught a trace of the weasel. It only took a few seconds. With a piercing scream, The owl's claws had already pressed deeply into the weasel's fur. The wizard Bufandi wanted to roll over or return to human form, but Agnelli only needed to use force to break his spine. But at this moment, another loud bang burst out under their feet. Agnelli realized that he had made a mistake. He didn't care about the prey under his feet. He turned over and returned to his original form. The loud bang had only a tinnitus on the wizard, but it was a huge harm to the big owl. He stood up with the help of the wall, and blood flowed from his ears and nose. At this time, the dust had slowly fallen to the ground. Although there were still countless dust floating in the sunlight projected from outside, it was enough for people to see the situation inside. Agnelli pouted. The wizards of the Duke of Colonna rode on Pegasus or nightmares, holding their wands and facing him closely, and the lucky Bufandi had already rolled and crawled to the gap and was rescued by 2 wizards. Although he was wounded, the vitality of wizards was much stronger than that of mortals. If Agnelli, he was willing to save his nephew, he could also be saved from death, but he raised his head and saw a young wizard in gorgeous clothes sitting on a nightmare that was stronger and bigger than the other mounts hundreds of feet away from them. He looked like he had just reached adulthood, probably not much younger than his nephew. The loud noise and vibration continued, and Agnelli could see clearly that it was the mortal artillery that broke through the outer wall of the castle. They used Pegasus to drag it, and several other wizards manipulated the weapon as skillfully and quickly as mortals, and the shells it used were not simple either. Mortal shells could not cause such great damage to the wizard's fortress. If Vauban couldn't help but say, "No." Vesalius said, "Hasn't your majesty thought of what you thought of? This is Gala, the inner world." He paused. "In short, it is the place where magic power is condensed and concentrated. In the outer world, or in places where magic power is scarce, the shells do not have such power." Vauban's regret was evident. But Vesalius endured for a long time, and finally felt that he had to say it. The Duke of Colonna and his father really have many similarities. "Is it not good?" Vauban said. "Not good at all." Vesalius roared in his heart. Although this fortress was called Mancini Castle, it was the temple of wizards and the crown of Gala 20 or 30 years ago. He thought that the Duke of Colonna would not allow his soldiers to rush into the castle rashly and fall into the trap of Agnelli and others, but he did not expect that the Duke of Colonna would use this. It was just like a child turning over an ant nest, poking holes everywhere in this castle built on the mountain. Yes, this method of using powerful firepower to destroy enemy fortresses can minimize casualties, but no matter how Viceroy complained, Duke Colonna's method of turning over ant nests was very effective. Because the castle was built on the mountain, the diameter was no more than 50 feet deep in many places. After divination and prediction of the possible location and route of the rebels, after all, there were only a few places where flames were burning and water was accumulating. All mazes are worthless after being opened, and so is the castle. The wizards belonging to Mancini and Bufandi can be rescued even if they fall from the gap, but the rebels are like ants exposed to the skylight. No matter how fast they are, they can't beat Pegasus and Nightmare. Even if the artillery fires slowly, the range and accuracy of the musket bullets are far better than most spells. They are like small animals being hunted and can only flee in the corridors and rooms in a panic. Although it will take some time. When Mrs. Gagny was brought to Colonna, her hair was disheveled and blood-stained, but she was still very calm. "I want to talk to the head of the Mancini family," Mrs. Gagny shouted, right away. The Duke's wizard looked at her and just shook his head. The lady pursed her lips. "What a pity," she said. "Even if it's about Mary, Mancini doesn't matter." This made the wizard subconsciously turn around and look behind him. At this moment, a 3-tailed rat jumped down from Mrs. Gagny's body and turned into a wizard on the ground. 2 poisonous snakes were coiled around his neck. It pounced on both sides like lightning and bit the throats of the wizards who were guarding them. They immediately turned black and died without saying a word. When they fell, the wizard turned around. Chapter 286, War in the Other World, 4. As soon as DeLong was free from the 3-tailed rat form, he immediately drew out 3 magic wands, one for Agnelli and one for Madame Gagny. Madame Gagny cast several spells in a row, driving the Duke of Colonna's wizards outside. Agnelli and DeLong worked together to kill the wizard riding Pegasus. They jumped through the gap and jumped on the back of Pegasus. Pegasus neighed unruly, but DeLong immediately let out a terrible roar from his throat, and almost immediately, the Pegasus calmed down. DeLong pulled the reins, and the Pegasus flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Agnelli took a last look at Madame Gagny, who was falling from the gap and died before she fell to the ground. Agnelli stopped looking at him. They might be only a few hundred feet away from the Duke of Colonna, but these few hundred feet were out of reach for them. The Duke was surrounded by the most powerful wizards. They had already separated a part of them and were heading towards them. At one time, various spells and bullets were whistling. DeLong leaned down and whispered a spell in the ear of Pegasus, forcing his mind and magic to merge with Pegasus. Even as a magical creature, its wisdom could not compare with that of a wizard. Moreover, DeLong's magic not only made it agile and swift, but also made its body tough, so tough that it could not be destroyed by the enemy's attack. Agnelli had pointed his wand at himself when Pegasus encountered the first sniper attack. He closed his eyes and felt a handful of flames burning from the depths of his heart. The flames used his blood and magic as fuel, burning fiercely, igniting his bones, muscles, skin and hair, and then his coat, and then DeLong and Pegasus. "Are they burning?" asked the Duke of Colonna. The wizards around him saw it. The wizards around Ronquet and the Duke were the first to change color. They shouted and cast magic, but when they acted, Agnelli's transformation was complete. In the era of Merlin, powerful wizards agreed not to transform into magical creatures to fight during training. They generally referred to dragons. But hundreds of years ago, the Agnelli family claimed that the magic of dragon transformation had been lost. This was of course a lie, but it can only be said that it was an incomplete lie. DeLong felt a burning on his back. The reason why the Agnelli family was the looming leader of Gala Island was because their parents could transform into dragons at the earliest. However, except for those majestic and powerful wizards in the era of Merlin, to transform into dragons, the current wizards have to pay a price, that is, to completely exhaust their magic power. Even if Agnelli could survive, he could only be immortal. However, he had decided to use his own death and the death of the Duke of Colonna to announce his defeat to the arrogant mortal king. His body was swelling in the flames, and golden light flowed in his reopened eyes. The spread membrane wings changed from deep red like solidified blood to bright red like cinnabar, and then to bright orange red. Fireballs and bright spots flew from its body and neck like stars. Its sharp claws finally stepped on DeLong's back and it flew up. DeLong was now engulfed in flames. He laughed and rushed towards the panicked wizards. The damage suffered by Pegasus and the damage he suffered seemed to have disappeared into thin air. He opened his arms, hugged an unfortunate wizard tightly, and burned with him. "Your father told me," the wizard behind the Duke of Colonna suddenly said, "you are worth more than 100 Gala Islands." "I am going to prove this to him," said the Duke of Colonna, who inherited the strong fighting spirit in his eyes. "I have fought with my mother and my father. This is my first battle, Mr. Ilalo." The wizard pulled down his hood, and it was indeed Ilalo. 20 years had passed, and his face, which was more cute than handsome, seemed to have not changed at all, except for the fine lines at the corners of his eyes and mouth. First, it was because he was also from the other world. Second, it was probably because he was always smiling, just like now. Mr. Ilalo. Ronquet was a step too late, and could only shout in shock and anger. Although Louis XIV had led the army in person, he had never been to the battlefield in person and fought with his soldiers. "The inner world is different from the outer world," Ilalo said with a smile. "Mr. Ronquet, you should understand it better than me." Ronquet paused. Although Ilalo was a priest, what he said was correct. When Mary Mancini was still alive, she ruled Gala as the head of the Mancini family, which was in line with the tradition of wizards. But when the Duke of Colonna took over the power, she became like a secular prince and ruled Gala Island and even more inner worlds. Then the problem arose. In other inner worlds, such as Vesuvio and Naples, the wizards of Gala Island were eroded and tempted by Louis XIV. It was certainly not a problem for the Duke of Colonna to subdue them. But in the inner worlds elsewhere, a very weak wizard could not make those arrogant guys obey her orders. Mary Mancini had so many supporters because she showed the ability and cruelty of a powerful wizard at the top of the pyramid. The Duke of Colonna was not panicked. As he said, this was not the first time he appeared on the battlefield. It could only be said that this was the first time he faced such a fierce and dangerous enemy as Agnelli. As soon as he rushed into the air and faced Agnelli alone, he felt the air was as hot as boiling water at a distance of dozens of feet. The fire dragon seemed unable to tolerate others interfering in the battle between it and the Duke. It vibrated its membrane wings, and flames surged, forcing back the wizards who followed it. Only the Duke went straight forward. Along with a hurricane came overwhelming dust and ash. The fire dragon let out a very humane sharp laugh, and felt a little wary of this hybrid of Mancini and mortal. Generally speaking, wizards think that the only way to fight against fire is water or ice, but for a burning flame like the fire dragon, throwing water will not only fail to extinguish the fire, but will cause a violent explosion. Instead, it is dust. Agnelli didn't know that when he was in Nantes, the Duke of Colonna had a deep understanding of steam. He certainly knew that when water meets flames, sometimes it will form a large amount of boiling water vapor. This kind of damage is not fatal to Agnelli, who is now in the form of fire, but for wizards, wizards are also flesh and blood. Unfortunately, the sand and gravel stirred up by the hurricane did not pose a threat to the fire dragon. The shadow cast by its spread membrane wings could cover the entire castle. Duke Colonna was not very panicked. When the fire dragon's huge claws grabbed him, he cast a joke magic on himself and his mount, a spell that would cover a person's entire body with thick mucus, and then he activated the nightmare, which suddenly pierced through the fire dragon's claws. It is a difficult feeling to describe the feeling of walking directly through this magical creature that is the embodiment of fire. It looks solid, and the sound of the wind and the overwhelming feeling of fear are not out of nothing, but when you really dare to break through it, you will feel that it is still just fire, burning the thick mucus covering the Duke's body. This mucus comes from the liquid extracted by Vesalius from the sac of the firebird. The bird comes from Central America, because Louis XIV obtained colonies from America in previous negotiations, so the temporary managers of the colonies, they hoped to get a formal appointment from the king, and sent black slaves, gold, gems, bison, bears and other gifts to win the king's favor. The firebird is just an insignificant item among them, which is mainly used to light a fire and watch them put out the fire for fun. But there are many things that are not worth mentioning for mortals. Wizards, or wise people, can always find something unusual in them, such as the mucus on the Duke's body. This layer of mucus immediately hardens under the high temperature burning, not only protecting the people inside, but also if it covers the flames, it will isolate the air needed for the burning of the ignited objects. The latter cannot be done for the time being, because the body of the fire dragon is too large. Compared with it, the Duke is like a small black dot around it. Ronquet watched for a few seconds and found that even if the Duke did not defeat the fire dragon incarnated by Agnelli in one fell swoop, he would not be defeated easily. Melfa once said that Louis XIV was not a person without talent. If he wanted, he could also become a great wizard who is no less than Agnelli, but the king did not. Ronquet knew very well that wizards who were like frogs in the well would not understand how ambitious a king was. Even a Gaelic island could not satisfy him, but this did not mean that he had no desire for the inner world. He left his blood here and let him take over the father's position. Duke Colonna has the blood of Mancini and Bourbon. Although he is young, he has already shown outstanding talent. As for wizards, Ronquet is his teacher and of course he knows something about them. Even if it was Mary, if he had not hesitated about his mother, he would not have been hurt so badly. He is not a weak person, whether in magic, body or soul. Even if his enemy is an older and experienced wizard. Is this a fair battle? Duke Colonna thought in his heart. The mucus covering his body like armor has turned into cracked hard shells and fell off. The nightmare under his seat stepped on the hot wind and danced with the fire dragon. The Duke waved his wand and kept throwing half-man-high ice cones at the fire dragon. After pulling away, the steam damage caused by these ice cones would only hurt Agnelli. Although they were too small compared to the fire dragon, every explosion would cause an irreparable hole. Agnelli also realized it, and when it flipped over, although the Duke quickly rose, the tip of the membrane wing that covered the sky and the sun still swept across Nightmare's hind legs. Nightmare screamed, and the severe pain made it crazy. It rushed over without hesitation and bit off a large piece of the fire dragon's membrane wing, but it ignored the fire dragon's long tail. The long tail covered with thorns followed the momentum of the flip and slammed Nightmare and the Duke into the fire dragon's abdomen. That was the hottest part of the fire dragon, like a huge furnace, enough to melt steel and stone. Ronquet couldn't help but yelled, and some wizards also rushed forward, but before they could cast magic, the fire dragon incarnated by Agnelli fell heavily to the ground. It wailed silently, and suddenly a dazzling white light came out of its abdomen, which was like a dagger tearing the fire dragon's abdomen, getting bigger and bigger, so big that it almost tore the dragon in half. The next moment, the Duke, holding a lance over 10 feet long, jumped out of the fire dragon's belly like a legendary dragon slayer. The Duke of Colonna and his mount were not without any damage. The horse's clothes and the Duke's coat were gone, and his face and body were covered with bright red and charred burn marks, and even thick ashes were scattered everywhere they passed. They rushed out dozens of steps before stopping and looking back. Under their gaze, the fire dragon gradually shrank and turned back to the appearance of an adult male. Agnelli looked at the Duke with anger in his eyes. "It's not fair, right?" the Duke said softly. "This is the Holy Silver Cross spear." He glanced at the lance in his hand. It was Eliot's weapon, and it could be said that it was made to target all wizards and magical creatures. It shouldn't have appeared in the Duke's hands, but... Ronquet glanced at Ilario, and finally understood why Ilario was so calm. "This is simply cheating." "What does it matter?" Ilario said indifferently. "How do you think King Arthur pulled out the sword of the oath that no one else can pull out except him? Leaving behind this secret that was enough to shock half of Europe." Ilario walked towards the Duke with a smile. Agnelli was dead, but even if he was not dead, what could he say? The winner is the king, especially in this wizard world where the strong are respected. Luciano, the Dragon Slayer. This name will spread quickly to all directions with the victory of the Duke of Colonna, far better than Agnelli, who reproduced the art of turning into a fire dragon. He is now the king of Gala Island, but the invisible crown will also be worn on his head by wizards from other worlds. Ilario was still a step too slow. The Duke was tightly surrounded by his fanatical supporters. They shouted excitedly and lifted the Duke high up. The wizards who were still in the air also fell down one after another. No one could be higher than the Duke of Colonna. He was high above, looking down on everyone. "Sorry, the computer had some problems, so it's late. Sorry. The additional update is completed." Chapter 287, The Amazing Journey of Anna Maria Luisa de' Medici. Anna Maria Luisa de' Medici was the only daughter of Cosimo III, Grand Duke of Tuscany. Her mother was the eldest daughter of Duke Gaston. Therefore, she was full of impotent rage towards the current King of France, Louis XIV. After all, she had always regarded herself as a princess of the Bourbon family. Since coming to Florence, she had never stopped her hysterics for a moment, as if anything would trigger her screaming in rage. Such a wife, of course, could not arouse the love of her husband and mother-in-law, even though she gave birth to 2 sons and 1 daughter for the Grand Duke. The youngest son was even born in 71, but the following year the Grand Duke of Tuscany applied to Louis XIV to send his wife to a monastery, in a political marriage that was equivalent to part of the covenant. This situation was not common, but Louis XIV readily responded to the Grand Duke's request and allowed the Grand Duke to do what he wanted. Cosimo III did not go too far. Anna's mother was sent to a monastery in Montmartre, France, to spend the restless second half of her life. The Grand Duke allowed her to take her jewelry and entourage, and gave her florins, Italian gold coins, worth 80,000 livres. Along with this restless woman, her eldest daughter, Anna, who was engaged to the king's illegitimate son, the Duke of Colonna, returned to France. Anna was born in 67 and was just a child, but with such a mother and such a family, she was destined to be more thoughtful than her peers. She tried her best to help the servants and entourage comfort her mother until she saw the heavy iron door of the monastery in Montmartre slowly close, and then went to Paris with her wet nurse and guards, and then to Versailles. The reason for doing so is that Versailles has now become a crowded palace. Not to mention the Palace of Versailles, even the towns of Limoges and Versailles are crowded with officials and nobles. Now there are many more wealthy people from the provinces. They come to see if they have the luck to meet the king. Secondly, the 4 schools supervised by the king under the instruction of the princes and princesses, the School of Painting and Sculpture, the School of Dance, the School of Music, and the School of Drama have finally been completed. The king has promised that during the 50 days from Easter to Pentecost, which is April to May when spring is in full bloom, these 4 schools will hold exhibitions and performances for all audiences day and night on weekdays. After this news came out, thousands of people flocked to Paris every day. Although he supervised the construction of the academy, Louis XIV had no intention of rebuilding a new palace. These 4 academies were ancient buildings selected by the king himself. They once belonged to the prime minister, bishops, generals and dukes. They were prominent for a time, but now almost no one mentions their names. Their mansions are as vast as palaces. Because of their solidity and magnificence, such as the Richelieu house before, they were not damaged much even after the 2 Fronde riots. But for the current Parisians, they are like tasteless chicken ribs. Remember the first job that the Duke of Orleans did for the king? The king's brother almost rebuilt half of Paris for the king. These buildings with uniform specifications and similar colors stood on both sides of the street, like well-trained soldiers, which amazed people who came to Paris for the first time or after the reconstruction. The benefits they felt were not only that these new buildings all had water supply and drainage systems, but those old houses that have not been rebuilt for various reasons have problems. Most of them have only a simple open channel for drainage, and some even rely on the gaps in the stone slabs for drainage. When people are accustomed to various sanitary facilities, they may not think they are so precious, but after such experience, they are tired of their original lives and even unbearable. So these vast old houses were gradually bought by the king and his brother in the past 20 years. The original residents now almost all have properties around Versailles and enjoy a safe and tidy new life. Because Louis XIV had such a plan from the beginning, these old houses were converted into colleges like the former Château de Vaux-le-Vicomte. The college does not need too many independent sanitary facilities, but only needs a public sanitary facility like the ancient Romans, and then build new dormitories for students and teachers. The original rooms can be used as classrooms. Although they are called academies, in fact, all art academies cannot recruit children or teenagers. Those who can enroll are children of aristocratic families. In another sense, children of aristocratic families. There are very few people like Lully and Molière, because the former is just the son of a miller, and the latter is obviously the son of a merchant who provides furnishings and tapestries for the royal family. For people like Lebrun and Beauchamp, it is normal for their grandfathers or even great-grandfathers to have the same profession. At that time, people were very taboo about cross-industry, and the higher they were, the more so. So in these four academies, rather than academies, it is better to say that they are a competitive and cruel arena. All the talented and gifted people in France, or Europe, gathered here. They all brought their own students, nephews and servants, on their respective battlefields. They were not convinced by each other. At this time, it depends on the ability of the founder and supervisor of the academy. It just happens that all artistic things are difficult to judge. What surprised Louis was that the first person to propose a solution was his crown prince Louis. It must be said that compared to the eldest Princess Elizabeth, who was 1 year younger than him, the prince sometimes seemed duller. Although people often thought that this was a sign of stability, he was indeed a little taciturn. In addition, his temperament lacked courage and sharpness. Although the ministers would not say anything in front of the king, Louis knew that Prince Condé and Colbert had been disappointed. They always felt that Louis' son could not surpass his father, at least he should surpass other children. To be fair, Louis felt that it was a blessing from God that little Louis was healthy and normal. He never asked too much of little Louis, but he didn't expect that the prince might just be superficial, because he heard that the teachers in the college were not giving in to each other, not only arguing about treatment, accommodation, teaching location, and course arrangement, but also arguing about students. In short, they hoped that other people's students would come to their classes and accept their theories, not the other way around. As mentioned before, it is difficult to distinguish between high and low artistic things, especially since the invited artists are not mediocre. When they were arguing, the prince who had been listening quietly suggested that they could use a quick and straightforward method to distinguish between high and low, just like the gladiators in the ancient Roman Colosseum, asking the audience to raise their thumbs or lower their thumbs. For a full 50 days, they can show their talents in the open academy, from painting to sculpture, from music to dance, and then drama. So, what is used to count? The prince said that there is the most reliable thing, money. The jingling liade, copper coins, écus, silver coins, and louis d'or. The audience can watch all exhibitions and performances for free, but if they think that an artist is worthy of praise, they can throw money into the box on the side to show encouragement. As we all know, people may be generous with their words and time, but they will be very cautious with the coins in their hands. The person who can get the most rewards must be the most admired artist. He can certainly get the highest honor, and others can also estimate each other according to the amount of money they get. This practice also caused some artists to be disgusted, but Louis the Younger's idea was correct. Louis XIV was not very interested in art. He just wanted to return the crown of economic and artistic center to Paris after taking away its status as the political center. After all, Paris is the capital of France. Perhaps these four academies will give birth to countless shining stars in the future, but now they are just the mouthpiece of the king. If a good horse is unwilling to put on the bridle, then it is useless no matter how strong it is. A painter, singer or actor who is unwilling to kneel to the king is worthless, or it will cause trouble. Count d'Artagnan ruthlessly drove out those artists who refused to obey orders from Paris, and there might not be a place for them in other parts of France of course. Those who stayed would obey orders. When the Medici princess came to Paris, what she saw was a magnificent scene of flowers and clusters. Chapter 288 The Amazing Journey of Anna Maria Luisa de' Medici, 2. The first impression that Paris left on Anna of Medici was the countless people. Anna was not loved by her mother, or rather, none of the three children were loved by their mother, so she grew up under the lap of Cosimo III's mother, her grandmother, which prevented her from being influenced by Margaret and also made her lose all the innocence of a child. Cosimo III's mother was also an ambitious woman. When Cosimo III was a minor, she ruled Tuscany on his behalf. After Cosimo III came of age, she was briefly silent for a while, but when Cosimo III lost interest in government affairs, she became the uncrowned king of Florence with great interest again. With such a grandmother, it was unlikely that Anna could expect to get much love from her. She grew up quietly in a monastery. Generally speaking, like many noble women, she would stay in the monastery until she was 14 or 15 years old, and then be ready to get married, passing from her father's hand to her husband all the time, but she was lucky that her fiancé was from the most powerful European country. The King of France would not choose an incompetent husband for his daughter, nor would he choose an unsuitable wife for his son, even if their marriage was more out of political needs than love. After Louis XIV made an engagement with Teresa of Habsburg, he wrote letters to let his wife understand himself, France, and the court, so that she would not be as depressed and embarrassed as the former Queen Mother after marrying thousands of miles to France. He also used this method on his son's wife, because Cosimo III and the daughter of Duke Gaston, Louis' cousin, had already formed a de facto separation relationship, but at this point, the French king was willing to reclaim the princess, which could be said to be quite magnanimous, so he also conceded on the other hand, that is, to allow his daughter to receive education in Paris and Versailles instead of staying in the monastery in Rome. In name, Anna accompanied her mother back to Paris and was then introduced to the Palace of Versailles, but then she would spend 6 years or more of her student life in the school opened by the king, but this was also a matter for later. They had to meet the king in the Louvre first. Montmartre is not far from Paris, but because of some unspeakable flattery, the official responsible for receiving the princess brought a motorcade into Paris from the Princess Gate on the upper left of the Louvre. Although it is called a city gate, the Princess Gate is just an independent building in the style of an Arc de Triomphe. Although it is extremely gorgeous, it has no practical use. This again involves Louis XIV's resetting of Paris, because he does not intend to let Paris continue to be the political and military center of France. Then the collapsed and decayed city walls of Paris would be almost useless. He could certainly rebuild it, but with the increasingly powerful artillery, the defensive role that the city walls can play is getting lower and lower, so his brother Philip finally demolished all the city walls and then built a wide boulevard around Paris. This boulevard connected to the Boulevard Queen behind the Princess Gate, which surprised Anna and her entourage, because in this era, the city walls and gates not only defended against foreign enemies, but also distinguished between cities and villages. But when they thought about it, the suburbs of Paris were almost the same as the towns they knew, with neat roads and ground, dense houses and people, but this scene became more obvious after entering the Princess Gate. The Boulevard Queen was large enough to allow 4 carriages to travel side by side, but even so, the speed of the horses, carriages and people was still very slow. They were able to maintain order and continue to move forward, thanks to the clear division between the sidewalk and the carriage road, the rule of walking on the right and the police who appeared from time to time. Anna's carriage was swept along, moving forward at a speed that could almost be described as creeping, just like the civilians walking. The princess's nurse couldn't help but complain, thinking that the officials who received them should take some measures. However, Anna's lady-in-waiting shook her head after watching for a while. "I don't think it's possible," she said. "I saw the Duke and Marquis carriages, not far from us." "Are we?" the nurse asked hesitantly, wondering if this embarrassing situation was deliberately caused by someone in the court, but the lady-in-waiting just waved her hand. "It should be just an accident." She saw a man get off the carriage, untie a horse from the carriage, ride it and leave, which was faster than the carriage. But they couldn't do that, and there was no need. No matter how slow they were, they could reach the Louvre in an hour and meet the king tomorrow. She was not angry or suspicious of Anna Medici. It was the first time she saw so many people, and she was almost frightened. They walked closely together, with ruddy faces and full of spirit. Most of them wore silk and velvet, and even if they didn't, they were decorated with a lot of lace and ribbons. Many young or middle-aged men wore royal blue, crimson or white coats. Because of the epaulets and shoulder straps, it was obvious that they were serving the king. There were also some heroic and strong men with gold tassels hanging from their epaulets, and wide waists tied and hung from one side, with tassels on the edges, and gorgeous medals on their chests. Young Anna might not know what it meant, but the maid beside her had already revealed a meaningful smile, but after being glanced at by the lady-in-waiting, she had to restrain herself for a while, but soon after, she couldn't help but look at them greedily again. The lady-in-waiting also felt a little helpless. The Medici family could not compare with the Habsburgs or the Bourbons in terms of background. There were not many real noble ladies in the court of the Grand Duke of Tuscany, and there were not many choices for these maids. They followed the princess to Paris and Versailles. The most important thing was to rely on their looks and generous dowries to win a husband for themselves. It was unlikely that they could find a royal family member or a great nobleman, but those robed nobles, especially the military upstarts promoted by the king because of the 2 wars, were still very likely. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that these people had a bright future. As for Anna of Medici, although she was calmer than her peers, she was still a child after all. She had been completely attracted by the bright shop windows on both sides of the street. The new blocks supervised by Philippe, Duke of Orleans for the king were all 3- or 4-story houses. The ground floor was full of shops, and the second, third and attic floors were for living. Also, because the king issued a temporary concession allowing Parisians to have the greatest freedom during these 50 days, all shops tried their best to attract customers. They shouted, blew horns and rang bells, made huge signs, hung goods directly in front of windows and doors, or let some nimble boys run around distributing leaflets. Some people also hired wandering artists to perform magic and comedy. This behavior undoubtedly led to further congestion. Before the police could drive them away, someone in the crowd shouted that something had been stolen. Of course, this was also a carnival day for thieves. Everyone wore their best clothes, jewelry, wigs and handkerchiefs. Soldiers and officers also carried muskets and daggers. Some thieves were caught, and some were not. The police were busy running around, and the onlookers laughed happily. There were also scoundrels with ulterior motives who put their hands into the woman's shawl, causing screams. Similarly, if they were caught, they would be beaten. If they were not caught, or if they were caught but the lady didn't care, then there was still a chance of accomplishing a good deed. It didn't matter. The female official took a look and reached out to pull the curtain to cover the last gap. In short, too depraved, Anna's nurse said while making the sign of the cross. The female official just smiled. Romans have no right to accuse others. The nurse moved her lips in disapproval, but still did not refute. This lady's origin is not very glorious. It is said that her father is a prisoner and her mother is the daughter of the warden. Although she is smart and quick-witted, she has almost no dowry because of her beautiful appearance. When she was 16 years old, she found a 42-year-old husband, who died a few years after marriage and left her no children or much inheritance. This lady relied entirely on her outstanding talent and her husband's few connections to find a job with the Grand Duke of Tuscany. At first, she was just a nanny for the Grand Duke's eldest son, but her talent eventually attracted the Grand Duke's attention. After the Grand Duke's eldest son no longer needed a nanny, the Grand Duke asked her to take care of his eldest daughter Anna. After all, no one expected the princess's mother to do anything. It seems that we have to start evacuating people 3 miles away from Paris. The Duke of Orleans said. I didn't expect there would be so many people, Louis said. I thought I only had 20 million people. You have to be considerate of people's feelings, said the Duke of Orleans, biting the tip of his quill. Although you held a victory banquet in Versailles, not everyone is eligible to enter the Palace of Versailles, and since you ascended the throne, there have been almost no grand parties held in Paris. It is clear that Paris is much better now than in the past. People from other provinces have long hoped to have a chance to see its beauty. Parisians also hope so. They have always been worried that you have completely abandoned Paris and will only be your king in Versailles. And now the French people don't have to worry about a great famine, Colbert said with satisfaction. Any businessman knows that when people are hungry, don't do even the wheat business, but when people are full, even dog shit can be sold. You haven't convened the 3-level parliament for 20 years, and you would rather sell Fontainebleau than continue to increase taxes on farmers. I have never seen St. Louis, but your majesty, if someone points to you and says, This is St. Louis. I don't think anyone will object. If it were 10 years ago, Louis would have been embarrassed, but now he is completely used to it. The ministers of Paris and Versailles only complimented him occasionally, while the officials and priests in other provinces could talk about it all day long if they could. If they could apply this ability to military or people's livelihood, Louis would not always be jealous of Oliver Cromwell. There is one more thing, Louis said to Colbert. I intend to allow Paris residents to rent out their spare rooms during these 50 days. There are too many people coming to Paris, and the original hotels and inns in Paris cannot accommodate so many guests. However, it is not realistic to encourage people to open hotels. After all, such a flow of people will only appear in 50 days. If someone is willing to rent out an empty room to make a fortune, it will benefit both parties. That's a good thing, Colbert said. So how much tax should we collect? 1/5, said the king. After all, it's extra revenue and it doesn't cost much. He paused and said, set a different price and don't allow them to raise the price indefinitely. The reason he did this was because Count d'Artagnan said that the room on the Boulevard Queen was already 10 gold Louis a day, and 3 meals were not included. As they said this, the little Prince Louis asked for an audience, and then they saw a group of children walking in with incredible expressions. It turned out that in order to settle the disputes among artists, the little Prince Louis came up with the idea of using real money appreciation to determine the superiority of the artists. This method is not perfect, because the public's appreciation is often restricted by identity and status, but at this time, this is the only way to make these unruly guys accept the king's arrangement. Did you encounter any difficulties? Asked the Duke of Orleans. Chapter 289, The Amazing Journey of Anna Maria Louisa de' Medici, 3. The problems encountered by these princes and princesses were not difficult, but none of them had expected that the little tricks they used to complete the work assigned by the king as quickly as possible would earn them nearly 10,000 livres in a week. Although this income could not be compared with the profits from taxes or banks and fleets, it was also very amazing. It was not surprising at first. First of all, those who could come to Paris would not be poor paupers, and some of them could even be said to have some wealth. Although they did not know that the so-called commendation fee was the idea of the prince, they were willing to use the money for a meal or a bottle of wine to boast about their wealth. As for most people, they might think that throwing money around was a stupid thing, but in their hearts, the people who performed or showed paintings for them had once served the king and the great nobles. When they offered their rewards, it seemed as if they had a connection with those arrogant big men for a few seconds, so they were not so heartbroken and hesitant. There is another kind of people, that is, the real prominent figures, who can easily lose hundreds of livres at the gambling table. Since they already know that the 4 art academies were commissioned by the king and supervised by the princes and princesses, they certainly don't care about this expense. However, there are also people who really like a role in a drama, or who are deadlocked with their opponents on a sculpture or painting, and they impulsively throw boxes of gold Louis to compete. After getting the approval of the king and the duke, the little Prince Louis was slightly relieved. He walked back and forth in front of the box of money, clenching his fists excitedly. Although as a prince, he already had a title and fiefdom, this was different. It was the first time that he realized why his father valued Colbert so much and why Colbert valued business so much. The income from land is stable, but to quickly make a lot of money, relying on territory alone is far from enough. By the way, the prince suddenly said, "Father, there is one more thing." He said, "What?" "I have prepared a gift for you," the prince said, and then he asked his servant to bring a painting. After lifting the curtain, a group portrait was revealed. This painting was sent to Paris by a Dutch painter. The prince said, "This painting has caused a lot of discussion. Some people think it is terrible, while others think it is excellent. Are you the latter?" "Yes, father, I am the latter. I think you will like this painting, so I bought it from the painter." This dress, the king turned around and asked, "Duke, are they soldiers from Amsterdam?" "Probably," said the Duke of Orleans, "they should be shooters. Look, they are holding muskets." The king smiled. Only the prince would do this. Other ministers or nobles did not have the courage to send this portrait to him, but he could understand little Louis's idea. The prince's appreciation of art and his ability to capture beauty were much better than his father's. He sent this painting to him out of love for his father and trust in the king. In addition to the subject matter, the reason why this painting caused such a big controversy is that the painter boldly used too strong a contrast, light and dark, big and small, front and back. Such a picture presented in front of people is like a suspended stage scene. This novel expression method will certainly make people who are used to the uniform and soft brightness of the picture and everyone is almost the same size feel uncomfortable, but there are also people with outstanding taste who think this is a rare masterpiece. You said that it was a Dutch painter. The king said, then I will summon him when I have time. He waved his hand and asked the servants to put away the painting. Since you are here, let's have dinner together, and Colbert will come too. I just have something to tell you. What the king wanted to say was related to the eldest princess. The princess was restless a few months ago because she was worried that the king would marry her to King Carlos II of Spain for France. We have already described what kind of person Carlos II is, so I will not repeat it here. However, compared with Louis XIV, there are monarchs who do not care about their children. For example, Leopold I, after several considerations, finally married his eldest daughter Antonia to Carlos II, even though he knew that Carlos II could not let women have children. The Duke of Orleans and the king discussed whether to let the princess know about this matter, but in the end they decided that it would be better for them to tell the princess instead of letting her hear a distorted or wrong version from others. As soon as this matter was said, the princess lost all her appetite. Fortunately, the dinner was over. It was not a pretense, but the thought of a girl encountering such a terrible thing made the princess feel cold all over, especially when her father betrayed her. It seems that Leopold I has made up his mind to stand on the opposite side of us. Colbert said. Unless Suleiman I of Ottoman Turkey is reborn and leads his 800,000 troops to march westward, don't even think about seeing me sitting with him. The king said, but in addition to finding allies, there is another reason. The throne of Spain. The Duke of Orleans said gloomily. He already has 2 sons. Although the eldest son Ferdinand died young, the youngest son John is still alive, the king said. They were both born to the daughter of Philip IV. The princess has not given up her inheritance rights, and her son has the right to inherit the Spanish throne. But the brother's inheritance right should come first, said the eldest princess. My mother is the eldest daughter of Philip IV. Then it seems that Carlos II's attitude will be very important, said the Duke of Orleans. No wonder Leopold I is willing to pay such a huge price. The eldest princess was a little uneasy, but the eldest princess immediately patted the back of her hand. Believe in our father, she said, believe in their love for us. The reason why I want to tell you first is because of this reason. The king said, what I am most worried about is you, my niece. You have to trust me and your father. Although the princes and princesses are bound to face a political marriage, Louis XIV and the Duke of Orleans will try their best to prevent this marriage from becoming an irreparable tragedy, as is the eldest princess and the eldest princess. The eldest princess smiled at the eldest princess, not too reluctantly, just thinking of Princess Antonia, and the physical condition of Carlos II. There are very few people in the courts of various countries who don't know that the king is Anne. She is almost doomed to endless ridicule and contempt. The best thing for the princess is that Carlos II dies within 10 years, so that she can at least avoid marrying a crazy lunatic. The Duke of Orleans said sarcastically. 8 years. The king said, the marriage contract clearly states that the eldest princess of Leopold I will marry to Spain when she comes of age. Oh my God. The eldest princess whispered and made a cross on her chest. Speaking of this, after a moment of silence, the king also realized that he seemed to have said something that was not pleasant. In order to dispel the strange atmosphere at the table, he coughed lightly. You may have a new friend. Who? Anna Maria Luisa de Medici, the future wife of the Duke of Colonna. The king said, she was born in 1967. He looked at his daughter and niece. Before the Duke of Colonna comes back, you must help me take good care of her. Chapter 290 The Amazing Journey of Anna Maria Luisa de Medici. 4. The misfortune of Leopold I's eldest princess was like a dark cloud passing through the clear sky. In order to wipe away its shadow as soon as possible, Anna of Medici was allowed to meet the king that afternoon. The nobles in the court were envious and jealous of all the favors of the Duke of Colonna. Everyone knew that although Princess Anna was allowed to live in the Louvre as a member of the royal family of the Orleans family, the king, the queen mother and even the queen refused her audience. It is conceivable that she could only spend the rest of her years in the monastery. Princess Anna was treated differently by the king, but only because she had an engagement with the Duke of Colonna. Even if the Duke of Colonna returned to Italy, his fiancée could still enjoy the treatment second only to the Grand Princess. People whispered because the king summoned all the royal family members to welcome the future bride. Princess Anna was only a child, but she knew that it was a great honor for her to be allowed to see the king immediately without spending the night in the mansion in Paris that the Grand Duke of Tuscany had bought. There were many people who had waited for days, weeks, or even months in Paris or Versailles but still could not see the king. Even so, Anna's nurse complained unwillingly, "Can't we wait a few days? 1 or 2 days is fine. The princess just arrived in Paris and needs to rest well." "Stop talking." Anna's maid quickly took off Princess Anna's clothes. "The audience will be at 3 in the afternoon. We need to be ready at 11. Now is." She glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 7 in the morning. "We only have 4 hours. We can't just let the princess see the king. Fortunately, there is a bathroom here, but there is still something missing. Madam Bobby, please come and give the princess a bath." "I'll go." She looked around. "Go find a friend to see if I can get some help." "Your friend? How come I didn't know you also have friends in Paris?" Madam Bobby muttered in a low voice, slowly walked over, and reluctantly took over Princess Anna, who was wrapped in a fluffy cotton bath towel. According to her, it was not impossible to simply wipe her, but, from the bottom of her heart, she didn't dare to refute the words of the lady-in-waiting. Even though she was born in a humble family, she always had a kind of majesty that could not be ignored. Even the former Grand Duchess did not dare to go crazy with her, or maybe the Grand Duchess's mother had a relationship with her like a daughter. "Your hair needs to be washed too." Before leaving, the lady-in-waiting also instructed this, which in turn brought more vague complaints. After all, washed hair needs to be dried with a dry cloth towel again and again, even if there are those circular woven towels in Paris that can absorb water like dry sand. Considering that women at that time almost never cut their hair, Princess Anna's hair was as long as her knees, and it was not an easy task to wash and dry it, so the wet nurse shouted for the maid to help, while carrying the princess into the bathroom. Long before Anna was born, the Grand Duke of Tuscany had remodeled his palace according to the Richelieu house in Paris, so the nurse was not unfamiliar with those bathroom facilities, but the large white porcelain bathtub that could accommodate 2 people still made her smack her tongue slightly, and there were countless bath milks, balms, ointments, etc. She only knew a little French, but Princess Anna knew every word on them. These things in colorful glass bottles had different uses and different smells. The nurse was not stupid enough to make the little princess smell mixed. She carefully selected a few bottles of rose-scented bath milks and balms. When the little princess was drowsy in the warm bath water and the rich fragrance, the lady-in-waiting came back. She did not come back alone. There were many merchants who delivered goods and some people with servants who did not look like nobles. They made the princess's maid feel puzzled, especially the last one, who held a cane, had black curly hair, wig, and wore a cloak. There were cute little page boys on each side holding a huge multi-layered box. He was so arrogant that he disdained to talk to the maids who had doubtful eyes. He walked straight in until the wet nurse hurried out of the bathroom. "Oh my God," she cried, "who is this?" "He is Mr. Champagne," said the lady-in-waiting. As soon as the name was mentioned, the wet nurse's expression changed suddenly, from nervousness and vigilance to flattery and fawning. Speaking of Mr. Champagne, even the ladies in Florence were eager to be served by him once. Unfortunately, his family was originally the royal barber of the French royal family. By the time he fully demonstrated his talents under the protection of His Majesty the King, even the ladies of France had already lined up for a year or two, not to mention foreigners, and this was under the premise that he only received viscounts and above. Let's not talk about how Madame Barbie wondered how a maid who was as unfamiliar with the place as she was invited Mr. Champagne. Mr. Champagne had already commanded his servants to set up his troops in the princess' bedroom like an officer, except that his soldiers were all glittering pins, hairpins, golden or black wigs, lifelike velvet flowers and real flowers with dew on them, as well as secret hairbands and wigs, etc. "Please bring out the princess's clothes for today," he said, and then stared at the clothes thoughtfully for a long time. After a long sigh, he nodded to the maid, indicating that it was probably okay. Then he looked at the princess's jewelry. If some maids did not dare to believe at first that this unremarkable middle-aged man was the famous Champagne, then they saw him nonchalantly taking out hair accessories that matched the jewelry from the box that seemed to be endless, whether diamonds, emeralds, rubies or topaz, or even jet. The quality of some hair accessories even exceeded the princess's jewelry. Champagne just waved his hand indifferently. "The gems on the hair accessories are very small," he explained, "so it is normal that the gems on other jewelry are more outstanding." Madame Barbie didn't know how much money the maid spent to invite Mr. Champagne. After all, the cost of this gentleman was as high as several hundred livres each time 20 years ago, but it must be said that it was worth the money. Florence was once the center of the Renaissance, but as Italy was torn apart again and again, and the hands were changed, all the glory was gone forever. Fashion is often closely related to the power and wealth of a country or even a region. Now the crown belongs to Paris. Mr. Champagne is no longer the apprentice who trembled with fear holding the tongs to curl Miss Mary Mancini's hair. He has been in the business for 20 years and has been in the boudoirs of countless noble ladies. He has spent a quarter of his life immersed in expensive balsam, the glitter of jewels and the smooth silk. He has touched more hair than any dandy boy, and has seen snow-white shoulders and plump arms that even the Sultan of Ottoman Turkey cannot compare to. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that as a barber, the last step he performs is the most critical, so all the tricks played by noble ladies cannot escape his eyes. He is the one who knows the fashion trend of the whole Paris best, even the smallest change. So as long as this gentleman is invited, Princess Anna will not make any mistakes in dressing up. When Princess Anna returned to her bedroom, all the curtains and drapes in the bedroom had been drawn high. The room was bright and clean, with only the sweet fragrance of roses. Mr. Champagne sniffed and said sincerely, "Great." He bent down and said to the little princess, "This is the king's favorite smell." "Really?" Princess Anna asked with her eyes wide open. "Of course, I won't lie, especially to you, you are like a shining star." Champagne said. He was also looking at the Medici princess carefully. Parisians are no strangers to Medici. Not to mention others, the French royal family has 2 queens from Medici, but this is a different time. The current French king will not continue to choose a weak prince's daughter as his wife. But as for the Duke of Colonna, the king's favor to him is well known to everyone. The only thing left is to legally recognize this illegitimate child. The king does not recognize him not because he does not love him, but because he loves him too much. Princess Anna was still young and very cute, but one could roughly predict her future appearance, especially for Champagne, a barber who had seen countless noble ladies. His sharp eyes estimated the appearance of the princess when she grew up. She had abundant hair and thick eyebrows, and it could be seen that she was a healthy child. Her skin, like that of any noble lady, was white and thin, and the veins hidden under the skin could be seen. She could speak French and her manners were a little restrained, but thinking about the little Mr. Eugene and the little Duke of Enghien in the palace, she would surely be taught well soon. Although the description was long, it only took Mr. Champagne a few seconds. After making his judgment, he quickly dressed up Princess Anna and even made some suggestions for the princess's clothes and jewelry. "The king does not approve of children dressing like adults," he said. "Reduce the cumbersome lace and jewelry as much as possible." He instructed the tailor to quickly make some changes to the princess's clothes, and said with interest, "This is not Italian or Spanish clothing, but the latest style in Paris." He asked casually, "Whose suggestion was this?" "It's Madame Aubigny," the maid on the side said casually. "Oh." Mr. Champagne looked around and found that Madame Aubigny had left at some point. He thought of that lady. Although she looked ill, how could Mr. Champagne not see the beauty that was deliberately hidden? But it is true that the court of the Grand Duke of Tuscany is much more chaotic than the court of France. The daughter of the Duke of Gaston does not care about anything except accumulating money and stealing treasures, the collection of the Medici family. The Grand Duke's mother also pays more attention to power than the peace of a family. This lady was first a maid of the Grand Duke's eldest son, and then a lady-in-chief of the eldest daughter. Her beauty can only attract endless rumors and terrible threats, whether from women or men. When Princess Anna boarded the carriage sent by the Louvre, she was very different from when she came to Paris. Her black curly hair was simply tied up, and she wore a gardenia crown. The only jewelry was a string of pearl necklaces hanging around her neck. The royal blue satin skirt on her body was originally decorated with many laces and laces. Now Mr. Champagne directed the tailor to remove a lot of them, but added a lot of pearls, taken from another string of necklaces, so she not only did not look shabby, but also made her skin white and her expression lovely. Mr. Champagne watched her leave, and then he left with a group of servants. Before Princess Anna arrived at the Louvre, the information about her and her people was already on the king's table. After reading the information, Louis looked at his brother and asked, "Do you know who introduced Champagne to Mrs. Aubigny?" "It was Mrs. Montespan." Philip showed an incredible expression. "Although I don't dare to believe it, but my brother, Could it be that the power behind Mrs. Montespan is the Roman Church? Louis finished the sentence for him. I'm a little stuck in the recent transition. Sorry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, The Amazing Journey of Anna Maria Luisa de' Medici, 5. This answer is surprising, but not so surprising. The Roman Church and France used to be as close as family, but now they are at odds with each other. This is an inevitable result. Just like now, although Leopold I's Holy Roman Empire seems to have inherited France's previous status in the heart of the Roman Church, it is only because the emperor needs the Church to help him fight against those Protestant princes in France. If not, you will see a more exciting drama. When Madame Montespan proudly put her chips in front of the king also guessed whether she used her talents. But Madame Montespan and her two sisters did not inherit their mother's specialness. Madame Montespan's mother could make a duke do everything for her, but they could not. They did not have this magic. This should be a good thing for them, but not for Madame Montespan. She can make the weak-willed Marquis kneel at her feet, but she cannot kill the desire for exclusivity and sadism that grows from it. This is really too bad. The death of the Marquis should be related to Madame Montespan, but when the king went to investigate, there was only a skeleton under 6 feet. The wizards had too many means to deal with mortals. At that time, they thought that Madame Montespan's power might come from the Mancini family or other families of Gaeta, but when the Duke of Colonna took back Gaeta, they knew that their ideas were wrong. When there is only one answer to a question, no matter how incredible the answer is, it is possible. So Louis did not hesitate to push back along the result, and add the assumption of the Church, then all the unreasonable places have explanations. First, let's look at the letters. The Grand Duke of Tuscany is in Italy. Siena, where he often lingers, was even the birthplace and territory of a Roman Pope. It is easy for the Church to insert people there. The Grand Duke of Modène's territory is also in the Romagna region. It only takes a day to reach Rome by horseback riding. Pigeons are faster. Of course, Italians used pigeons to send messages as early as Alexander VI. As for the diamond powder, even if the Church did not place a pawn next to the Grand Duke of Modena, the Duke of York, who was said to be interested in converting to Catholicism, had already become their target of concern. Although Charles II had promised to convert to Catholicism after quelling the rebellion in the country, it now seems that he prefers to waver between Catholicism and Protestantism, trying his best to gain the greatest benefits, and even delayed the baptism of his first son. Louis's spies reported that Charles II was preparing to create a high Protestantism in the country. In simple terms, it was another Catholic church, but he was the head of the church. This coquettish approach undoubtedly made people speechless and embarrassed the Catholic Church. So they had to stop the Duke of York from acting on impulse. Maybe not so impulsive. Anyway, the Duke of York must not die in France from murdering the Duchess of Orleans. They already knew Louis XIV very well. If the Duchess of Orleans died, even with the Church and Charles II, the King of France would definitely kill the Duke of York. Anyway, Britain and France had been enemies for 100 years, so they could continue to do so. Louis was willing to help Charles II not because of any real feelings between them, but because the authority of the king could not be taken lightly. At that time, Charles II was already a mature young man, and Louis was still a teenager. What topics could they have in common? As for the Silver Key of Gaela Island, there was no need to say more. The Roman Church knew more about the other world than any other ruler. For example, the priests in the Inquisition were originally from the other world, and there should be many of their own people in the wizard society. And Madame de Montespan, she spent her childhood and adolescence in a monastery. Would it be easier for the Church to intervene and influence her? So how should we treat that lady? Philip asked. We have encountered two very interesting problems, Louis said. First, how did Madame d'Aubagne decide to visit Madame Montespan? Second, he gestured lightly, and then raised his second finger. Second, how did Madame Montespan gladly introduce Champagne to her? Others may not know, but she should know that Champagne's other identity is your spy. They know. It should be said that the Roman Church is willing to compromise with you. It seems that the Grand Duke of Transylvania has indeed threatened Leopold I. Louis said, He was so eager to make a marriage contract with Carlos I of Spain. For this reason, the Grand Duke of Transylvania not only conquered Upper Hungary, modern Czechoslovakia, almost separating Austria from other parts of the Holy Roman Empire, but also intended to form an alliance with the Ottoman Turks. Louis changed a gesture, opened his fingers and wrapped his other fist. Although Leopold I wanted to set up a standing army like me from a long time ago, he was still unable to face two powerful enemies at the same time. 10 years ago, the Habsburgs were still relying on mercenaries and the armies of the princes to fight against the Turks, Philip said. Although Leopold I was the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, his voice could only echo in Vienna. He was just a blind and poor man and could not be compared with you at all. You don't need to be so flattering to me, Louis said. It's better to save your sweet words for the Duchess of Orleans or your lover. Then put it another way, Philip said. The Roman Church obviously found that it could not get the help of Leopold I. On the contrary, it might have to pay something, so it decided to change its course. It can only be said to be betting on both sides, Louis said. Just like the Grand Duke of Tuscany. As far as I know, his way of solving the problem now is very simple. When Leopold I asked him to become his ally, he refused decisively. He said in a letter that if he became an ally of the Holy Roman Empire, Louis XIV of France would definitely come running and hang his head on his mast. This time Louis really laughed for a while. The Grand Duke of Transylvania. Philip said, you know, he is a bold man. He is not only discussing with the Sultan of Ottoman Turkey how to conquer Austria, but also planning to form a marriage alliance with you. Wait. This is something Louis didn't know. He stretched out his hand, and Philip took out a piece of information from his pocket and handed it to the king. Louis opened it and took a look. He finally gave up the idea, because he knew that such a proposal would only anger you. The title of the Grand Duke of Transylvania actually came from the Sultan of Ottoman Turkey, and it was not recognized in Catholic and Protestant countries in Europe. In this case, before he truly became the Lord of Hungary, his coveting of members of the French royal family was an act of usurpation, and it was completely worth having his limbs broken and then hanged. The Grand Duke of Transylvania has only one daughter now, Philip said. If he is interested in marriage, is it my son that he has his eyes on? Maybe it's little Louis. Don't joke like that, Philip said. He saw Louis tapping the table thoughtfully, but it could also be another son, Philip. Madame Montespan is pregnant. Philip was stunned at first, and then he showed a gloomy smile. No wonder they decided to reveal their cards at this time. I don't know about that, Madame d'Arbine, but Madame Montespan must want to wait a little longer, Louis said, but it may be because she is pregnant that the Roman Church will not wait until she completely conquers me. Once I am willing to trust her and love her, then the Church's constraints on her will be equivalent to nothing. Philip sighed. I didn't expect her to be pregnant so soon. I don't know how little Lucy should face her. No need to face. Louis looked at Philip in surprise. Why should I face it? I let her go to Fontainebleau to recuperate. Well, Philip said, now I know that you really are not in love with her. She is a good and capable subordinate, I must admit that, Louis said, but she also got what she wanted, didn't she? When Duke Colonna returned to Paris, he did not see Madame Montespan, because the royal wife had to get the king's permission to announce her pregnancy. Even though she deliberately designed a new style of long skirt, that is, moving the waistline below the chest to show her bulging belly to everyone, there was no news that the royal wife was pregnant in the court. This made Duke Colonna feel much better. Although a large part of the reason for Mary Mancini's imprisonment was her own fault, it was really a thorn in his throat that Madame Montespan, as the instigator, could still be so proud, but he could not ask the king to reject Madame Montespan's flattery. After hearing that Madame Montespan was very likely a special messenger of the Roman Church, he also persuaded Louis to be more tolerant. After all, Madame Montespan was pregnant with his younger brother and sister. Precisely because they are your younger siblings, Louis said gently, that's why I want her to understand the boundary between this child and you. Duke Colonna raised his head and saw a pair of eyes that seemed to be taken from the same aquamarine as his own. She is also a witch. She can never shake the position of little Louis. This, she knows better than your mother. Louis patted Duke Colonna on the back, but you are different. In the heart of Madame Montespan, you are an obstacle that needs to be overcome. What would she think? She would hope that her children have the same status as you. But that's impossible, Louis said coldly. You are my firstborn, Luciano. You were born in love, although it left quickly, but I love you, just like loving your mother. I will never let anyone override you, not even little Louis. I understand, father, the Duke of Colonna whispered, I understand. In fact, when he and little Louis were still in their infancy, Louis had set up two equally grand and broad paths for them, which would never intersect. That was why he could still get along well with Crown Prince Louis when Marie Mancini revealed her true nature. They loved each other like real brothers, except that they would occasionally pity or mock each other in their hearts. But what about Mrs. Montespan's children? They will live a peaceful and quiet life under the supervision of the Duke of Orleans. Louis said. He did not intend to reject Mrs. Montespan's approach. As a king, he did not have such a cleanliness obsession, but that child would not be the second Luciano, or even the second Duke of Harleborg. They would not get any power from Louis. Those children might not even appear in the court. Duke Colonna sighed softly and relievedly. He knew that it was wrong to vent his anger on an innocent baby, but he could not tolerate seeing them beside their father. When he saw them, he would think of his mother who stayed in the Bastille as an unknown person. Have you visited your mother? Yes. This is necessary. Even before the audience with Louis, Mary Mancini must be waiting for him with regret and fear. If something happened to Duke Colonna, she would definitely choose to commit suicide. Then go again, Louis said, take Anna of Medici with you. Can I? She is your wife, Louis said, she must know that I will let Eurasius accompany you. When you send everyone away, tell Mary that she can take off her mask and meet you with her true face. I don't know how to thank you. Don't blame me for being heartless, Louis blinked his eyes, I know people often say that I am too kingly. Anna of Medici saw her future husband the next day. She shyly took the gardenia brought by him, I don't know if it was because she wore a gardenia crown when she met the king. Then he asked her to go to a place with him to meet a very important person, but she could not bring her wet-nurse and maid. Although Madame Bobby insisted on following, the lady-in-waiting, Madame Aubigny, finally agreed to the Duke's request in a rather tough manner. She later told Madame Bobby that the marriage could be annulled before they had sex, so Madame Bobby obediently said nothing, and even if they stayed together, what would happen? Duke Colonna was an adult, but Princess Anna was not even as tall as his waist. Duke Colonna's carriage slowly drove along the Boulevard Queen, which had been extended to the Place de la Bastille, towards its destination, passing group after group of gorgeously dressed pedestrians. Anna of Medici hid behind the glass window, staring outside in a fixed posture, her eyes fixed. In addition to the outstanding figures who received invitations, some unknown painters, sculptors and musicians, dancers and actors also flocked to Paris. They performed and displayed their works on the Boulevard Queen. In addition to seeking a little money to pay for their meals and accommodation, they also longed to be appreciated by some nobleman, like the old and impoverished Rembrandt, and become the royal painter. Chapter 292, The Amazing Journey of Anna Maria Luisa de Medici, 6. The Bastille was once the Bastille Castle. It was not a prison for long. The square in front of the castle is still a place where people like to gather today. It is more suitable for actors and dancers than the Boulevard des Reines. Their performances are easy to be vulgar, but they are definitely not boring, and they can even make people laugh. The people gathered in a circle, either clapping or whistling. Anna of Medici saw a bohemian woman training a group of white mice to go through a ring of fire and climb a rope ladder, and they could hardly move. The Duke of Colonna stood beside her, took off his hat, and waved at her window, because he knew that his mother would always stand at the window where she could see the Louvre, hoping to see her king and husband. Anna realized what a mistake she had made only after watching the whole play. She apologized to Duke Colonna nervously, but Duke Colonna just shook his head and said, I'll take you to see someone. He said, someone who is very important to me. Duke Colonna's words made the Medici princess curious. As she followed the Duke, she kept hearing the sound of people leaving with heavy footsteps. They must have been intentionally diverted. The priest in black walked in front of them with his hands in his sleeves. Priests can be said to be a necessary configuration of the court, or an indispensable part. They are not only the lords of the Roman Church, but also the ministers of the king. But this priest who looks very amiable, even Duke Colonna showed enough respect and caution to him. Is he also a relative of the Bourbon family? Or does he have an unspeakable noble status? Princess Anna guessed so, not noticing that his steps were slowing down. Duke Colonna glanced at her and remembered that Anna was just a child. Marie Mancini's room was at the highest point. In order to guard against the enemy's attack, The castle's spiral staircases were often deliberately made at different heights so that the enemy would suffer in an unfamiliar environment. Of course, the people were familiar with and accustomed to it in advance. An adult male would be out of breath after climbing to the highest room, let alone a child. So he whispered, "Excuse me," lifted Anna up and put her on his shoulders. Duke Colonna inherited Louis' height, and with Anna, they almost touched the bottom of the upper stairs. Anna had to lower her head and hug Duke Colonna's head. This was also a new experience for her. Cosimo II was a good father, but he was weak and had hardly hugged any of his children. They continued to climb up for more than 10 minutes before they came to a corridor. The priest took out a key and opened the door. Princess Anna saw that it was actually a suite. The curtains leading to the bedroom were hanging down. The blue-gray stone bricks were covered with thick wool carpets. Although there was no fire in the fireplace, thick ash could be seen, indicating that it was used frequently. The furniture in the small hall was complete, with a triangular cabinet, a slanted desk, a small round table and 3 or 4 chairs. A man wearing a velvet mask was standing in front of the window, watching them. The Duke of Colonna put the princess down, walked up quickly, took the man's hand and kissed it. The man reached out and fondly stroked the Duke's curly hair, shoulders, and back. He spoke, not in French but in Italian, with a Siena accent. Princess Anna looked at them in surprise. She really couldn't guess what kind of relationship this man had with the Duke. Their guide today, the Black Priest, waited until the Duke finally took a step back, and then walked forward. The princess could not see how he moved. Maybe he just took off the velvet mask so simply. Under the mask, the princess thought she would see a face belonging to a young or old gentleman, but no, hiding behind the mask was actually a woman, probably about the same age as Anna's current lady-in-waiting, Madame Aubigny. She looked at Anna with joy and a little surprise. "Is this the Duke's fiancée?" she asked the Duke of Colonna, and the Duke coughed a little embarrassedly. "Probably right," Ilario said. He also looked at Mary. Maybe he thought he would see reluctance and regret in this Mancini, but if he said, the situation of the Duke and Duchess of Colonna seemed to be better than when she was in Calais or Versailles, he hoped that she really woke up, instead of having other unpleasant thoughts. Mary took 2 steps, and Princess Anna's eyes were full of curiosity. The church would tell people that as long as a witch wore men's pants, this crime was even written in the verdict of Joan of Arc. But this was not wrong, because Mary Mancini was indeed a witch. Mary first took a deep breath. Although the mask was a magical product and did not hinder her vision, breathing, eating, etc., it was still a shackle. It was a good thing to be able to get rid of it for a short time. She wanted to walk towards Anna and take a closer look at her, but as if she thought of something, she picked up an apple from the round table on the side, put it on the silver plate, and tapped it with her fingertips. The apple automatically broke into pieces and turned into a peeled bunny. The ears of the apple peel were still trembling. "Wow!" Princess Anna couldn't help shouting. "Thank you." She shyly knelt to this lady. Although she didn't know the other party's identity, Duke Colonna had set an example. "This is my mother," said the Duke of Colonna, the Duchess of Colonna. "The Duchess of Colonna is already sleeping in a mausoleum in Rome. Now I am just an unknown prisoner," said Mari. Seeing a hint of confusion in the girl's eyes, she smiled. "Don't think too much, child. Just think of today's visit as a strange dream." She sighed softly and turned to Hilaro. "Please thank His Majesty for me." "His Majesty said no thanks," said Hilaro. "When he made such arrangements for the Duke of Colonna, he decided to let you see the Duke's future wife with your own eyes." Mari suddenly turned her head away. Even though she could only see her back, she knew that she took several deep breaths to calm herself down. The last 3 people in the room tacitly did not disturb her. When Mari turned around a few minutes later, she looked normal. "Can they sit with me?" "Of course," said Hilaro. "You have an afternoon." For Anna of Medici, this afternoon was indeed like a wonderful dream. She and Duke Colonna were in a heavily guarded prison, in a gorgeous cell, and shared many magic, sweets and jokes with a noble lady in men's clothing. At dusk, the little princess dozed off. She was carried down by the silent Duke Colonna. Before getting on the carriage, she was awakened and drank a small bottle of potion. This potion would blur her previous memories. She would only remember that Duke Colonna took her to play half of Paris and had a great time. Maybe one day she would remember what happened today, but when that time came, it would not be a very important thing. When Princess Anna woke up, it was already noon the next day. Her wet nurse, Madame Barbie, complained that Parisians were too indulgent. She served the princess a rich breakfast. The king would summon them this afternoon. His Majesty hopes that you can receive guidance from teachers together with the eldest princess and the eldest princess. But I already have Madame d'Arbine, Anna said. Madame d'Arbine was Anna's teacher and was responsible for several courses at the same time, from needlework to French. It's different from this. Madame d'Arbine walked in at this moment and said, "This is a girls' school opened by the Duchess of Orleans. You will have more teachers and classmates." "This is a bit indecent," Madame Barbie muttered. After all, most of the noble ladies of this era were educated in monasteries or at home, rather than sitting with a group of strange girls in some school to learn things that only men would care about. "This is really a bit absurd." "I think it's good," said Madame d'Arbine. Her tone was soft, but in contrast, she had a pair of sharp and firm eyes. "I think it will be a good thing." What do the Parisians think?" Louis asked. "They think this is really a bit absurd," the Duke of Orleans said. "You have opened such a course. If the children aged 6 to 10 are only learning painting, reading and writing, and some simple calculations that they can understand, what the older girls learn is almost on par with what is taught in college. In other words, there are many people who refuse to enroll." "On the contrary," said the Duke of Orleans, "they flock to it, and now a place is probably equivalent to a vineyard, but there is still no market. Has anyone transferred it?" "No one has done such a stupid thing, my king," said the Duke of Orleans. "Everyone knows that the list was determined by you personally." Louis nodded. Indeed, he was not so anxious that he thought he could do it all at once. There was no man in this girls' school, from students to teachers. Not to mention students, there have always been many scandals between teachers and students. He has read the collection of letters between Father Abelard and Hilarius. The priest was the teacher of the young girl Hilarius. Louis XIV never tests human nature easily. Not only that, the students in the school are also selected to avoid being used by people with ulterior motives. Louis is fearless, but he is worried that his education project cannot be implemented. It's not that he can't prepare schools only for boys, but the reason why the Huguenots sent boys and girls to school together is not because they found that for a group to develop healthily and stably, the education of both is indispensable. After all, in addition to the father, the mother also plays an important role in the family. It can even be said that before the age of 6, the children's initial concepts and beliefs come from their closest mothers. In addition, he asked the Duchess of Orleans to preside over this matter, hoping that she could get rid of the shadow of being almost murdered by her brother. Although Parisians talked a lot about this girls' school, there were many reasons why they still flocked to it. For example, this school is located on the Isle de la Cité in the Seine River, where Notre Dame de Paris and the chapel are located. The school is located opposite the Louvre. Although the king now lives more in the Palace of Versailles, he still stays in the Louvre for a few weeks every once in a while, and his court and court will also move to the Louvre. There is also the king's list. The people on that list include princes, dukes, officers and officials. Without exception, they are all trusted ministers of the king. They have either made great contributions to the king or have served the king for many years without slacking off. They almost did not hesitate to send their daughters to the king's school, even if those who are more responsive offer a good price that is almost impossible to refuse. These undercurrents in the crowd became even more intense after the Duchess of Orleans clearly announced that only girls on the list could enroll. Not only did the lucky girls see the eldest princess and the eldest princess in their own classrooms with great surprise and ecstasy, but the news spread throughout Paris in an instant. In fact, this girls' school only has more than 100 students and a dozen teachers for the time being. There is no way. There may be more students, but there are too few ladies who can serve as teachers. Most of the teachers here come from the French Academy of Sciences. In short, they are the wives and daughters of bachelors and professors. They are fortunate to be influenced by others and have a lot of free time and books and documents, so they don't have to deal with other women who only know how to deal with the living room, bedroom and kitchen. There are also some teachers from the aristocratic class. Those talented ladies who are like pearls that cannot be covered by dust are eager to try. For example, the female companion of the Duchess of Montpensier, Ms. Lafayette, who was once humiliated by Philippe Jules Mancini, got rid of his spell after the former died and went to the countryside to recuperate for a few years. Later, the Duchess of Montpensier was pardoned and returned to Paris. She was invited to accompany the Duchess. Although her beauty had faded, her charm originally came from her knowledge and talent. She was still taken care of by the Queen Mother and other nobles in the court. However, the Duchess of Montpensier did not expect that when the Duchess of Orleans showed her intention to recruit female teachers, Mrs. Lafayette immediately volunteered. Mrs. Lafayette had already completed 2 novels and was teaching classical literature at the school. She was in charge of senior students, girls aged 10 to 14. The younger students were taught by another foreign teacher, Mrs. Françoise de Wabine. It was said that this lady was originally French, but later went to Italy. Some people said that she was of humble origins, but Mrs. Lafayette had tea and chatted with her and thought that this lady was no less talented than herself or other teachers. It can only be said that there are too many people who love to spread rumors and slander others. Chapter 293 The coveted position of the Crown Princess. Princess Anna of Medici was of course very happy to see Madame d'Arbine among the teachers in charge of the lower grade girls. She couldn't help but gently wave to her lady-in-waiting. Madame d'Arbine winked at her and continued to sit upright. The Duchess of Orleans knew that the king valued this girls' school, or the example, so she followed the example of some girls' schools. There were already some small girls' schools at that time, mainly monasteries, and some impoverished ladies opened in their own residences, usually with only a few students, and stipulated a unified clothing style for students and teachers, and also to prevent outsiders from sneaking into the school and causing accidents. Lower grade students wore white linen or cotton dresses, upper grade students wore blue dresses, and teachers wore black dresses. Some upper grade students were still a little uncomfortable, but it was the first time for them to see so many peers, and their status was similar. Even if they were not so similar, the fathers and brothers of each other must be future important officials whose names and family situations could be remembered by the king. So within a few days, they became familiar and intimate. Of course, the most popular ones are the eldest princess and the eldest princess. Not surprisingly, the one with the most friends is not the eldest princess, but the eldest princess. It is normal to think this way. The eldest princess has already decided to marry King Carl I of Sweden. People have always said that the eldest princess will become the Queen of Spain. However, with Carlos II signing a marriage contract with the eldest daughter of the Holy Roman Emperor, the eldest princess is inevitably coveted again. Although in most cases, the eldest princess is most likely to conclude a marriage with a well-matched family, that is, a political marriage, but if it is a French noble, it is not impossible. The Duke of Orleans and the king's brother Philip are highly valued and trusted by the king. If they can start with the eldest princess, who is ignorant of the world, and then shake the Duke of Orleans and finally obtain the king's approval, then the dowry of the eldest princess alone is a coveted income. The eldest son of Prince Conti is the last possible candidate. He is 12 years old this year, the same age as the eldest princess, and has inherited his mother's beauty. His father and Louis XIV can also be considered half-brother-in-law, and he is also the younger brother of King Ludwig I of Poland. He has great hope of success. Prince Conti's second daughter is also 11 years old. This time, she was sent to St. Louis Girls' School by her father, which also means to add fuel to the flames. In fact, whether it is the eldest princess or the eldest princess, they are here not so much for learning, but to stand for their father and uncle, that is, King Louis XIV of France, so that those nobles can put aside their unnecessary concerns and let the whole society look at the educators and the educated among women more tolerantly. After all, in this era, there are still men who think that women, like children, have inadequate brain development. When it comes to children, they think that they should spend their lives peacefully and comfortably under the protection of men. In addition to taking care of their own families, they don't need to spend their energy on any affairs. Even for a smart lady like Madame Lafayette, the gentlemen in the court still think that her wisdom is an addition to her charm. In simple terms, she exists to win the favor of men rather than respect. Louis couldn't say anything about this, lest someone think he was crazy. He could only make more plans for his children and open a less narrow door for future women. Whether this door can be opened to the point where they can walk in and out with their heads held high in the future depends on their own determination and courage. Therefore, the princess who has been taught by important officials such as Colbert can almost see through these peers at a glance. Even if they want to compete in deception and ingenuity, how can these children compare with the noble ladies around the Queen Mother and the Queen? Exclamation mark. So the princess complained to the Duke of Orleans that if she was going to make a loveless marriage, why didn't she marry a duke or king? At least the latter could bring her a crown. This is what I want to complain about, the Duke of Orleans murmured. How could the prince let Colbert or the Marquis de Louvois teach you? Damn it, you are not princes, look at what they have turned you into. I think this is very good, the eldest princess thought of some of her classmates. Some fruits ripened prematurely, and some fruits were still very green. What they expected was to be as described by the poets, as long as they had beauty and chastity, they could welcome a noble love. She leaned on the Duke of Orleans's knees, like any daughter who loved her father deeply, full of trust. Honor, status and power are rarer than love. I may look forward to love, but that will be a long time later. Moreover, she looked up at her father. The eldest princess's marriage will be happier than people imagine. Father, as the eldest princess and I said, the more precious things are, the harder we should strive for them, even if it is very difficult. But standing there and complaining about ourselves will only attract the ridicule and contempt of others. The Duke of Orleans reached out and touched his daughter's thick and soft long hair. His hair was curly when he was a child, but it became straight when he grew up. The hair of the prince's brother has always been curly. The eldest princess' hair did not inherit his and Henrietta's, but it is exactly the same as the king's. It is no wonder that some people question the identity of the eldest princess, but the Duke of Orleans knows that the prince and Henrietta will never do such a thing. Henrietta knew very early that the king would not allow anyone to destroy the relationship between him and his brother. As for the king, he has more important things to deal with every day than women. As the chief of the royal spies, the Duke of Orleans knows this very well. I have seen that boy, the Duke of Orleans suddenly said. The princess had to pause before she could guess that the boy her father was talking about was the eldest son of Prince Conti and one of her candidates for husband. From the perspective of appearance, he is not too bad. After all, he is also a Bourbon and his mother is a Mancini, but he said with a wondering look, is not very praiseworthy in terms of personal morality. That guy is only 13 years old, or 14 years old. The princess heard what the Duke of Orleans meant and was a little surprised. According to his own words, the Duke of Orleans replied, he is gifted. Oh, the princess said, so forget it. But I really don't want you to leave France. The Duke of Orleans said dejectedly. Then I have to enter the monastery, father. My status is special, and you will give me a large dowry. No matter who I marry, it will be a problem. The princess said coldly. You are a cruel man, said the Duke of Orleans. The king wants to keep the eldest princess until she is 20 years old. Don't, the eldest princess continued mercilessly. The eldest princess mentioned this to me, and she asked me to tell you, please persuade your majesty not to do such a stupid thing. She took a deep breath and stood up, holding her father's face. The king did a good job before, and I hope you can do the same. Instead of thinking about the problems 8 years later, you might as well try to solve my current problem. She said seriously, find me a husband, a good husband, a husband who will be beneficial to France and me, and calm those turbulent hearts. She looked at the Duke of Orleans' face. What do you want to say? There is such a one. The Duke of Orleans said slowly. One. Your husband, said the Duke of Orleans. But the problem is that the portrait their envoy brought was not of a prince, but of a princess. First of all, it should be noted that the kings of this era were not arrogant enough to ignore ethics. Their envoys brought the portrait of the princess not to discuss marriage with the eldest princess, but their prey was the French Crown Prince Louis, who was still 1 year away from adulthood. Speaking of it, the marriage of the Crown Prince Louis had long been on the memorandum of the kings of various countries, especially after France won great victories in Flanders and the Netherlands. Of course, Louis would not consider a country like Denmark, which was likely to become an enemy. After all, his eldest princess would be the Queen of Sweden in the future, and Sweden and Denmark would definitely go to war for Norway and even more places in the future. Louis was not so indifferent as to ignore his daughter's position. Moreover, if they married Denmark, then Charles I and the Swedish nobles would definitely doubt the sincerity of France in forming an alliance with them, and France would lose such an important ally. In addition, what could Denmark give France? If the Netherlands still existed, Louis would have considered relying on Denmark to curb the development of the Netherlands, but now the Netherlands is just a large province of France, and France has nothing to ask of Denmark. Not to mention, the marriage of the Crown Prince Louis may be the most important bargaining chip for the French in terms of marriage. For this reason, the ladies below the Duke are not included in the selection list, and the candidates for Louis' wife suddenly shrank greatly. There are not many princesses of the same age as him, and some kings have not even given birth to daughters. Even if they have daughters in the future, the age difference between the husband and the wife is more than 10 years. Does he want Louis to get married when he is 30 years old? At that time, someone will definitely suspect that Louis has problems with his male ability, and there may be a lot of unnecessary troubles, such as the son of the Duke of Orleans, who will be of marriageable age in more than 10 years. Louis will not doubt Philip, but he is afraid that someone will make trouble. In this way, there are only two candidates who can be chosen. One is the youngest daughter of Grand Duke Frederick of Brandenburg, Prussia, and the other is the eldest daughter of King Pedro II of Portugal. Both of them have flaws. Grand Duke Frederick of Brandenburg clearly stood on the side of the Habsburgs in the war between France and the Netherlands. He was also the former Prince of Orange, now William III, the uncle of the Grand Duke of Utrecht in name only. William III was released from the Tower of London and returned to the Netherlands only after the dust settled. One can imagine how embarrassed he was at that time. Most Dutch people believe that he sold out the Dutch to the British in exchange for Utrecht, and the honor of his ancestors was thus covered with the dust of shame. But William III was worthy of being a descendant of Orange. He persevered tenaciously, and while managing Utrecht in an orderly manner, he also did not forget to recruit those who were willing to believe in and help him. Grand Duke Frederick of Brandenburg gave him a lot of help in this regard. Such behavior inevitably brought some trouble to the Dutch governor of France, Viscount Turenne, but he was after all the nephew of Maurice of Orange and had the blood of the Orange family. He had made great military achievements and also received the support of some Dutch people. Louis did not think of getting rid of William III. He still needed William III to be a buffer between Britain and France and the Netherlands, but this did not mean that he did not care about the behavior of the Grand Duke of Brandenburg. Moreover, Hohenzollern was once a vassal of the Habsburgs, and Prussia was a vassal of Poland, on an equal footing with the Holy Roman Emperor Leopold I. Louis XIV, who was once a minister of Ludwig I of Poland, was unwilling to choose such a queen for the future king of France. As for King Pedro II of Portugal, there were also problems. The Portuguese royal family originated from Burgundy. Henry of Burgundy's son married the illegitimate daughter of the King of Castile, part of Spain before the merger, and obtained Portugal as a countship. It became independent in 1139, but later the Habsburgs obtained Portugal through marriage in 1580, but it was recaptured by John IV in 1640. Who is this John IV? He is the illegitimate son of the last Portuguese king of the Burgundian dynasty. Even if this is ignored, the current Pedro II is similar to the former King Henry VIII of England, and even more feared than Henry VIII, because Henry VIII's brother did encounter misfortune, but Pedro II's brother was indeed under house arrest by him. He is now just a regent. Although he can't wait to marry his former sister-in-law, the Princess Isabella born in 69 is really embarrassing. Even though the current Portuguese queen, the daughter of the Duke of Savoy, had her engagement annulled by her ex-husband, Alfonso VI, the princess was still deliberately ignored. It was said that she was born in a remote monastery rather than a royal palace. The queen was very indifferent to her, and the regent also ignored her. Louis really doubted whether this was a conspiracy of the Portuguese. But judging from the portrait sent by the envoy, the regent was sincere. Louis meant that the portrait was extremely beautified and did not even look like a 4-year-old girl. At least a child in the portrait should be about the same age as the eldest princess. In addition to this, the Duke of Savoy even came to Paris in person to speak for his granddaughter. The territories of Savoy occupied France, the Holy Roman Empire and part of the Apennine Peninsula. Although small, they were very important. Although the title of the Duke of Savoy came from the Holy Roman Empire, from his gestures and words, the Duke was almost willing to promise to sign a secret contract with France. In this way, the king's balance had to tilt towards Princess Isabella. Chapter 294 Death of Alfonso VI. The Sintra National Palace is located in the northern suburbs of Lisbon, the capital of Portugal. It is a place with beautiful scenery and pleasant climate. In the 14th century, King John I of Portugal built a palace here, and most of the nobles also have their own houses here. However, in recent years, few people have gone there to escape the summer heat, not for anything else, but because the nominal king of Portugal, Alfonso VI, was under house arrest in this palace, although people said he was recuperating here. Pedro II's envoy stopped his horse on a hill and stared at the palace for a long time, as if he wanted to penetrate the thick wall to see the people inside. There was contempt, helplessness and pity in his eyes. After several minutes, he pulled up the reins and galloped down. After passing through many checkpoints and inspections, the messenger finally arrived in front of Alfonso VI. In this era, The patient's room was always airtight, dark and damp. Even if expensive spices were lit, the stench mixed with old fat and rotten meat still accumulated in the room like liquid or solid. The messenger lowered his voice and conveyed Pedro II's greetings and the real purpose of his visit as slowly as possible. He left after he finished speaking, without even waiting for Alfonso VI and the curtain to ask or answer. It should be said that his mission was to do this. If he added unnecessary details, he would be blamed, because Pedro II did not need an answer. No, the answer he needed was not spoken with tongue and throat. The servants waiting by the bed could not stop the messenger from leaving. Although he was loyal, he had no power inside or outside the palace, just like his master. As soon as he heard Alfonso VI's gasps, he quickly pulled up the curtains. The flickering candlelight illuminated a hellish scene deep in the brocade, a pile of rolling fat, brewing and spitting out a sour and smelly smell from the gap called the mouth. At the same time, another gap above it, the nose, it was still constantly leaking thick white, gray or yellow-green liquid. The servant was used to it and pulled out a French towel beside him. This was a new one bought from a Calais merchant. It was extra thick because it was covered with dense loops of terry. It was absorbent and soft. In the past, it took more than 10 linen towels to wipe the face clean, but now only one linen towel was needed to wipe it clean. But today, when he threw the towel on the ground, he paused slightly. There was blood on it. He quickly opened the king's mouth to check and found that His Majesty had only bitten his tongue. He calmed down and said, "I'll get you a bottle of medicine," he said. The piece of flesh trembled violently and uttered a few syllables. The servant understood that only a few people could understand that the king was saying that he didn't want the medicine. He stood by the bed, very sad, because he knew that Alfonso VI didn't want the medicine, not because he didn't feel pain, but because he was threatened. There was nothing to question or blame about Pedro II's message. He simply told his brother that after he married his former sister-in-law, his daughter Isabella was likely to become the crown princess of France. Remember, it was very likely. His message did not mention what the biggest obstacle was, but everyone knew that Princess Isabella's biggest disadvantage was that although she was the daughter of the regent and the princess, if she was only the daughter of the regent, then she would not be qualified to become the crown princess of the most powerful country in Europe today. Everyone knows that the regent was just waiting for Alfonso VI to die, because he did not want to bear the crime of killing his brother and the king. However, although Alfonso VI had symptoms of hemiplegia at the age of 3, his mother had been managing the government for more than 10 years. Of course, the Queen Mother lacked political talent and was narrow-minded. Princess Catalina, the sister of Alfonso VI, took away Portugal's 2 colonies, Ceylon and Bombay, when she married to England, which made the ministers and nobles in the Portuguese court very unhappy. In the following years, Portugal repeatedly lost in the wars with the Netherlands and Spain, and the Queen Mother became a thorn in the eyes of the Portuguese. In this situation, the young and brave Count Melo resolutely launched a coup and overthrew the rule of the Queen Mother in 62. The Portuguese government and army headed by him suddenly became full of vitality. Not only did they continuously repel the Spanish attack, but they also made Portugal independent under the rule of Spain. Ironically, the victory won by Count Melo was given to Alfonso VI, who could not even walk independently. He was called the victorious king. This victorious king never held power for a day. First, he was the Queen Mother, and then he was Count Melo. Because he could not exercise and had an unlimited diet, he became increasingly obese. Because he had not received any orthodox education, he could not even communicate with people normally. But I don't know whether it was unfortunate or fortunate, he actually had a very smart mind and a strong will. Even if there was only the nagging of servants, he knew everything and understood everything. People who knew him said that he was not just a violent beast like Carlos II of Spain. Perhaps it was with such considerations that, after weighing all the pros and cons, Count Melo chose the daughter of the Duke of Savoy for him. No one opposed this choice at first. Portugal now belongs to the Braganza dynasty, which, as mentioned above, is not orthodox, so the Habsburgs have always questioned their legitimacy, so they could not choose a bride from the Habsburg system. The daughter of the Duke of Savoy is wonderful because although she is a servant of the Habsburgs on the paternal side, she is a distant relative of King Louis XIV of France on the maternal side. But even if Count Melo sold his soul to the devil, he did not expect that the daughter of the Duke was such a vigorous, decisive and fierce person. The daughter of the Duke spent only one night with Alfonso VI and determined that the latter was infertile and could not let her have children. She immediately separated from the king. 3 months later, she suddenly left the palace and came to the Archbishop of Lisbon, asking him to declare her marriage to Alfonso VI invalid. At the same time as this thunderous news arrived in front of Count Meller, supporters of Pedro II and their soldiers, the count, who had made countless contributions to Portugal, had to leave the stage sadly. Needless to say, Pedro II became the regent and then married the daughter of the Duke of Savoy. Princess Isabel was born at the beginning of the second year, so legally, she was legal, but in terms of orthodoxy, she could only be regarded as the daughter of the prince. To put it bluntly, if something unexpected happened in the future and Alfonso VI was restored, she might just be the daughter of a traitor. So although Pedro II was very eager, the reason why King Louis XIV of France was still hesitant was that the message brought by Pedro II's envoy was a death letter. He was still like a hypocrite, as if he was just telling his brother this important good news, but the most important thing was that he hoped that Alfonso VI would die. Would Alfonso VI be willing to die? The answer is naturally no. He had been bedridden since he was 3 years old, his legs were atrophied and his body was bloated. He would always remember how his mother, father and brother looked at him. The daughter of the Duke of Savoy was once his hope, and she was indeed a brave lady. Even with such an ugly body, she tried. Alfonso VI was forever grateful for her attempt, but her bravery was also reflected in her betrayal. The Portuguese nobles finally turned against him or chose to remain neutral because the Queen disclosed the secret that Alfonso VI was infertile. Just like when Louis XIV discussed a marriage between the Grand Princess and Carlos II with his ministers, no matter how stupid, cruel, ugly and twisted Carlos II was, it didn't matter. But once he was sure that he was infertile, the ministers immediately stood firmly on the side of the king, because there was no need to discuss a marriage that could be declared invalid at any time. Human marriage originally existed for reproduction. Alfonso VI became everyone's abandoned child. He was first quickly sent to the Azores, and then to Sintra. Perhaps Pedro II felt that it was safer to keep him by his side. He was a noble prisoner, forever away from his ministers and the army, with only servants around him, and only seabirds and squirrels came to greet him. But even so, he was determined to live. Even if it was to mock his brother Pedro II. Pedro II wanted to ascend the throne cleanly. Impossible. For this, Alfonso VI could endure any pain and torture. It was nothing. He had been used to it. He had persisted for 30 years and could continue to persist for another 30 years. Maybe Pedro II would die before him. Thinking of this, Alfonso VI would laugh out loud. He felt that he could do it, especially now that his physical condition was even better than in the past few years. The most feared thing for bedridden people is abscesses on the body, those parts that are closely attached to the sheets. It is said that abscesses will ulcerate, people will have fever, and they will die. So the servants had to wipe and apply medicine to him every day. At the beginning, his doctors followed the tradition and bled him, guancheng and applied ointments. These ointments sometimes worked and sometimes didn't. But since the servants secretly found French doctors, they now use strong liquor and a purple-red potion to wipe Alfonso VI's body. This potion can be taken orally or applied externally, and the effect is excellent. The servants just said that he would bring him this potion. But now Alfonso VI didn't dare to believe them. He was worried that the servants would bring him a bottle of poison. In the next few days, he only allowed them to apply potions externally. He even endured using only boiled eggs and beef, sprinkled with a little salt, and didn't drink alcohol, only drinking water. This behavior was not so much to prevent someone from assassinating him, but rather to declare war on all those who expected him to die. No, he would never die. Then, the ministers and nobles who had disappeared from his life reappeared. They seemed to be here to greet him, but in fact they urged Alfonso VI with their eyes and subtle body language, "You should return to the arms of God. There is no place for you in the world anymore. You should sacrifice for Portugal." They said this in silent language. Even the Archbishop of Lisbon, who baptized him personally, said so. He even brought holy oil, and gave him the last sacrament in advance despite Alfonso's resistance and the servants shouting. Although Alfonso VI was not as healthy as Pedro II, his vitality was still very tenacious, and he sprayed the Archbishop with a stinking saliva. Then the next day, Count Meller came. The Count is now over 40 years old, but in Alfonso VI's memory, he has always been stronger and more sensitive than his peers. Although he has a powerful hand, he still has enough respect and love for His Majesty the King. When he was in charge of the government, he often visited Alfonso VI and sometimes mentioned some important political affairs. When Alfonso VI spoke in a language that others could not understand, he would listen patiently until Alfonso VI was tired. Looking back now, the years when he was in power were actually the happiest time for Alfonso VI. As soon as Count Meller entered the room, he saw 2 points of light emerging in the darkness. It seemed that in an instant, he returned to 1665, when he was full of vigor and energy, and vowed to devote his life to his king and country. When he said this, Alfonso VI looked at him in the same way. His eyes were still shining today. He slowly walked to the chair in front of the bed, sat down, and then said nothing. His eyes slowly dimmed. A week before the Assumption of the Virgin Mary, the Queen Mother also came. She had always disliked the child because he was a useless waste in his childhood. She thought she would say many cruel words, but when she saw Alfonso VI, she raised her hands to cover her face and cried. The last person to visit was unexpectedly the young Princess Isabella. She was so scared that she dared not look directly at Alfonso VI on the bed. At the urging of her nurse, she approached the bed little by little, knelt in front of Alfonso VI, and asked him to bless her. Alfonso VI looked at her. He should hate her. She was the proof of shame, the fruit of 2 traitors, the retribution of sinners. But she was a very small girl. He could see his brother and his wife in her face. He knew how embarrassing her identity was. As long as her father did not ascend the throne, she would not be able to have a satisfactory marriage. No, it was more likely that she would not even have the opportunity to marry because the bloodline of her child would be questioned. The Borgonza dynasty had many things that were criticized. Why would those powerful people choose such a person to be their wife and add hidden dangers? Princess Isabella knelt there for an unknown period of time. She only knew that her mother, who had always been indifferent to her, told her that this was her only chance to change her fate. Until she was stiff, she felt something heavy and generous falling on her head. A few seconds later, her wet nurse came up and took her away. She looked over the wet nurse's shoulder and could only see a hazy white shadow in the shadow. This was the last impression her uncle left on her. On the day before the Assumption of the Virgin Mary, Alfonso VI died painlessly in a coma because he drank too much strong liquor. On the 3rd day after the Assumption of the Virgin Mary, Pedro II officially ascended the throne. The daughter of the Duke of Savoy became the queen, and their only child, Princess Isabella, was also given the title. In the same month, the marriage negotiation between France and Portugal officially began. P.S. In real history, Pedro II was officially crowned in 1983, and Princess Isabella only lived to be 21 years old, unmarried and childless. There will be another update tonight, but it will be very late, maybe after midnight. You can come and see it tomorrow. Thank you. Chapter 295 Alfonso Chapel. 2020 A Fool's Travels in France. 4. Anyone who wants to go to France must go to Paris, and anyone who wants to go to Paris must go to Versailles. As a poor but bold person, I was not prepared to pay the travel agency €65 to take me from Paris to Versailles. Of course, in order to save this small fee, the price I paid was a €12 train ticket. Because I got lost and the 3 kilometers became a 30-kilometer walk and a pair of bloody feet due to wearing unsuitable new shoes and long-distance walking. My initial idea was not wrong, because when I got off the train, I could see a large walkway shaded by layers of greenery. The left and right sides of this walkway were inlaid with 2 pairs of 1-palm-wide brass wires. They were originally 4 tracks. In the 17th and 18th centuries, when people still needed to use horse-drawn carriages to travel, Versailles had thousands of visitors every day, and Louis XIV ordered engineers to build a tramway here, and it was a double carriageway. But since the birth of the car, this track has been abandoned. But as you know, the French are crazy about everything about Louis XIV. They try to preserve everything related to the Sun King. So they pried up the 4 tracks, poured cement into them, and then pressed the tracks upside down. The original track was a U-shaped with a mouth open upwards, and turned it upside down to become a flat wide copper wire. Now only walking is allowed on this road, and from what I saw, everyone tried to avoid the copper wire on the road as much as possible. Of course, they are not all French, or to be more specific, most of them are foreigners, but even the rudest Americans. Hey, you know, for the so-called freedom, they can do the stupidest and most despicable things, but here, they have to be honest. I think this is related to some rumors. I looked around. It is said that there are the most retired soldiers in Versailles. Maybe the Sun King first established a standing army by selecting soldiers from Versailles, so most people in Versailles and nearby Limoges choose to join the military after graduating from high school or college. Even ladies are no exception. Anyone who dares to do anything wrong in Versailles will be beaten up immediately. I have to say this is really comforting. After walking forward with the crowd for a few minutes, you can see a forked path. On the roadside are white-walled cafes or restaurants with dark blue awnings, bookstores, souvenir shops, etc., but I didn't go in because from here, we can see the Palace of Versailles. The Palace of Versailles has a very famous nickname: gold, silver, ivory and crystal. Gold and silver, needless to say, are the gold and silver foils and ornaments decorated on the door and window frames. Ivory refers to the white marble that starts from the steps, extends to the ground, pillars, and ends at the ceiling. As time goes by, these marbles are slightly yellowed due to the corrosion of air and water vapor, but they have more gentle and elegant charm than the original pure white, making this huge palace like a small city look like it is built of ivory. Crystal is the glass and mirrors that are everywhere in the Palace of Versailles. When the Sun King built the Palace of Versailles, the price of glass and mirrors was not as low as it is now. Although it is said that Louis XIV sold his soul to the devil and relied on the help of wizards to make great progress in the production of glass and mirrors, we all know that it is just nonsense. I think it should be that this king, who has always been tolerant and sensitive, must have been lucky enough to meet some unknown but talented craftsmen or scholars. It is not far to walk from the train station to the foot of the Palace of Versailles, which is about 3 kilometers as I said. Then, from here you can see the famous 339 steps, which is about the height of a 15-story or 16-story building. This height is not very friendly to the elderly, children and the disabled. Someone once proposed to install an elevator on the left or right side of the Palace of Versailles, but although this proposal is raised once or twice a year, or maybe more, it has never been passed. So here you can see another interesting scene, that is, the protesters who are always here like the Palace of Versailles. Next, it was time for me to do something stupid. I could have walked along the 339 steps like everyone else to achieve my greatest wish in the past 12 years, but my curiosity did not allow me to do so. I saw a group of Americans wearing colorful translucent sun protection clothes, hats, and sneakers showing a pair of hairy legs, walking in another direction. As we all know, Versailles was originally a swamp. After buying Versailles, kings from Louis XIV onwards continued to burn dense forests and fill swamps. When Louis XIV was planning to build a new palace, someone suggested that he expand the original hunting palace, but Louis XIV did not agree. He chose another vast place, which is here. This place is not far from the original hunting palace. Although it is also a depression, it is connected to the hills. This is why the Grand Canal of the Palace of Versailles can directly draw water from the Seine without an elevated canal. What these Americans planned was that instead of climbing the steps like the others, they would climb up the gentle slope on the right side, then walk north to the junction of the Grand Canal and the Seine River, and then walk to the Palace of Versailles from there, that is, in the opposite direction of other tourists. I thought this was a really good idea at the time. Everyone, just think I was possessed by the devil. It looked like a small section on the map, but it was completely different in the real world. We started to find a new way at 1 p.m., thinking that we would reach the end in an hour or two, but who knew that we walked until the sun set and it became dark all around, and we couldn't see the Grand Canal. Damn it, Versailles has nearly 10 million tourists every year. Where are the people? Why are we the only ones here? At that time, we were tired, hungry and thirsty, and didn't want to say anything. I was thinking about whether to camp for a night and then call the police. But just as I was looking around, trying to find a flat place, I saw the light. I was almost certain that it was God answering my prayers. I ran over. Oh my God, it was not an illusion. It was a chapel. I didn't know why there was a chapel here. There was a kind priest inside. He received us and gave us water, bread, cheese, and some instant ham. I wolfed down the food before I had time to take a closer look. It was a chapel, no doubt, but it was as gorgeous as the St. Louis chapel I saw in Paris. It should also be a Gothic building because I saw the vaults and curved ribs. The base wall was at least 10 feet high. There were no windows. All the windows needed to be looked up. Those huge stained glass windows, for a moment I couldn't tell which story the windows depicted. It should be a saint. I started with the first stained glass window, which depicted a swaddled baby and his mother, surrounded by angels holding a crown, a scepter, and a sacred orb. This meant that the baby in the picture should be a king or emperor, but besides St. Louis, I didn't know which other king had been canonized. Just as I was about to guess whether this king was St. Louis, I saw a red-bottomed golden castle on the edge of the stained glass window. I had seen this pattern on the coat of arms of the Portuguese royal family. Wait. This is too strange. Behind the most magnificent crown in France in Versailles, there is a small chapel related to the Portuguese royal family. I regained some strength, and stood up, looking at each stained glass window after another. The second stained glass window showed a lonely little king, who sat on the throne alone. There were countless ministers under him, but no one looked at him. They only looked at the noble lady beside him. Now I could guess that she was the king's mother, the queen mother. It was not uncommon for the queen mother to serve as regent for the young son, but I also found that the queen mother, whether in the first or the second picture, did not look at the little king. In the first picture, she looked at the ground, and in the second picture, she looked at another baby. In the third stained glass window, the queen mother disappeared, and a minister stood beside the adult king. The minister's eyes finally fell on the king. I don't know why I vaguely felt a sense of inexplicable joy, but a few minutes later, my heart became heavy. The king fell down, and there were no longer ministers and generals around him, only servants and doctors. The fifth picture was confusing, because beside the king's bed, the bishop was administering the sacrament of death to him, the servants were weeping, but the king's hand was stretched out from under the bed sheet and placed on the head of a young girl. The girl's nurse was in the corner of the picture, stretching out her hand, as if praying, and as if ready to take the girl away at any time. In the sixth picture, I saw a king and his queen. They were wearing royal blue robes with golden lilies, wearing crowns on their heads, holding hands, and behind them was a small chapel. Could it be that this French king and queen built this chapel? This is Louis XIV and his wife, Princess Isabella of Portugal, also the queen of Louis XIV. I turned around and saw the priest who had just received us, and the Americans followed behind him. They must be very curious, and so was I. May I know, I asked, who did they build this chapel for? Alfonso VI, King of Portugal, said the priest. This name was unfamiliar to me. The priest smiled and obviously understood my feelings. The Sun King suppressed his contemporaries by himself, making them as dim as the stars and the moon in the daytime. Most people may only remember Leopold I, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, because he did his best to be a lifelong enemy of Louis XIV. Perhaps there is also King Ludwig I of Poland, because this guy is also legendary. He is a relative of the Sun King, but he had the intention of usurping the throne, and later became a traitor. He also fought against France as a Spanish general. In the end, it was Louis XIV who sent him to the throne of Poland without any hesitation. Although everyone now understands that this is just a Habsburg-style operation. In any case, the Polish royal family is still named Bourbon in 2020. But everyone has decided that the Sun King's mind and courage are indeed unmatched. Alfonso VI is Queen Isabella's uncle. The princess mother, the daughter of the Duke of Savoy, was once the wife of Alfonso VI, but later Alfonso VI was infertile and the marriage was declared invalid. Later, she married Alfonso VI's brother, Pedro II. An American girl suddenly added, and when everyone was looking at her, she shrugged, I liked the Sun King very much, so I read some history related to him. I liked the Sun King too. Another girl said, but I really don't know who Alfonso VI is. A poor man, said the girl from before. But why did Queen Isabella build a chapel here for her uncle? An American boy asked my question. The girl hesitated, and she glanced at the priest carefully. I'm not sure if it's true, maybe it's just a rumor. The priest didn't say anything, and the girl looked at the stained glass window, the second to last one, with a person almost completely hidden by the bed sheet. It is said that at that time the Sun King was choosing a wife for the Crown Prince Louis. Princess Isabella was also among the candidates, and the possibility was very high. Moreover, Portugal was in urgent need of a French queen at that time, but the problem was that although Alfonso VI was ill, he was still alive. While he was alive, Pedro II was the regent. No one knew when Alfonso VI, or someone else using his name, would pull Pedro II off the throne. By then, Princess Isabella would be just a prisoner's daughter. I and the others immediately understood what she meant. I suddenly felt that this chapel was unprecedentedly cold. Many people went to visit the imprisoned Alfonso VI, including the Queen Mother and the Archbishop of Lisbon, but Alfonso VI never voluntarily went to hell. The girl's eyes stayed on the stained glass window. The little girl had her back to the people, but you could see how frightened she was. She was almost curled up. Later, Alfonso VI died because he drank too much liquor, but it is said that he blessed Princess Isabella before he died. After the girl finished speaking, the chapel fell into silence. After a long while, someone sighed, that is to say, without his sacrifice, Princess Isabella would not have become the Queen of France. He paused. Queen Isabella also has a place in history books. The medical care system and public school system founded by the Sun King were inherited and even further popularized by this queen who is once questioned everywhere, so her portrait is sometimes more common than her husband Louis XIV. Some people also whispered, no wonder Queen Isabella and Louis XIV built a chapel for him. He really deserves it. This is simply the behavior of a saint. His Majesty Louis XIV and Her Majesty the Queen did intend to seek the opportunity for canonization for Alfonso VI, but unfortunately, the church was in a great turmoil at that time, and this matter was delayed. The priest suddenly said, but Queen Isabella's descendants never gave up. Maybe this year you will see another new saint canonized. The crowd suddenly made a slight commotion. I was also surprised. I didn't expect to witness the birth of a new saint here by accident. So that thing is true? Someone asked. To this rude question, the priest just smiled and didn't answer. You can rest here tonight, he said. I will take you to the Grand Canal tomorrow. The next day, the priest really took us to the Grand Canal. It turned out that this chapel was located in the shrubs at the junction of the Grand Canal and the Seine River. It was rarely visited. We were so lucky. The priest didn't ask me to keep it secret. I think I should still record this incident. Although it has little to do with the Sun King and Versailles, but I think that among the stars that were dim under the glory of the Sun King, although this star fell quickly, its last moment of flashing was very beautiful. Chapter 296, Prince Louis, the first to fall in love. Although people hundreds of years later no longer knew much about this secret, after the marriage negotiations between Portugal and France began, everyone knew that this marriage was based on the corpse of Alfonso VI. Louis XIV was a little unhappy about this. He was not so anxious to find a suitable spouse for Crown Prince Louis. You know, little Louis would not officially come of age until next year, and although the Portuguese princess was indeed the most suitable candidate, Louis XIV felt that he could wait. But for Pedro II, no. It should be said that for Portugal, they urgently needed a reliable and powerful ally. As described before, when Portugal was still a county, it was obtained by the youngest son of Henry, Duke of Burgundy, who married the illegitimate daughter of the King of Castile. Castile was the predecessor of Spain. Therefore, in the traditional sense, Portugal was a subordinate of Spain, and more than 100 years ago, the Habsburgs also took back Portugal through marriage. It was not until the ancestors of Pedro II and Alfonso VI, the illegitimate descendants of the last Burgundian king of Portugal, managed to re-inherit Portugal through war and negotiation, and Portugal's independence from Spain was only during the time of Alfonso VI. But as for France, Portugal probably could not offer too much bribe to buy off Louis XIV. After all, what they were asking for was the position of a crown princess. It was obvious to all that Louis XIV valued little Louis. He was also the eldest son and would definitely be the king of France in the future. It was no exaggeration to say that if Louis XIV offered this position to Leopold I would immediately put aside all past grievances and happily marry his daughter to the Crown Prince Louis of France. Therefore, when Alfonso VI was persecuted, the most conscientious Portuguese could only pray for him silently. However, those most conscientious people would be reluctant to let Alfonso live a long life and let Portugal lose this important marriage. It's ironic, but it's the fact. The Spanish and Austrian branches of the Habsburgs have always helped each other. This time, Leopold I even ignored the almost public secret that Carlos II was infertile and wanted to marry his daughter to that crazy monster. He almost showed his position. If Portugal failed to form an alliance with Louis XIV, the only one who could confront Leopold I, then it would be very likely to welcome the Austrian and Spanish coalition forces at any time after only 50 years of independence. However, Pedro II's actions also made the marriage between Portugal and France inevitable. Otherwise, from the day Alfonso VI left the world, the Portuguese would hate the French until the end of the world, even more than the Spaniards and Austrians. Louis XIV also talked to little Louis about this matter alone. After all, Princess Isabella was not the best candidate in terms of personal circumstances. In addition, the death of Alfonso VI would become a cross for her to bear. Even if she did not think so, there would be people with ulterior motives who made her think so. Especially when Louis XIV heard that Pedro II actually asked Isabella to ask Alfonso VI for help. He could understand this approach, but he would never appreciate this approach that was similar to sending an innocent child to the altar. "I will send some priests and ladies." When Louis XIV said this, little Prince Louis showed a look of surprise. Can I?" he said with some stammering. Generally speaking, after the engagement is confirmed, the princess will receive some education about the country where she will spend the rest of her life, such as the most important language, so that she will not be unable to communicate with her husband after marriage. However, Louis XIV's behavior undoubtedly questioned the education level of the Portuguese royal family. But the problem is that Pedro II and his ministers had to take this slap in the face, because Pedro II's previous behavior was almost half coercion, and Princess Isabella was not a boy, and the time of her birth was embarrassing. If it weren't for this marriage, she would probably be ignored by all Portuguese people until she died. Of course, the most important thing is that Portugal needs this marriage more than France. There were still 8 years before the Portuguese Princess Isabella married to France. Pedro II could do something like let his 5-year-old daughter beg her uncle to die for him in Portugal, even if Princess Isabella didn't know what she was doing. It was hard to say whether he would subtly influence or even force Princess Isabella to become a puppet of Portugal during these 8 years. He chose the French Dauphin instead of the Portuguese princess for his crown prince. Louis XIV was not worried at all that Pedro II would refuse. He even wanted to urge the king to move Princess Isabella out of Lisbon. Portugal did not strictly follow the Salic law, that is, in Portugal, the officially recognized Princess Isabella had the right of succession, as long as Pedro II and his wife did not have a son. Given that the throne of Portugal had been transferred twice due to marriage, Pedro II would definitely be wary of all French people. Once Princess Isabella left the Portuguese court in Lisbon, Louis XIV could create a wife that suited little Louis. "Maybe you can go and see her." Louis XIV put his arm around his son's shoulders affectionately, which made little Louis laugh a little embarrassedly but happily. He wondered if his father noticed that he was a little envious of the Duke of Colonna. You know, after the Duke of Colonna and Anna, the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke of Tuscany, were engaged, Louis XIV managed to bring Princess Anna to Paris. Now, although the Duke of Colonna and Anna both have to go to school, they are almost inseparable on holidays. The Duke of Colonna has not yet developed a love for Princess Anna, but after the Battle of Gala Island, he was exhausted both mentally and physically and obviously needed such a simple and warm company. Princess Anna may have grown up under the lap of her grandmother and a lady-in-waiting, so she is more silent, sensitive and sensible than her peers. This was unfortunate for a child, but fortunate for the future wife of the Duke of Colonna. The Duke of Colonna's body and mind were calmed by the comfort of Princess Anna. They often curled up on the windowsill behind the curtain to read, or went boating on the Grand Canal, or rode to the shrubs. But riding, the Duke of Colonna was obviously tired of killing, and the servants who served them said that this couple was really strange because they could not talk for hours. Hearing them say this, Louis just smiled slightly. At the beginning, when he allowed Mary to come to his study, they often stayed together, but did not say a word, and even did their own things. But the strong emotion took root and sprouted little by little in the boundless silence. Even if it finally bore bitter fruits, it was not because of him or Mary's fault, but that the seeds fell on the wrong soil. But the Duke of Colonna did not have to face such a difficult choice. The Grand Duke of Tuscany was not a wise monarch, but he was very caring for his children. Louis XIV's request was not reasonable, but after careful consideration, he acquiesced to it. After all, this approach was the most beneficial to Princess Anna. When she officially enters the wedding room in the future, she will not face a scary stranger, but a man who is in love with her. Of course, for Anna now and Princess Isabella who is far away in Portugal, true love is still far away, but it is not a bad thing to be able to build the foundation of family and friendship before love. In case love is gone, they can at least be respected and will not fall into the worst situation, just like the former Queen Mother Anne. You can write to her. Louis said that he could bring the daughter of the Grand Duke of Tuscany to Paris and Versailles because from the maternal line, Princess Anna was also a member of the Bourbon royal family, But the Berganza royal family of Portugal had almost nothing to do with the Bourbon royal family. Pedro II could tolerate French priests and ladies in waiting, but would never allow Princess Isabella to live in France for a long time before getting married. Well, the Dauphin sighed. I heard people say, he approached Louis, you also wrote letters to your mother. I wrote a lot, Louis said. If there is anyone in the world who is the most trustworthy minister and general, your wife must be one of them, but just like Viscount Tyrone or General Vauban, or Marcus Lucas, you have to let her understand you, and you also have to understand her, so that you can have a tacit understanding and act in unison. Why are you looking at me like this? Child? Nothing, little Louis said strangely. I think this is not the kind of teaching I want. He should go and ask Count d'Artagnan. Although his mother and father did not think there was anything wrong with this model, he said before that he envied the Duke of Colonna and Anna, not his father and General Vauban. That's simply a nightmare. Louis XIV was unaware of the Dauphin's contempt. After all, he was not God, he was just an ordinary Sun King. He felt that he had successfully solved a big problem. You know, even hundreds of years later, a father might not be able to guide his son well in marriage. He was quite surprised when he heard that the Dauphin went to see Count d'Artagnan and his uncle, the Duke of Orleans. During dinner, he tentatively asked the Duke of Orleans if the Dauphin had any unsolvable problems. The Duke of Orleans, haha. The Duke of Orleans knew it. His brother, of course, was an undoubted good king and an excellent ruler, but God is always fair, isn't it? After removing the glory of the Sun King, you will find that His Majesty was born without a string related to love. He is a guy with a strong desire for control, and he cannot tolerate anything that is out of control. Of course, he can't understand the young heart of the Dauphin. Count d'Artagnan had come to discuss with the Duke of Orleans in person. It was absolutely impossible for the Dauphin to have any beautiful fantasies about the Portuguese princess, who he had never met and was only 1/3 of his age. He just had some naive thoughts after witnessing the harmonious coexistence of the Duke of Colonna and Princess Anna. The most critical issue is not here, but not only did some people try to find a way to the sky from the Grand Princess, but some people also tried to open a loophole from the Dauphin. Fortunately, Louis XIV was not the kind of person who indulged in women. The Dauphin was influenced by what he heard and saw. When he began to yearn for love, his first choice was his wife, not others. Louis's answer could not be said to be wrong, but it certainly did not meet the expectations of little Louis. He was even a little creepy. Count d'Artagnan ran over as if he was facing a great enemy. It was for this reason that if they did not intervene, they were afraid that others would intervene. But how to discuss this matter with his brother is also a problem. Louis probably cannot accept the Queen Mother and Bishop Mazarin's approach, especially since his experience with Marie is still fresh in his mind. But the people in the court will definitely hope that the first female companion of the Dauphin is French. The king also let the Dauphin enter the public school. Although the people around the Dauphin have been selected, it is impossible to say that they have no selfish motives. What a headache. The Duke of Orleans sighed, but the Dauphin must have a young lady who can lead him into the palace of love, but not too greedy, whether for money, power, or love. Even if this lady has no title, she will have a great influence on the Dauphin. This fight hidden behind the curtain is no less fierce than the battlefield of men. Mrs. Montespan is willing to provide a candidate. Count d'Artagnan said. Isn't she about to give birth? Asked the Duke of Orleans. She still has such energy? Could it be one of her two sisters? No, Count d'Artagnan shook his head. Mrs. Montespan's two sisters are under strict surveillance. They are not people like Mrs. Montespan. They don't have such an urgent need for power. Maybe it's because one of them was still in her infancy and the other was still in her mother's womb, and she became the daughter of the Duke of Mortimer. Mrs. Montespan recommended a lady of the same age as the Dauphin. Recommend. The Duke of Orleans frowned. He could only say that only his brother dared to put such a woman by his side. If Mrs. Montespan was a man, she would be a figure like Fouquet. Her pursuit of power and wealth would never stop. Did she take money or make a deal? It should be money. Count d'Artagnan said. The Duke of Orleans paused. Count d'Artagnan didn't know that the Roman Catholic Church was behind Mrs. Montespan. That must be a lot of money. He said. Madame d'Aubigny now has two identities, the future wife of the Duke of Colonna, the lady-in-waiting of Princess Anna, the daughter of the Grand Duke of Tuscany, and one of the teachers of the girls' school run by the Duchess of Orleans. She also has an undisclosed identity, that is, the messenger of the Roman Church. As soon as she arrived in Paris, she went to visit Madame de Montespan. This move not only warned Madame de Montespan, who intended to get rid of the church after she became pregnant, but also semi-disclosed her identity. She was waiting for the king's call. Although the kings of France have always been good at and like armed parades in Rome, a figure like the Sun King would not make a major decision just because of personal likes and dislikes. The church has no army, but it always has a force that no monarch can ignore. Chapter 297, Madame d'Aubagne and the relationship between the other world and the Roman Church. A woman who appeared beside the king would always attract a lot of unnecessary scrutiny and inquiry. Although Madame d'Aubagne was cautious, even Madame Lafayette could see that she was deliberately disguising herself, let alone others. So she was summoned to the palace by the Duchess of Orleans, who is the honorary principal. It was not surprising to meet an outstanding teacher, and it could even be regarded as a pastime. It was only when Madame d'Aubagne entered the room that the Duchess of Orleans bowed slightly to the room behind the curtain and left silently, leaving Madame d'Aubagne alone in the room. If it were another lady, she might have her heart beat and blush, but Madame d'Aubagne had read all the information about the king when she was in Rome, and she knew Louis XIV better than most people here. But hearing about a lion, seeing a portrait of a lion, and seeing it in person are completely different feelings. Louis XIV walked out from behind the crimson curtain, holding a cane in his hand as usual. His coat today was dark gold, hanging down to his knees. Because the gold-woven fabric was luxurious enough, there was no embroidery or gemstones, and even the buttons were just black jet. Madame d'Aubagne bowed her head, and after getting permission, her eyes moved from the hem of the coat to the second button, and then stopped. She had no status, just a commoner, and was not qualified to look directly at the king. "Please sit down, madam," Louis XIV said. He was also observing the envoy from the Roman Church. Madame d'Aubagne's method of disguising herself was very clever. She first shaved off most of her eyebrows. Everyone knows that eyebrows play a large role in human expressions and faces. A person without eyebrows will definitely make people feel strange, but sparse eyebrows are a common problem for some people. In addition, the corners of her mouth seemed to droop out of inertia, making her look very serious, which is an advantage for a female official and teacher, but an absolute disadvantage for a woman. She wore a dress between gray-green and brown today. This messy color made people feel disgusted when they saw it. So, Louis XIV turned the handle of his cane. "Who of us will ask the first question?" "Of course it's you, Your Majesty," Madame d'Aubagne said respectfully. "What's the matter with Madame de Montespan? She is the one chosen by Clement X." Madame d'Aubagne said calmly, "Everyone around you is under the attention of the church, especially this lady. Her two fathers are your general and minister, and the other is your royal physician. She is born with great advantages in the inner court and the outer court, and she is ambitious. Most importantly, Your Majesty, she is beautiful. You have to admit it. I admit that her beauty is very valuable." Louis XIV said that as soon as Madame de Montespan appeared, almost everyone would think that she would be the beloved of the Sun King. What Louis could not do before, once it was attributed to the misbehavior of the royal lady, both ministers and generals would shut up immediately. They believed that this was a wonderful thing worth promoting and encouraging. Madame d'Aubagne covered her lips and smiled. "Indeed, Your Majesty, your bishop has been worried that you will become an unreasonable tyrant at any time. La Riviere. That gentleman." Madame d'Aubagne bowed slightly to show her respect. "Your Majesty, he thinks your life lacks happiness. He said that you live like an ascetic monk, and you know, almost all ascetics are crazy. There's something wrong here or there. I will deduct his salary." Louis XIV said, "How can he think so? I feel that my life is full of happiness." "Are you talking about the happiness of standing on the Roman Church?" Madame d'Aubagne said, "Forgive me for being arrogant, Your Majesty, you are full of adventurous spirit. It can only be said that since the handsome Philip IV, the kings of France have followed this tradition." Louis XIV said frankly, "This is also helpless, madam. You are a smart person, otherwise you would not take on this dangerous job, so I tell you clearly, if you want to discuss with me the power to appoint and dismiss bishops, I'm sorry I can't continue talking to you. It seems that you must do it. For France." Louis XIV said. The power to appoint and dismiss bishops was for the church to expand its religious power and obtain huge income. Now the financial situation of France could be stabilized in an optimistic situation under Colbert's painstaking efforts. So Louis XIV would not compete with the church in this regard. But the problem was that he intended to popularize primary education throughout France and supervise secondary or higher education. Everyone knew that almost every university was religious in nature at the beginning, and some universities even let priests serve as professors. Later, the Jesuits opened many primary schools. Louis XIV was not that great. He founded schools, from primary to advanced, just to establish the concept of the country and the king in the hearts of the people. Just like his new army, they knew very well who they were fighting for and who they should be loyal to, even their lives. The previous chaos was almost like mercenaries. As long as there was a salary to be earned, they would serve anyone, whether he was a foreigner or a traitor. It would never happen again. But the Jesuit schools would undoubtedly break this concept, because for the Roman Catholic Church, their students should first respect and be loyal to their faith. To put it simply, when faced with a choice between the king and the church, students must stand on the side of the church. Louis XIV certainly could not tolerate this, so he had to obtain the power to appoint and dismiss local bishops to ensure that his power would not be divided by the church. Madame d'Arbain was indeed a smart person. She immediately dropped the topic because the king had already given an answer, and this answer could not be changed. She sorted out her thoughts and continued, I mentioned before that Madame de Montespan was chosen by the current Pope Clement X. He hopes that after Madame de Montespan comes to your side, she can change your mind on some things. I don't quite understand, said the king, who didn't understand romance. How can a lady turn around any important situation? A general who is good at fighting, an envoy who is good at speaking, or a minister who is in tune with each other may not be able to do it. Can a royal lady do it? Sometimes, let alone them, even a king may not be able to grasp the development of the situation. In fact, such situations are not uncommon. The mistake of Clement X was that he didn't expect Madame de Montespan to be too eager and straightforward. She wanted to get the position of royal lady too much, so she did not hesitate to put all the things she should have kept hidden in front of you, said Madame d'Arbain. Her ostentatious behavior will only arouse your vigilance. In fact, I am a little touched. Look, I gave her the position of royal lady, Louis said sarcastically, but this is why you gave up her. My grandfather is Benedetto Odescalchi, said Madame d'Arbain. You may not be familiar with this name, but your majesty, I can tell you that he is now the cardinal prince of the Roman Church. Louis was indeed a little surprised. According to the information sent by the spy, Madame d'Arbain did not have a good life in the first 30 years. She was indeed a beauty, but of humble status because her father committed treason and was imprisoned in a prison. His mother was the daughter of the warden. It is hard to say whether the gentleman at the time hoped to exchange this for a more comfortable environment and treatment, but it is true that Françoise d'Arbain was born in prison. When Aubigny was 3 years old, she followed her exiled father, her mother and her brother to live on Martinique, a French colonial island. At that time, Martinique was a desolate and backward place. They exhausted their energy to make a living. Aubigny lost her parents when she was 12 years old. After returning to France, she was raised by her uncle and aunt. She went to school in a monastery school and received an extremely strict education. But if you want to say whether her guardian cared for her, it would be pure nonsense, because we certainly cannot record Aubigny's situation before she was 15 years old, but when she was 16 years old, she was forced to marry Paul Scarrat, which means that even if the couple did not want to hurt their niece, they did not consider her intentions. Who is Paul Scarrat? He was already 42 years old when he married Françoise. Although he was a poet, he had no property. He could only get money and connections by making jokes and salons and banquets to flatter the nobles. To put it viciously, he was just a clown who made people laugh. In addition, Paul Scarrat was not only old, but also often sick. He was so weak that he could not stand alone. He might have had a handsome face, but because of the long-term pain, he looked like a skeleton wrapped in skin. His skin was burnt yellow and black. Before every banquet, he had to dress himself up like a woman with rouge and lead powder to avoid being disgusting. It was scary to think about such a person, let alone sleeping with him. There was only one reason why Madame d'Arbain's uncle and aunt chose Paul Scarrat, that is, Scarrat did not want the woman's dowry. Madame d'Arbain definitely did not have a dowry. She returned to France almost empty-handed. With such a husband, it was no wonder that Madame d'Arbain insisted on changing her surname back to her original name after her husband's death. My real grandfather found me after my husband died, said Madame d'Arbain, smiling understandingly. Although so many years had passed, He probably only occasionally remembered that he had a daughter in France. My mother had died, but my performance satisfied him, so I entered the court of Cosimo III. I successively became the nanny and lady-in-waiting of his children, and now I'm here again. What results does your grandfather hope you can achieve? In addition to the power to appoint and dismiss bishops, Clement X is 84 years old. He can only hold on for 1 or 2 years at most. You know, it is absolutely impossible for a French cardinal to be elected as pope. Is your grandfather sure? Very much, your majesty. If you support it, it will be even greater. Madame d'Aubagne said, France will need an ally. Leopold I once asked Cosimo III to sign an alliance with him. Do you know how Cosimo III answered him? He said, Your Majesty, I am willing to be your ally, but I am afraid that before the ink on the document dries, Louis XIV's army will enter Florence. I can also say this to your grandfather. Leopold I would never just watch the Roman Church lean towards France. Once the so-called alliance was signed, Leopold I's army would greet the Pope in the square of St. Peter's Basilica. Alice, said Madame d'Aubagne calmly and kindly, you only remember the surface world. Have you forgotten that you also have an inner world? Louis was really surprised. Has the Roman Church fallen to this point? He asked. You should have gotten the answer to this question 30 years ago. You know your first royal wife, of course, not publicly. Mary Mancini is a witch, but she is also the niece of the bishop, and the Roman Church certainly knows this. For the past 30 years, I have indeed been looking for someone who can give me an answer. Louis looked at Madame d'Aubagne. What are the existences of witches and the Roman Church, the inner world and the surface world, and what is the connection between them? When the King of France questioned Madame d'Aubagne, hoping that the question that had been on his mind for a long time could be answered, in Toledo, Spain, the inner world and the outer world overlapped at this moment. The two kings, Isabella I and Ferdinand I, who had set up countless stakes, would never have thought that only 120 years later, the wizards who were exiled to the lowlands would appear in the Spanish court again. They were almost all dark wizards. They were either powerful or lucky enough to refuse to obey Bosch's orders and escape from Louis XIV's pursuit. The Queen Mother and the Regent of Spain were waiting on both sides of the king's bed, staring at the potion bottle in the wizard's hand without saying a word. The potion that was very similar to half-coagulated blood looked extremely evil, not to mention that there were living leeches in it. They twisted happily, as if they were also honored by their sacrifice. Is this it? The Queen Mother asked uneasily. Her hand subconsciously grasped the rosary on her chest, and then suddenly loosened it as if she was burned. Only this, said the wizard, who was used to seeing mortals behave in this way, so he was not angry. It will make your son, the King of Spain, healthy and livelong. How long? Asked the regent. Until he can have sex with his new bride, the wizard replied. That will be enough, murmured the regent. Take it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, Madame d'Aubagne and the relationship between the other world and the Roman Church. 2. Carlos II was lying on the bed. Even when he was lying down, he looked like a cat or dog that died in a ditch, with a hideous face, stiff hands and feet, and a twisted body. Even the black wizards who often lived with deformed beasts and resurrected corpses could not help but feel disgusted. They had laughed at Leopold I's greed more than once in private. In order to win an ally on the throne of Spain, he would rather let his eldest daughter enter such a nightmare as soon as she came of age. But at this time, they naturally behaved very respectfully. The leading black wizard raised the potion bottle. Just in case, he said, please hold down his hands and feet. Will this potion make him suffer? Asked the Queen Mother. If I say yes, will you give up? The dark wizard sneered, and then said as if to save the situation, of course, you are a mother, but any medical treatment will not make the patient feel comfortable. Bleeding, guanchang or branding with a branding iron, these potions will clear the turbid impurities in his body, increase the mucus in his brain, reduce the chance of his epileptic seizures, and increase his yellow bile and reduce black bile, so that his body can become hot. And blood, this potion will make his blood moist, just like some seeds need to be soaked in water to germinate, so that his seeds can become strong and take root in the queen's belly. This absurd explanation that sounded like a dream talk to people hundreds of years later made the Queen Mother feel much more at ease, or she had to feel at ease. She stepped back from the bed. "I can't," she said sadly. "I can't bear to see my child suffer. Let the servants do this. I have prepared a few servants," the regent said. He and the Queen Mother looked at each other and knew that the servants who were summoned were just farmers from a remote farm. They were strong but had little experience. They didn't even know that the master, mistress and priest in the room were the Queen Mother and the regent. They even regarded the wizard in black robes as a priest. They thought about the reward of 1 silver coin for each person, while holding down the young master lying on the bed. In the eyes of the peasants, this young master was like a devil. After he was fed the potion, he looked even more like one when he struggled. The Queen Mother and the regent retreated to the corner of the room, watching from afar the pair of thin legs that stretched out from the gap in the curtains. Because Carlos II rarely walked, these legs were no better than a chicken or a rabbit for the peasants. They chanted the name of God, and when his men stopped struggling, the priest came over carefully and tested his breath. They stepped aside in fear. After they filed out, the regent nodded slightly, and the guards at the door left in search of their whereabouts. Of course, all of them had to die here, not one was left alive. In any case, the Habsburg family had now replaced France and became the son that the Roman Church relied on. In order to prove their piety, the kings of Spain never dared to openly use wizards. Wizards in Spain were like a group of wild dogs that were driven everywhere, but this was all in the past. The black wizards would not be stupid enough to completely cure Carlos in one go. No, it should be said that they were not treating Carlos, but just taking a shortcut. It was much easier to make Carlos II a non-human than to make him a healthy person. In the wizard's potion, there was the blood of vampires, werewolves and chimeras, which were mixed with belladonna, mandrake and some unspeakable materials. It must be said that this was also a method that required courage, skill and talent, because if there was a slight mistake, Carlos II would not wail and twist his body and limbs like he was doing now, but would die immediately. Carlos II had many similarities with Alfonso VI, who died not long ago, such as being half a prisoner, weak body, and losing the most important male ability, etc. But Carlos II was not as good as Alfonso VI in that his mind and thoughts were not as good as a 3-year-old child. He could not understand what had just happened. He only knew that he was in pain, sad, and wanted to vomit. His beard and hair grew rapidly, becoming black, hard and sharp. His bones disappeared or grew under his skin. His heart even jumped out of the gap in his ribs and squirmed under his thin skin. He stretched out his sharp nails to grab the sheets and shouted his mother and Don Juan in a chaotic manner, but they did not dare to step forward. Soon, the black wizard said immediately when he saw the Queen Mother staring at them. Carlos II's suffering lasted from late at night to the second night. The changes had not stopped, and the bed was covered with feces, urine, sweat and blood. The Queen Mother and the regent had to go to the next room to sleep. The black wizards were monitored by the priests of Toledo and could only endure Carlos's crying and screaming. Fortunately, His Respectable Majesty had not made much noise a few hours ago. A black wizard walked up to check on the king. He is getting better. He said that indeed, the changes in Carlos' body were slowly decreasing, which meant that the human part of him had been swallowed up by the monster part. Of course, the black wizards would not tell anyone in the room the truth. They exchanged glances strangely. Carlos II was not the first mortal to receive this potion. Opening the files of the Inquisition, you will see many terrible rumors about gentle and humble people who seem to have turned into devils overnight. Sometimes it was just a rumor, and sometimes it was the masterpiece of black wizards. The most famous one was General Gilles de Rais, who fought bravely against the British under Joan of Arc, and Lady Elizabeth Bathory, who was known for her wisdom and agility before she got married and lost her husband. People call wizards servants of the devil, and this is not groundless. Wizards, especially black wizards, think that mortals are just cattle and sheep they graze. Whether they are slaughtered, sacrificed, or used for experiments, it is their honor. Most of them are bad by nature, just like Bosch, who often forces mortals to make all kinds of terrible choices. They disdain to use force or magic to force mortals to drink this potion. As long as they clearly show the facts that they have tampered with, these mortals will rush over regardless of everything. Of course, who is not afraid of aging and death? There are also cases like Carlos II. His life and death is not just his own business, but is directly related to Spain and the Holy Roman Empire. especially when the dark wizards said that they could not only prolong Carlos' life, but also allow him to have sex with women and reproduce offspring. The hearts of the Queen Mother and the Regent immediately tilted towards the side of the scale. They probably would not care too much about the suffering of Carlos II. The dark wizards could even guess that they might have been prepared. If Carlos II still could not escape death, they also had a prepared backup plan. They just didn't know whether it was against Leopold I of the Holy Roman Empire, or Louis XIV of France. In this dark room, Carlos II woke up. His lungs fully expanded for the first time. He inhaled a breath of turbid air. If he was an ordinary person, he would immediately cough violently. He felt very comfortable, although he didn't know what comfortable was at this time. For the first time, he could sleep close to the bed without being hit by his arched shoulders. He stretched his limbs, his nails scratched the sheets, he listened with his ear tilted, and then continued to tear them into pieces. The black wizards noticed it before the curtain was torn. The leading black wizard approached the bed cautiously with a priest's accompaniment. He saw Carlos' face under the flickering candlelight. Although the huge jaw, which was the most distinctive feature of the Habsburg, was still there, a strange feeling arose spontaneously, because Carlos II was smiling at him, just a smile, and then he fell asleep again. If the Queen Mother and the Regent were here and saw this smile and those eyes, they would definitely expect something bad to happen, but there were only priests and black wizards who were not familiar with Carlos II. They did not know that Carlos II was originally just a dull idiot and was indifferent to the curiosity revealed in those eyes. It would be another week before Carlos II woke up again. Louis held the secret letter from Toledo and sighed softly. He remembered the predictions and perhaps accusations made by Mrs. Aubigny in the previous conversation. The history of wizards is actually longer than that of the Roman Church, no, even longer than that of their savior, because as early as BC, wizards were like water seeping into the soil, inseparable from the lives of mortals, but at that time they were not called wizards, they were elders, priests, shamans, servants and messengers of gods, that is, the earliest believers of polytheism. They have extraordinary powers, which can shock, panic and make those mortals obey. They once held great power, and kings had to bow to them or merge with them, just like Sumer and Egypt in the past. Even the earliest princes, bishops and popes of the church were once these extraordinary people. They were originally separated from wizards, so various holy signs continue to appear, and the various terrible or painful wars recorded in the Bible can almost be seen as two forces belonging to wizards fighting each other, whether it is the Egyptians, the Romans, or any race that dares to confront God. Louis remembered that he asked at that time whether it was because there were also disagreements among wizards. They obviously wanted to rule mortals in different ways. Mrs. Aubigny gave a positive answer, but they probably didn't expect that in just a few hundred years, they not only failed to become true gods, but became slaves of mortals. At least in 300 AD, the church had 200 bishops, which meant 200 dioceses, but since then, saints who could show holy signs were rare, and later, only posthumous canonization was allowed. It was also from that time that people began to forge holy signs. What does this show? It can only show that from that time on, the power of extraordinary people in the church began to weaken. Louis once said that Merlin was the last fight of wizards, and he almost succeeded. It's no wonder that wizards still worship him as a saint, but Merlin failed in the end. He was imprisoned in a boulder by his disciples, which inevitably reminds people of the cornerstone of wizards. His result may not be so wonderful. Then, what about those extraordinary people who founded the church? They would never have thought that their descendants would be reduced to warriors hired by mortals, and at a low price. Louis didn't know how the church did it, but judging from Hilaro's situation, even if those priests were born in the other world, they could not get rid of the curse-like indoctrination of ideas. They also vaguely realized that their power might come from the same source as wizards, but instead of getting close to wizards, they hated these, servants of the devil more and more, hoping to use their piety and lives to wash away the innate sins. The reason why Hilaro is because he met Bishop Mazarin, a smart man who is more like a politician than the Red Prince. Once he uncovered the dark curtain, it was not difficult for him to see and admit the stupidity of himself and his relatives. But the Roman Church was not without a trump card. Without Eller, they still had Francis, Cyprian, Cornelius and Dominic. The reason why they were willing to negotiate with Louis XIV was not because they were afraid of him, that's what they said, you know, said Madame d'Arbine, The son of King Charles II of England was born into this world because his father took a wizard's potion. This is a bit unfair, Louis replied immediately. I don't have the power to command a king. But what a bad example you set. Madame d'Aubigné said, you see, before you, even if wizards came and went in the court, the kings and ministers still deliberately stayed away from these devil servants. They could only live under the conspiracy of villains and the skirts of women. But what about you? What did you do? You fearlessly let them come to the front from behind the scenes. You let those kings and grand dukes see the benefits. They saw how you used wizards and benefited from them, and of course they would follow suit. The more important thing is that the Roman Catholic Church has lost its deterrent power over kings. Louis said softly, and Madame d'Aubigné immediately pursed her lips to avoid showing her anger. When I first sent wizards to Dunkirk or Flanders, the Church did not excommunicate me. This was a mistake. Yes, this is a big mistake, and my grandfather also thinks so, Madame d'Aubigné said, but no one would have thought that a mortal could be so greedy. She suddenly paused. My grandfather said something very ridiculous. Your Majesty. Please speak. You have no faith, right, Your Majesty. Chapter 299, Madame d'Aubigné and the relationship between the other world and the Roman Church. 3. Louis smiled and said nothing. Although many people had doubts, Madame d'Aubigné was the first person to raise the question directly to him. His lack of response made Madame d'Aubigné frown. Do you admit it, or are you unwilling to answer? This is your country, your capital, your palace. Why are you so cautious? I never test human nature. Louis said, and then his smile became mischievous. I can answer this question, madam. I have always been extremely pious and believe in God. He is my only master. I kneel at his feet like a lamb, obey him, and worship him. Madame d'Aubigné was speechless. There are still spear marks left by your soldiers on the bridge of St. Angels. Your Majesty. No greater sin than yours, Louis said. If your words are unfortunately heard by a second person, it will destroy their faith. Who else can hear our conversation except your wizard? Madame d'Aubigné said. Do you think wizards have no faith? They call themselves Merlin, but perhaps not as many of them know the inside story as you think. There is nothing more ridiculous than the despair and hatred that has lasted for more than 1,000 years turning out to be just a feud between brothers. No, I must say, what is even more ridiculous is that while they are fighting each other, the fishermen gain, and in the end it is the church that holds the power. Louis tapped the armrest lightly. I can only say that the only thing the church could not have predicted was that mortal technology would develop so fast. When the smelting of steel and the production and use of gunpowder were still in their infancy, wizards' magic, werewolves and vampires, and magical creatures did pose a great threat to mortals, forcing them to rely on the protection of the church, even their kings. But what they could not have predicted was that compared to the inner world, which was so slow that it was almost unchanging, the development of the surface world was too fast, even though the church had been intervening and monitoring, especially technology related to war. People today can no longer recognize the muskets of the 14th century. It was just a dark tube, and today's artillery is forcing changes to the heavy city walls and huge ships, and the armor has changed from rivets, chain mail, and full armor to the current ritual breastplate. Another thing is that mortals have continued to reproduce for 1,000 years. Unlike the inner world, where the number of people must be carefully controlled, as long as there is no famine or plague, mortals can continue to reproduce in their decades of life until they can no longer. In contrast, wizards in the inner world must consciously control the number of people, lest the ecology of the inner world lose its balance. A wizard, or more precisely, an extraordinary person facing a mortal is no different from a beast facing a child. He can do whatever he wants, but if he is facing 10 mortals, unless he is a crazy black wizard like Bosch, ordinary wizards will choose to avoid them. Then, what about 100, 1,000? After the Duke of Colonna returned to Paris, Louis turned him into a dragon. He tried it out. Although this form would indeed cause mortals with weak willpower to collapse, it was not very useful for soldiers passing through the battlefield. They might panic for a while, but experience and instinct would make them dodge and try to attack. The blow caused by the dragon was no more terrible than artillery. Even a flaming dragon like the one Agnelli transformed into could still be torn apart by a strong crossbow shell. When the power of the Beyonders could not threaten mortals, their lofty status would become precarious. Louis' arrival accelerated this issue. Why did the Dark Wizards of Flanders not continue their curse on the French royal family, or even flee the lowlands? Because they knew very well that if they stayed there, They would have to face the army of Louis XIV. Wizards who have never tried to escape from the dragnet of His Majesty will never understand their feelings. Household registration, identity proof, travel permits, strict checkpoints and omnipresent patrols are like noose around their necks. It is not that there are no black wizards who kill wantonly after being discovered, but those stupid mortals not only did not flee in fear as before, but quickly surrounded them. Black wizards are also human beings, and they will feel tired, hungry and thirsty. Their materials and magic power are not endless. Once they are caught, they will be severely punished and then executed. The wizards retreated in front of the king, and the Roman Church was the same. It was like a bold cardinal's nonsense after being drunk. Who knows if the devil was also created by God? After all, without the harm and temptation of the devil to mankind, God and his messenger seemed to have no need to exist. Of course, the people who heard and said this sentence were dealt with, but Hilario said that it did give young people like him some interesting inspiration. Louis said that the Roman Church did not excommunicate him when he attacked Flanders and the Netherlands, which was not wrong. At that time, the Roman Church was just hesitant about whether to excommunicate the king of a Catholic country. For a Protestant region, the Netherlands and Flanders are mostly Protestants. But if some of the Red Princes realized what kind of person Louis XIV was, they might really go all out. Looking at the current situation, France, which has successively won Flanders and the Netherlands, is undoubtedly a huge country. Louis XIV, who has nearly 150,000 standing troops, is even more incomparable. He's rich, generous, and tolerant. His eldest princess has married Charles I of Sweden, his crown prince has married Princess Isabella of Portugal, and he has strongly recommended his uncle Prince Condé to become the King of Poland. His illegitimate son, the Duke of Colonna, is married to the daughter of the Grand Duke of Tuscany in Italy. If someone opens the map, he will find that the countries around France, except for the Holy Roman Empire, Spain, Britain and Denmark, no one can fight against it. But the Holy Roman Empire is now being constrained by the Transylvanian Grand Duke of Hungary. Given that the Grand Duke has a patricide with the empire, it is unlikely that the dispute can be resolved peacefully. Moreover, the Grand Duke has contacts with the Sultan of the Ottoman Turks. When he has already controlled part of Upper Hungary, Leopold I will certainly worry that the Ottoman Turks will one day pass through Upper Hungary and enter the heart of Austria. Although, there are people who can deter the Transylvanian Grand Duke. Please see the Polish King Ludwig I on the right, that is, our dear Grand Condé. Spain, needless to say, the Queen Mother of Habsburg is the kind of fool who wants to do something even if she can't do it well, and the Regent Don Juan is obviously more successful in women. It is already an open secret that Carlos II is infertile and will not live long. Who made the Spanish envoys act like they are determined to win? Everyone wants to know why this marriage suddenly ended in failure. As for Britain and France, to be honest, they are more skilled at being enemies than friends, and even Louis XIV is not surprised, so it is almost impossible to gain any benefits from it, such as giving someone a surprise attack. Moreover, Dunkirk, the only foothold of Britain in France, has been sold to Louis XIV under the half-hearted reluctance of Charles II. As for Denmark, it is already difficult for it to deal with Sweden, which is so close. Even if they hate Louis XIV, they cannot be used by the Roman Church. There is another key problem, that is, Britain and Denmark are both Protestant countries, and the Roman Church cannot do anything to slap itself in the face for the time being. After a rough arrangement, Louis felt that he should be able to understand the thoughts of those cardinals a little bit. Clement X only has less than 2 years to live, and of course he will not be afraid of Algernon again. So he did not hesitate at all, and took out those decaying means to play around again. If he succeeded, he might also become a saint. The Roman Church would be very happy to see another French king being manipulated by them at will. Unfortunately, not many people share the same delusion as him, at least not Madame d'Arbine's grandfather. He asked his granddaughter to bring the truth about the church to Louis, showing goodwill and strength. It seems that Mr. Benedetto Ottosqualchi may have already mastered most of the power in the church, the part closer to the other world. If he is interested in the throne of the Pope, it is not surprising that he decided to ally with Louis XIV. But France may not need the church that much? Louis said. I've said before that you've set a bad example, Madame d'Arbine said without flinching. Now God's punishment has arrived, Your Majesty. Not only will you have to face the artillery, ships and armies of the surface world, you will also have to face the wizards and monsters of the inner world. Charles II has allowed a descendant of Merlin to enter his court, and the region of Spain is also unlocking the shackles from the mad dog's neck. The various advantages you have gained from the wizards before are being lost, and are even turning into disadvantages. Your power in the inner world is not as strong as people think, Madame d'Aubagne pointed out bluntly. The wizards in France are only those witches mixed in with the Bohemians. The wizards on Gadjala Island are from the Apennine Peninsula, and they are likely to follow the Duke of Colonna to fight. You can't keep all of them by your side or in the army. As for Lalo, even if he and his people are willing to work for you, they have failed in their duties once in Dunkirk, which shows that the monks are not infallible. You were the first to draw the dagger, so don't blame others for drawing the rapier, Mrs. Aubigny continued after a pause. My grandfather had no ill intentions. Although he also thought that you were extremely rude and arrogant, he had to admit that you were a tolerant person who was willing to keep his promises. He even said frankly that you didn't have to sign a long-term contract with him. Maybe you and him would have conflicts in the near future, but at least for 3 years, you and he could be completely consistent in your position. It must be said that Mrs. Aubigny's words almost convinced Louis. Louis did not fail to consider that other monarchs would make similar attempts after seeing that he had driven the wizard without any punishment from the mortal world or God. After all, for some bold people, even the devil could be used, let alone the devil's servants. But since Merlin's failure, King Arthur's death seemed to have become a shadow lingering in the king's heart, making them dare not let those devil's servants stand among the ministers. Even those wizards seem to have given up their ambitions in this regard. After hundreds of years, this taboo has almost become an unwritten law. But after Louis took the first step, others could naturally get their hands on this forbidden fruit. His royal special guard was also prepared for this possibility, but the secret agreement proposed by Madame Aubigny meant that he could keep these trustworthy young people with himself and the Duke of Colonna, and let the wizards and monks of the Red Prince fight against the extraordinary people in Britain, Austria or Denmark. Whether it was the Viscount Tyrian, the Prince of Condé, or Generals Schomberg and Vauban, they all knew that Louis was a king who cherished his soldiers. It should be said that Louis cherished anyone who was loyal to him and could avoid unnecessary casualties. The price he had to pay was just money and some superficial concessions, which was still very worthwhile. Although the expense was considerable, according to the decree of Pope Sixtus V, the number of cardinals was limited to 70, and more than 2/3, or 47 people, were needed to be elected pope. Even if Madame d'Aubigne's grandfather was prepared, Louis XIV had to ensure that 1/3 of 2/3 favored the Red Prince. Now it seemed that he did not have much time to hesitate. The sudden improvement of Carlos II was closely related to the Black Wizards. Even Spain, a country that used to have stakes everywhere, began to allow wizards to interfere in the life and death of the king. Other countries would only be more wanton. In addition to the Duke of Colonna, Louis also had to consider other children, as well as the safety of the Queen Mother, the Queen, the Duke of Orleans, and others, as well as Prince Condé and his eldest son who were far away in Poland. Looking at it this way, he was really stretched a little. Madame Aubigny's grandfather, the head of the Roman cardinals, was not so surprised when he received the king's reply. He knew that His Majesty would definitely agree to form an alliance with him, although in Rome, the king's reputation was as bad as that of the handsome Philip IV. Some people even said that he would establish a church that belonged only to him, like Henry VIII of England, and serve as the head of the church, holding both the church and the kingship in his hands. Although this idea was very tempting for an ambitious king, according to the information obtained from the head of the cardinals, the king sometimes appeared to be unusually kind. For example, Henry VIII did free England from the control of the church, but the price was a religious war that lasted for nearly 100 years. In the end, not only did the church power fall, the national strength declined, and even the monarchy was seriously shaken. Louis XIV was not the kind of person who would do stupid things, even if he was indeed a non-believer. To be honest, dealing with such a person who was irrational over emotion, and even faith, made the head of the cardinals feel a lot more relaxed. Ask Bishop Barras to come here. The chief cardinal gave the order, and the priests on the side immediately obeyed the order. In just 10 minutes, Bishop Barras appeared outside the door of the chief cardinal. Chapter 300, Madame d'Aubagne and the relationship between the other world and the Roman Church. 4. Barras, if anyone still remembers him, he was once the Grand Inquisitor of the Paris Inquisition. However, during the First Fronde Rebellion, due to the conflict between the Roman Church and the King of France, he accepted bribes from the Church, and with the idea of becoming a bishop, an archbishop, or even a cardinal, he betrayed the king and Bishop Mazarin and came to Rome. It can be said that without Bishop Mazarin's other preparations, without the young but decisive Erasius, without the brave little witch Mary, and without those loyal musketeers, this article would have come to an abrupt end in the first chapter. But after coming to Rome, this gentleman did not get what he was promised. How much effort did the Roman Church spend to expel the Beyonders from their ranks? How could they easily let a Grand Inquisitor become their colleague? At that time, the Pope was Urban VIII. After that, 4 popes were replaced in succession, but he was still forgotten. He lived in the bottom of the Castel Sant'Angelo with the monks in Rome, eating dry bread and drinking water. Every day, he either prayed or trained, just waiting for a call. The monks who had been domesticated by the church for a long time were willing to endure such a drive. How could Barras accept such a cruel fact? He was certainly a powerful monk, but so what? The devil's servants, that is, wizards, were not as rampant as they were hundreds of years ago. The church did not necessarily need them, or more directly, him. They had monks and wizards in their hands. Speaking of it, the difference between the two was not very big. Barras was over 40 when he left Paris, and now he is almost 70 years old. He was desperate, cursed, and finally numb. The one who saved him was none other than the chief cardinal. When he was summoned by this lord, he was very surprised because he had no idea why this lord wanted to see him. Of course, he wanted to thank this lord because it was this lord who released him from the cage without seeing the sun and gave him the position of bishop. Although this bishop had no diocese, he was still very excited. This was what he had expected, a peaceful, rich and fulfilling life that every priest could enjoy, something that he and his colleagues in the Inquisition and the people in the other world could never touch. Of course, this lord was not so tolerant as to waste a bishop's position in vain. Barras soon learned that this cardinal leader, the person closest to the papal throne, had a very unhappy relationship with the current Pope Clement X, and was even about to fall out with him. As soon as he saw Barras, he asked him how many extraordinary people he could conquer for him. After a moment of silence, Barras told him that those stubborn and ignorant monks were almost impossible to conquer. Before being driven out, Barras calmly stated the best solution: since they could not be conquered, then don't conquer them. By the way, at that time he had already been to Nancy and met Elleril, who was jealous and crazy about a favor Elleril had received from the King of France. Thinking about it now, maybe he was really crazy. Barras was indeed better than Hilarius in one respect. As soon as he returned, he immediately poisoned the 27 monks left behind in Castel Sant'Angelo, and then returned to the Isle of Isle, where his people lived, and quickly sold the entire Isle of Isle to the cardinal leader. It was hard to say whether the cardinal leader had such an intention from the beginning, but Barras finally got his reward this time and finally wore the bishop's cape. But he probably didn't expect that he would hear such a sentence after only a few years of peace. Barras, go back to Paris. Fortunately, Barras didn't need to return to Paris as a lost dog this time. The cardinal leader gave him the identity of a special envoy of the church. He bypassed Sardinia from the Tyrrhenian Sea, crossed half of the Mediterranean by boat, landed in Marseilles, and then went to Paris by land. Barras certainly didn't want to go to Paris. Not to mention that the whole of France had become the exclusive domain of the Sun King. The Bishop of Rome had no power in Paris, and the head of the cardinals wanted him to work for Louis XIV. He guessed that the adult must have had some secret deal with the king, but this was not his choice. He had almost no way out. He felt embarrassed and uneasy just to return to Paris and the King of France at this age and with this status, especially when he knew that the Sun King was very generous to Alalo. The island of Gala where Alalo's people lived was now the fief of the Duke of Colonna, the illegitimate son of Louis XIV. Alalo had also completely surrendered to Louis XIV. He had once betrayed Louis XIV and almost caused His Majesty to die before he grew up when he was in the most dangerous time. Could he still take away his favor from Alalo? But this is probably what the head cardinal expected to see. He would not send a monk or bishop who might be bribed by Louis XIV. But Barras, even if the Sun King said that he would forgive the past, would he naively believe and accept it? Thinking of this, Bishop Barras could not help but feel sad. His journey on the sea was calm. He hoped to encounter a storm or pirates to delay his meeting with Louis XIV. Unfortunately, the Mediterranean is almost half an inland sea, and there are rarely hurricanes that delay the voyage. As for pirates, after Louis XIV rebuilt the French navy, What else could he use to sharpen their swords except pirates? Whether it was from Britain, Italy, or Ottoman Turkey, they either fled or danced the dance of death on the gallows between the reefs. Barras saw some of them. As the Pope's envoy, he was naturally warmly welcomed by the mayor and citizens of Marseilles, which made him feel much better. However, unlike his memory, the city may never have been so clean before. He suspected that people cleaned the streets overnight to welcome him. Later, he learned that Marseilles had set up a health department in accordance with the latest law designated by the king 10 years ago. They were responsible for recruiting workers to transport garbage, clean the streets, and had the right to punish those who urinated and littered. In addition, even the most famous fish market and slaughterhouse in Marseilles were moved outside the city, and the city was connected to the water supply and drainage. This will cost a lot of money, right? Barras couldn't help asking, and this health department, if it really wants to operate for a long time, it will also cost a lot of money. This question confused the mayor of Marseilles for a while. Yes, in France, the types of taxes have always been uncertain. Because of the 100 Years' War with Britain, the French king obtained the power to formulate tax laws from the parliament and the court, but basically there are several types of taxes: military service tax, head tax and thought tax, as well as road construction corvée tax and salt tax. Among the above taxes, the head tax was originally paid by every class, but later, because the church bought out the tax payment with a sum of money, the nobles followed suit, and the people who needed to pay taxes were still only civilians. So the first thought that came into Barras' mind was whether the king set up such a department to increase the types of taxes, but when he mentioned this, the mayor said that the king did not increase taxes because of this. "Our Majesty is very rich," the gentleman said proudly. Not only did he not increase taxes, he also reduced the head tax for 1 year across the country. This made the farmers and workers who were almost out of breath before very grateful. As for the Department of Health, they are officials of the king, the mayor said matter-of-factly. Of course the king is responsible for paying them. Barras could hardly believe it. Not to mention the King of France. As for the families he saw in Rome, once they started fighting, the first to suffer would definitely be the craftsmen and farmers who had to rely on them for their livelihood, because they needed more soldiers, muskets and cannonballs. But what about money? It would not fall from the sky. If they lost the fight, the ransom of the leaders and knights would be extorted from the common people. What if they won? Then the nobles would build a palace for themselves, or hold a grand banquet and tournament, prepare dowries for their daughters, etc. But what would they do for their subjects? God, they were born to serve the superiors. It was lucky enough to have food and clothes. Do they still want to take a spoonful from the master's plate? Barras didn't understand why the king cared about the sanitation of Marseilles. It was obviously far away from Paris or Versailles. Even if he thought those poor people were too smelly, he could drive them away to a place where they would not affect him. He fell asleep with this thought in mind, and was awakened at 3 or 4 in the morning. He opened the window and looked out. In the rolling sea fog, he saw a group of people holding brooms. For a moment, he thought he saw a group of wizards, but they soon put down their brooms and began to sweep the streets. Not only did they sweep the streets, they also washed the roads with water. By the way, the streets and alleys of Marseilles were no longer covered with dust and mud. They were now gray-black mortar roads, flat and neat, with sewers on both sides. The sewers should be lattice plates that were molded out. Barras didn't look closely, but he could see that the water went down very quickly. I think when Marseilles rains again, the people here will be spared from the suffering of flooding. These people were extremely skilled and quick. Some of them rushed ahead of the sweepers, pulled out their cowhide bows, and hid the small fruits on the windows. Barras didn't understand at first, but soon he heard the voices in the room urging their husbands or children to get up. It turned out that they were also doing the work of waking up the morning. The fruits fell from the windows to the ground and were immediately swept away. Barras also noticed that many people in Marseilles actually used glass windows. He had also seen many houses in Rome that had glass windows, and even several churches had stained glass windows. It was said that they were all French glass. Is the price of glass so low? Even these ordinary civilians can afford it? He didn't want to continue sleeping. He lit a candle. The candles here all had glass lampshades, which were exquisite and bright, and were not worse than those in Rome. He picked up a piece of parchment and wrote a few lines on it. This was a habit he developed in Rome, and he would write something down every day, even if it was just an insignificant little thing. But today he had only written a few words when he heard a loud noise outside. He endured for a while and finally sent the priest beside him to ask who was shouting outside. It soon became quiet outside. The priest came back and said that a group of Huguenots were preparing to leave Marseilles. Leaving Marseilles? Barras asked in surprise. Are they leaving France? Maybe, the priest said gloatingly, but Louis XIV has issued an edict that does not allow Huguenots to leave France easily. They are forbidden to board the ship and are now being escorted to Orleans. Barras asked the mayor of Marseilles about this matter. Since Marseilles is a big port, these things are really happening all the time. The mayor of Marseilles said indignantly that he really didn't understand how these Huguenots were so heartless that they were unwilling to accept the king's kindness. To be honest, Catholics don't like to see Huguenots, and Huguenots don't like to see Catholics. Now the king has prepared a good place for them. Why don't they want to move there? Of course it's because of the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre, Barras said in his heart. The St. Bartholomew's Day massacre also used the wedding of a princess and a king as an excuse. Louis XIV didn't even have such an excuse. It's no wonder that these Huguenots are worried that once they move to the Orleans district, the king's army will pounce on them like a wolf and devour them clean. But now the Sun King wanted to do something. It was difficult to fail. When Barras's convoy was heading to Paris, he saw the group of Huguenots on the flat road. It was estimated that the mayor of Marseilles had requisitioned a lot of carriages. They had old people, children, and women. It was unknown how long it would take to reach Orleans by walking alone. It was obvious that they were all wealthy and could buy food and water from nearby villages. Barras didn't think that Louis XIV asked them to move to Orleans just to execute these pagans. If that was the case, these people could be directly sunk into the sea in Marseilles, but since there was no such intention, the king must have other intentions. He guessed for a while and slowly closed his eyes. He was awakened very early yesterday, and then presided over a mass, at the request of the mayor, and he was already this age. If it was the original road, because it was overgrown with weeds and full of potholes, he would not have fallen asleep so easily, but now the road was like an unrolled ribbon, and the slight and regular shaking of the carriage made him even more sleepy. But it seemed that something was always bothering Barras. He was half asleep and half awake when he heard a sharp noise. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.